Good afternoon, Mr. Fura. We have three MECs on the platform. Maybe if you can check if they are correctly framed. And we also have Councillor Ukunzi. Thank you.
Afternoon, Dumisane. If maybe you can request the MECs, not sure which ones are here, if they can switch on the videos quickly.
Okay, we'll do that. Good afternoon, honorable members. Can you please switch on your videos? The MECs that are here is MEC Matibe, MEC Molapisi, and MEC Masilela. And also Councillor Pukunzi. If you can just switch on your videos so that they can check if you are correctly framed. Thank you.
MEC Matibe and Councillor I'm happy. Thank you so much for switching on the videos. I'm very happy. The other two MECs, MEC Masilela and
MEC Matibe.
Okay, MEC Matibe.
I have switched on.
Oh, okay. MEC Matibe, I'm happy. Thank you so much. MEC Molapisi, you look like you are floating. I'm not sure whether you're using the tablet or you're using the laptop, but could be because the light is behind you. Is it possible to turn around and face the light so that the light is on your face? Currently, the light is behind you.
Good afternoon and thanks very much, Chair. I'm actually on transit, so as soon as I'm settled, I think I should be in a better position to get a better position. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dumisane, are we good?
Did we check MEC Masilela?
Yeah, MEC Masilela, I think that's the only one outstanding. MEC Masilela, good afternoon. There's no response.
realities faced in every province, every municipality, and every household. It is in the towns, townships, and villages across the 9 provinces that the success of our work will ultimately be measured. This shared commitment must now be tested in real terms. Our people are not interested in slogans or spreadsheets. They want to know whether the lights will stay on, whether their businesses can operate without disruption, and whether the promises made in this House translate into real change on the ground. That is why we begin with the performance of Eskom's generation fleet, because it remains the single most important indicator of whether the system is indeed turning the corner. Eskom's generating fleet continues to sustain improvements in performance. The energy availability factor has reached 60.60% by March 2025, which was significantly higher than the same period in the previous year, March, which stood at 54.56%. The higher energy availability factor was attributed to a significant decrease in unplanned losses, reaching 26.06% in March 2025, compared to 32% in March 2024. Eskom continues to implement the Generation Operation Recovery Plan to recover capacity that has been lost due to breakdowns and suboptimal performance of the generation fleet. 6 poor-performing plants, namely Tutuka Majuba, Kusile, Kendal, Matla, and Duva, had been prioritized for capacity recovery over a 2-year period. Thus far, 4,955 megawatts have been recovered from the targeted 6,000 megawatts. The power system remains stable, supported by adequate emergency reserves that are strategically deployed when necessary to manage periods of high demand. The system demonstrated resilience as some parts of the country were hit by cold fronts in the recent weeks. In addition to these operational gains, for the first time in several years, Eskom has posted mid-year projected profit for the current financial year, signaling early signs of operational and financial recovery. This improvement has been attributed to a combination of stabilized plant performance, enhanced revenue collection, cost containment measures, and improved energy availability, which collectively reduce reliance on expensive diesel-fueled generation. House Chair, while the profit remains modest and subject to year-end adjustment, this marks a notable departure from the persistent deficits of prior years and suggests that structural reforms and disciplined oversight are beginning to yield measurable results. This momentum must now be sustained through continued efficiency gains and targeted investments in generation, distribution, and transmission. House Chair, the integration of new generation capacity, especially from renewable sources, is fundamentally dependent on the strength and reach of our transmission network. Provinces such as the Northern Cape, the Western Cape, and the Eastern Cape have become hubs for wind and solar generation. Yet, the full economic and developmental potential of these projects is being constrained by limited grid capacity and aging infrastructure. To respond to this, the department has initiated a comprehensive program to modernize and expand the grid, anchored by the Transmission Development Plan, which outlines over 14,000 kilometers of new lines to be developed by 2022. We have introduced new regulations to facilitate the entry of private capital into grid infrastructure through the Independent Transmission Project Procurement Program. These reforms are designed to unlock investments whilst retaining state oversight and ownership on the grid, enabling exponential expansion of the network. In parallel, The department is working with Eskom and the National Transmission Company of South Africa to prioritize the strengthening of corridors with high renewable generation potential. This includes the strategic build-out of transmission infrastructure in areas such as the Uppington Corridor in the Northern Cape and the Tsitsikamma region in the Eastern Cape. Through these interventions, we are not only supporting generation diversification and energy security, but also laying the groundwork for industrial development in the provinces that have historically been marginalized from the core energy economy. This is how we connect clean energy potential to economic opportunity, ensuring that the transition is not only green, but inclusive and regionally balanced. At the heart of our program is a renewed push to achieve universal energy access by 2030. We are painfully aware that more than 1.6 million households, many of them in informal settlements, rural villages, and rapidly growing urban edges, still experience energy poverty. We are equally aware that for many poor households, connection alone is not enough. Electricity must also be affordable, reliable, and safe. To address this, the department has launched a universal access strategy that moves beyond grid-only approach. We are integrating micro off-grid technologies, repurposing the current integrated national electrification program grant system, and working closely with provinces and municipalities, including organized local government through SALGA, to unblock planning and execution capability constraints. In provinces such as Limpopo, the Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal, where the backlog is most acute, these interventions will be scaled up with urgency. Over the medium-term expenditure framework period, just over 13 billion rands has been allocated to the Integrated National Electrification Program. This allocation represents a vital baseline for a repurposing of the grant and commitment to eradicating energy poverty and achieving universal access by 2030. However, the scale of the challenge exceeds the current fiscal envelope. To address this, the department is pursuing a blended financing model that leverages the 13 billion rands as a de-risking instrument to crowd in developmental capital and concessional finance. Working in close partnership with the development finance institutions and the National Treasury, the department is developing an infrastructure finance facility that will enable the front-loading of capital requirements through debt market instruments. The aim is to mobilize off-balance sheet financing whilst preserving affordability and fiscal discipline. House Chair, by using the public allocation as an anchor, the strategy allows for accelerated electrification rollout in high-priority provinces and municipalities, greater geographic equity, and a predictable project pipeline that is attractive to institutional investors. This approach positions universal access as a bankable development investment with measurable returns in health, education, and economic participation. House Chair, Eskom's ability to collect revenue for the services provided continues to decline, as indicated in the municipal area debt growth. With the cumulative debt, municipal debt now stands at just under 100 billion, having grown at around 3 billion rands a quarter over the past year. The distribution agency agreement is being put in place to realize benefits for the sustainability of the entire distribution industry. The DAA entails assisting municipalities with the articulation and distribution of electricity business, revenue collection, and retail services. The DAA has the dual potential to support municipalities to provide sustainable local services whilst contributing to the sustainability of Eskom through enhanced revenue collections. Some of the benefits realized at municipalities where these agreements have been put in place include municipality payment levels having increased from 10% to 30% after meter audits and replacements. Municipalities being assisted to resolve payment disputes with their customers. Municipalities having been able to settle their current accounts with Eskom in full, and an improved turnaround time for the restoration and responding to faults, thereby leading to improved customer service and skills development and training across all areas of the utility, leading to improved financial and technical sustainability. Honorable members, South Africa faces a looming gas shortage with significant implications for industrial provinces such as Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. In response, the department is finalizing the gas master plan, which will serve as a long-term policy and investment framework for the sector. The plan outlines the strategic actions required to secure new sources of gas supply, expand import capacity, and enable infrastructure development across the gas value chain. As part of this immediate response, the department has initiated work to secure new liquefied natural gas supply contract. It is also supporting the development of import terminals and regasification infrastructure at Richards Bay in collaboration with relevant sector department. Gas plays a critical role not only in power generation, where it provides a flexible dispatchable capacity to support grid stability, but also in key downstream sectors. It is essential for the production of fertilizers, chemicals, and other industrial inputs, and serve as a foundational element in the development of South Africa's green hydrogen economy. Securing adequate, affordable, and sustainable gas supply is therefore not just an energy imperative, but a strategic economic necessity. South Africa's nuclear program is undergoing a strategic repositioning, not only to maintain base load supply, but to catalyze high-value industrial development. In July 2024, the National Nuclear Regulator granted a 20-year license extension for Kuwait Unit Number 1, with Unit Number 2 expected to follow this year. This decision affirms the robustness of our regulatory system and the continued relevance of nuclear in our long-term energy mix. The 1.2 billion rands investment in the multi-purpose research reactor at Pelindaba will extend and expand our capability in nuclear fuel cycle research, isotope production, advanced materials development, and high-precision manufacturing. Through this, South Africa can re-establish its global leadership in medical radioisotopes, support industrial users with secure supplies, and create skilled employment across multiple provinces. House Chair, we are also moving ahead with localization of the nuclear fuel cycle, including uranium beneficiation and local fabrication of fuel components. This approach ensures that the economic value of nuclear investment is retained within our borders and contributes directly to domestic economic growth. We are clear that energy investments must become a vehicle for industrialization, employment, and economic inclusion. That is why the department is working in close partnership with the Department of Trade, Industry, and Competition, and has finalized the localization framework under the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, in short SAREM, and is now gearing for implementation of the SAREM implementation plan. This policy will require independent power producers, original equipment manufacturers, and financiers to embed local economic participation in every project. We are moving towards a procurement model that demands the use of local manufacturing, domestic logistics, local supplier network, and community-based contractors. Future bid windows will include stricter economic development obligations with measurable targets for skills development, job creation, and enterprise support. To support youth access, the Power Up platform implemented in partnership with SANEDI is being expanded to every province. This digital ecosystem links young South Africans to training, apprenticeships, and work placements across the green economy value chain. It is a practical intervention that brings the energy transition into the lives of real people, especially in communities located near energy infrastructure investment. House Chair, transformation is not a rhetorical commitment. It is a structural imperative. We must ensure that the green economy does not replicate the patterns of exclusion that have characterized past industrial transitions. We are determined that women, youth, and workers from historically marginalized communities must be active participants and not just passive observers in this new energy economy. Honorable members, as the Department of Electricity and Energy finds its footing, we are laying the foundation for sound governance, institutional integrity, and delivery excellence. We are also sharpening oversight over public entities with SANEDI, NERSA, and the National Nuclear Regulator, each playing critical roles in planning, licensing, and safety assurance. As chair of the G20 in 2025, South Africa is placing Africa's energy agenda at the center of global discussions. Through the Energy Transition Working Group, we are advocating for just and equitable financing investments in grid and gas infrastructure and support for African-led clean energy manufacturing. House Chair, energy reform must also be a demographic reform. For too long, the energy sector has remained structurally exclusionary, both in ownership patterns and in access to opportunities. The department has therefore committed to a deliberate and measurable transformation agenda that prioritizes participation of women, youth, and historically marginalized communities. This is not a peripheral issue. It is about shifting the center of gravity of energy economy. If the transition excludes women and the youth, then it is neither just nor sustainable. The work of transforming the energy system must be inseparable from the work of transforming society itself. That is the measure of a people's transition, one that is inclusive not only in rhetoric, but in active participation, structural ownership, and tangible outcomes that change the lives, the lived reality of marginalized community for the better, overwhelmingly so. Chairperson, honorable members, this budget vote reflects not only a commitment to stabilize the present, but to transform the future. It affirms that energy is not just about infrastructure or megawatts, but about dignity, equity, and ability of our people to live full and productive life. This is therefore not just a budget vote about what might be. It is a statement of what must be done and what we will do together across all provinces and spheres of government. In the words of former President Thabo Mbeki, I quote, "We must ensure that the African Renaissance is not a dream deferred, but a reality constructed through conscious action and deliberate choice." I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Ramokgopa, for your inputs. I would now like to call upon the Chairperson of the Select Committee, the Honorable Modise. Honorable Modise, you have 15 minutes.
Chairperson, I stand on the protocol that has been established, and to the people of South Africa, Sanbonan. Chairperson, Minister Ramokgopa is known to have an appetite to engage literature. And therefore, I know he will hear and understand when I say a prisoner was sentenced to death by hanging. but the group of scientists wanted to test the limits of human belief and the power of the mind. They told him that instead of hanging, he will be killed by a venomous snake. To make it more convincing, they showed him a large, terrifying cobra. The prisoner, filled with fear, was then blindfolded. Unbeknown to him, the scientist used a sharp needle to prick his hand in the same spot where the fangs of the snake would have struck, simulating a snake bite. As they watched from a distance, the prisoner, believing that he was poisoned by the snake, began to feel the effects of venom coursing through his body. Despite there being no actual venom, the man's belief in the snake bite led to his rapid physical decline. Within minutes, the man collapsed and died. This phenomenon, though shocking, it is known to be placebo effect, where belief and expectation can bring about real physical outcomes. It illustrates just how powerful the mind can be. Chairperson, this report is going to be presented here in the House as it was adopted by the Select Committee. In response to the question on municipal debt, the department stated that although municipalities sign up for the debt relief program, the debt relief has not improved payments to Eskom, as many municipalities participating in the program have already defaulted. Upon investigation, it was concluded that the root cause of municipals struggling with making regular payments were never addressed, hence the problem will keep recurring. To recover nearly 90 billion owed by municipalities, the department together with Eskom are looking at more permanent systems where Eskom will completely take over debt and electricity revenue collections for a long-term stability. The other major issue in municipal distribution infrastructure, which requires priority focus as infrastructure needs to be maintained, and therefore the vandalism and theft to be prevented. Some foreign countries are also assisting in debt relief, but persistent debt to Eskom is impeding its unbundling. Municipalities are also require assistance with network mapping, as many municipalities are not familiar with the full context of its grid. To stabilize municipalities properly, additional technical skills to drive maintenance of distribution infrastructure, loss and prevent is required. In response to green hydrogen questions, the Deputy Minister explained that the volatility of the product is a challenge, explaining that it's not easy to transport and store. The department will focus on value-added production moving forward. This will be achieved through a focus on green ammonia and green steel, which is more user-friendly. The department is also looking at sustainable aviation fuel and similar type of commodities that could be produced and supplied to other countries. The DM elaborated on matters of grid expansion and the procurement of renewable energy in the RRP 25 by highlighting that renewable energy expansion is curtailed by the lack of sustainable grid connection. Scaling up renewable energy use at the present is therefore a challenge, but the department has integrated transmission plan in place for the installation of 1,400 kilometers of transmission line per year for the next 10 years. The first phase of this will target the installation of 1,000 kilometers with an additional 200 kilometers installed by the NTSA. It is expected that the installation will be ramped up from this point forward, and it should be possible to achieve the desired grid expansion needed. In terms of the 2027-2028 finalization of renewable energy supply agreements, it was clarified that this date is for the finalization of agreements, but the process of contracting typically takes 24 to 36 months. With regards to nuclear and radioactive waste, the department explained that low and medium waste is stored at Valputs in the Northern Cape, whereas Nexa and Kuberg store their waste on site. The DM further stated that the department is in the process of putting together an application to build a new central storage facility where future low and medium nuclear and radioactive waste can be stored. She also stated that currently SA does not recycle nuclear waste but stores it. The department explained that before coal power station can be decommissioned and closed, an assessment pertaining to the surrounding community must also be conducted, as people's lives and jobs will be impacted. The department is currently looking at how best to balance the shutdown of the coal power station with the new opportunities and how people can be integrated. The process followed at Komati was too narrow and will be revised. She further stated that Eskom, with the use of technology, is also looking at ways to decongest the grid. Technology is also being used to renew old systems and to introduce smart metering of electricity use. Responding to questions on opportunities and challenges with allowing domestic solar users to feed electricity back to the grid, the department clarified that this is possible, but it requires the homeowner install a certified system with bi-directional metering in order to track use and supply accurately. The committee was informed that Kubek is operating optimally and that Generation Unit 1, which the Minister has already spoken to, was certified to operate for another 20 years. Eskom is in the process of applying for the same extension to Generation Unit 2. In terms of expanding the country's nuclear generating fleet, the department stated that it will be gathering data on options for small modular reactor types in order to determine what the best technology is. The country had been at the forefront of research on pebble-bed reactors, but the research unit was placed in recovery mode in 2010 after the cabinet had taken decision to terminate the research program. With regards to vacancies and the organogram of the department, the minister explained that when the department was formed in April of this year, no new budget was allocated other than the budget which was shared when the two departments split. The minister further stated that his department is now evaluating what resources and budget is available so that a strategic planning session can be arranged to finalize new organogram of the department. He further stated that up until the present day, as we speak, the department has an acting director general and no chief financial officer, and that he's in the discussion with DPSA to speed up the process in filling vacant posts. The following are the recommendations from the department. The committee being aware of the shortcomings of the planned shutdown of the Komati power plant and being mandated to oversee both the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, as well as Electricity and Energy, resolved to monitor just energy transition and all of its implications, including but not limited to the transition away from coal dependency at all generation power stations and the minimization of impact that this process will have on the community currently dependent on mining and use of coal. Programs of the Department of Energy and Electricity aimed at reskilling employees at coal power stations for employment opportunities in alternative energy facilities and related industries. Improvements in the air quality for communities residing close to coal power stations through interventions from the Department of Energy and Electricity and the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. The committee is greatly concerned by the impact of non-payment of electricity, fraud and corruption with the allocation of prepaid tokens, the neglect, vandalism and theft of transmission infrastructure, and poor metering and billing practices at municipal level on Eskom financial stability and unbundling. The committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces, through its relevant structures and in cooperation with provincial and local government spheres, prioritize the combating of crime, corruption and non-payment of services that is destabilizing not only electricity supply, but also the expansion of the transmission grid, procurement and connection of the new energy providers to the national grid, the modernization of the current coal power station fleet, and the establishment of the National Transmission Company. The community notes the financial requirements for the addition of at least 1,400 kilometers of transmission lines to the national energy grid per year, and the critical need to maintain this construction rate past 2030 in order to minimize the delays in connecting new renewable energy producers to the grid. Considering the potential loss of 16,000 megawatt generation capacity at this time due to stricter emission regulations, the committee urges all role players and decision makers involved with the expansion of the national energy grid to prioritize the process in order to avert generation capacity losses because of national energy grid restriction. I hope I'm presenting you well, Honorable Pina. The committee notes with enthusiasm the launch of SAREM and urge the department to incorporate the development, employment and entrepreneurship opportunities for the youth, women and people who are differently abled as a central theme in this important industrialization plan. The committee further resolved through the relevant NCOP, provincial and local government structures to support these proposals. Lastly, the committee notes the fact that the Department of Electricity and Energy was only officially established at the beginning of the current financial year, but expresses concern at the high number of temporary filled senior positions. In closing, honorable members, remember that your tone can betray your intentions. You might have a good point, but if it's delivered with condescension or contempt, it will never land right or correct. For that, Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. I'm sure you represented your committee well. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Pina from the Democratic Alliance. You have 8 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, my fellow members of Parliament, the NCOP, most importantly, my fellow South Africans, good day, goeiedag, tsovela. A few weeks ago, I came across a quote from an English philosopher called John Locke. However, I seldom refer to quotes, but I've occasionally drawn inspiration from leaders such as Margaret Thatcher during moments of self-reflection. However, we have now entered the budget season, and during this time, John Locke will be the vessel that guides me through these budget debates. John Locke believed, and so do I, that individuals are naturally endowed with life, liberty, and property. Priorities we should all be fighting for. In this budget vote debate, the Department of Energy and Electricity will be judged by the second pillar, which is liberty, perhaps the most important. And for those unfamiliar, liberty means freedom, freedom of choice. That is precisely what this budget must fight for. The freedom of South Africans to choose where they get their electricity supply from, free from the grip of an outdated monopoly. At the heart of this fight lies independent power producers. If we truly want to reduce cost, stimulate competition, and ensure energy security, Eskom's monopoly must be dismantled through the creation of a competitive energy marketplace. But instead of cutting red tape to make it easier for IPPs to connect to the grid, government seems intent to creating more roadblocks. Just last week, a Vice Admiral from the Department of Defence Logistics Division issued a letter placing moratorium on all no objection letters that are essential for IPPs to proceed. Minister, no timelines, no guidelines, just one unelected official bringing millions and billions of investment and thousands of job opportunities to a complete halt. Chairperson, this is the red tape we must cut if the minister is serious about the commitments as laid out in his annual performance plan and budget proposal. If the minister wants to succeed in the years ahead, and believe me, I genuinely want him to succeed for the sake of our people, he must ensure that government recovers what it is owed. But let's be clear about priorities. Before pursuing struggling residents for hundreds of rands, we must pursue failing municipalities for billions. Take the city of Johannesburg, which currently owes 3.2 billion to Eskom, money that could build critical grid infrastructure. And I am sure the minister would love to add that to his cash flow. While repayment agreements have been signed, municipalities frequently miss deadlines and default on their commitments. Chairperson, it is time for national government to stop enabling the cycle of failure. We must cut the umbilical cord. Sink or swim, taxpayers cannot and should not carry the burden of failed state entities forever. Then there is the conflicted relationship between Eskom and NERSA. As it stands, the referee and the player are one and the same. At every turn, Eskom intimidates NERSA and NERSA capitulates. Regulatory bodies must be independent, free and fair. they should support all energy producers, including IPPs. Yet, time and time again, we see NERSA acting as Eskom's protector. But Chairperson, there is some light in the darkness of the tunnel. The department's work on independent transmission projects. This initiative, if done right, could be the saving grace of our energy grid future. A request for quotation, RFQ, has already gone out for 1,164 kilometers of new transmission lines. Minister, I urge you, apply the hard lessons we've learned from IPPs, set up the ITP to succeed. Let business be business and government be government. And often, and more often than not, the free market knows best. Chairperson, we have a strong team in the Energy and Electricity Department, including a very active Deputy Minister. So, hope remains. But it will take political will and decisive leadership from the Minister to turn this plan on the road to success and restore power, not just to the grid, but to the people of South Africa by way of choice. Chairperson, in closing, life, liberty, property. I thank you. Kia leboha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pina. We now move on to the next person to present on this debate, and that is the Honorable MEC from the Western Cape, the Honorable N. Peters. Honorable Peters on the virtual platform. Sorry, the Eastern Cape. MEC from the Eastern Cape, Honorable Peters, you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. I don't know whether you are able to see me, but my video is
Honorable Peters,
on.
no, we cannot see you. Can you please adjust your gadget so that we can see you clearly?
Can you see me now?
No.
Because my camera
I don't know
is
whether you're trying to show us that the light is not on, but
the camera is on, but I do not know why.
No, but we can see your
unable
ceiling and your hand.
Yes, that's what I'm trying
All right.
to check what is going on with my
Honorable
budget.
Peters, we'll
Can
come
I
back
please
to you.
speak
We'll come back to you. The IT division will assist you. We'll now move on to the next speaker, and that is Honorable Vandenberg, who has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Chairman, Minister, honorable members and citizens of South Africa. As we debate the Department of Electricity and Energy's budget, we will focus on fairness, efficiency, and accountability. First, let me applaud the leadership of the new department for their push towards transparency. It's a promising start, but we need more, like real-time cost reporting and full adoption of digital tech to boost productivity. Ons wil weet hoeveel daai duur Eskom besems en gloeilampe kos, wanneer dit aangekoop word, sodat ons vroegtydig die geldkrane kan toedraai as dit nodig is. South Africa deserves an electricity supplier that operates with precision and openness. No other entity has been as deep in the dark clutches of liberation and transformation ideology as Eskom. But they are slowly crawling out of this deep hold, just like the Russians had to do after the demise of the Soviet Union and the end of centralization and communism. Die Vryheidsfront glo in die afwenteling van gesag tot op die laagste moontlike vlak en verseker nie in sentralisasie nie. On the budget, possible load reduction still haunts our economy, costing billions to burn diesel on emergency generators. We need more baseload energy. The proposed allocation for renewables and the Just Energy Transfer project is ambitious, but progress will be slow. We need cleaner timelines and more transmission and distribution lines to hit these green energy targets. We are encouraged with the idea of burning green hydrogen along with coal to achieve a cleaner burn and therefore less pollution at coal-fired power stations. Green hydrogen stored in the form of safe ammonium produced from splitting water with solar energy from the sunny Northern Cape. Now that's a good idea and we look forward to it. Also, what about local governments? Just under 100 billion rand in unpaid electricity bills is crippling Eskom. We call for strict consequence management and legal processes to hold municipal management accountable, or take over the debt and distribution, as the paying energy users should not be held back by the ones that does not pay. Now, on black economic empowerment tenders, the Freedom Front Plus demands clarity how much has been spent over the past decades on BEE prioritized contracts. What premiums were paid to secure these deals? Every BEE contract is allowed an additional 25% markup. Can the department quantify the impact? How many politically connected elites became super rich while their own people were left behind? We insist on merit-based procurement to ensure value for every rand spent, transparency. Here, it is not negotiable. Investing in skills by training electricians and solar installers could transform communities, but we need to produce our own solar panels. Then we'll be able to truly harvest solar energy. Slegs as jy die emmers kan maak, kan jy meer en meer water skep. Dieselfde beginsel geld met sonkrag en sonpanele. Also, if we are to truly control our energy future and increase the base load, something that solar cannot do, we should look at safe, small-scale, pebble-bed nuclear generation at the sites of the older coal stations, as the distribution and transmission infrastructure is already there. Maybe then we can power a future where energy is reliable, affordable, and fair for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable van den Berg. We now move on to the next Honourable Member, and that's the Honourable Mokoena. You have 9 minutes.
Pause, my friend. You know I need you. I'll be kind today, don't worry. Honourable Chairperson, members of the House, and most importantly, to the people of South Africa, welcome to another episode of the GNU, a government of no urgency, starring, of course, the very department that was created to solve our electricity problems, yet seems more concerned with reports, restructures, ribbon-cutting ceremonies that actually keep the lights on, than actually to keep our lights on. If ever there was an Olympic sport for delay and denial, this GNU will bring home gold every single time. Having read and analyzed this APP over, sorry, Chair, I'm being disturbed by the table.
No, continue. You're not being disturbed. Continue.
Thank you. Having read and analyzed the APP over and over again, with the hope of finding the light at the end of the tunnel, I'm afraid the tunnel is getting even longer and even darker. And let me say this, if electricity could be generated by PowerPoint slides, strategic jargon, and colorful indicators, South Africa will be exporting power to Europe by now. But sadly, while this department dazzles on paper, our people remain in the dark, literally and figuratively. What we are dealing with is not a lack of ambition, but a complete failure of urgency, coordination, and real-world impact. Now, let's be clear, the APP is framed around high-sounding goals, such as universal access, energy sovereignty, and market liberalization. But the substance behind these phrases is very hollow. Take, for example, the target to produce 30 gigawatts of new electricity capacity by 2030. Sounds very impressive until you recall that in 2010, the same government department made a similar commitment under the IRP 2010. 15 years later, we are still below the halfway mark. But there's the plan to reduce the turnaround time for IPP's approval from 24 months to under 6 months. That's not just overdue, Minister. It's a reminder of how much red tape this government has created and failed to cut. Add to that the admission that the department still has a fragmented internal control environment with basic audit readiness emerging. And you realize that this department writing visions before it has its own feet on the ground. Let's be honest, this department wasn't born out of planning. It was born out of panic. A hasty merger of broken pieces from DMRE and DPE dressed up as the new dawn. But what do South Africans have to get? A new dawn of failures. We were promised coordination. Instead, we got confusion. We were told about energy security. Instead, we got press briefings. And the minister, though very fluent in his jargon, seems stuck in a world of dreams where load shedding is solved by simply positioning South Africa as a global energy leader. Minister, we don't need global leadership, we need lights. Program 3, Energy Projects and Programs, gets over 4.7 billion. Still, thousands of households will be electrified using non-grid technology. That's a fancy way of saying solar torches in 2025. Program 4 with nuclear energy takes 1.5 billion. And if you ask the average South African what they are getting for that, they'll tell you nothing but hot air, and not even the useful kind. Program 5, state-owned company support services, gets 43 million just to monitor and coordinate the mess that is Eskom. And that's not leadership, it's glorified admin. It's not an investment into transformation, Minister. It's a well-funded cycle of underperformance. And I approach this debate not with sentiment, but with a sense of duty, grounded in both technical reading as well of the APP as well of the budget, and lived experiences of the average South African. When one engages this document, one is immediately struck by the disconnect between high-level aspirations and the grounded reality of ordinary South Africans. It is intellectually dishonest to speak of universal access while a grade 7 learner in Lusikisiki still studies by candlelight. It is poor governance, not poor infrastructure, that keeps our rural clinics still in the dark. The gap between planning and delivery is not just admin, it is moral. It reflects a government that governs on paper, but not in practice. The APP, to me and to the South Africa, is just a PR campaign. Universal access, green hydrogen, 200,000 jobs, inclusive growth, just transition. I've read birthday cards with more sincerity than that, Minister. They boast of 33,000 megawatts of renewable energy by 2030. The question is, who will benefit? Because our people certainly aren't seeing the grind expanding. What we need is connection and not projection. And as for innovation, well, if recycling all promises were an energy source, we'd have solved load shedding years ago. Instead of integrated resource plans, we need integrated delivery. The department prides itself on paying invoices within 30 days, Minister. That is not progress. It's a legal obligation. It sets targets of oversight committees, publishing reports, and revising frameworks. With all due respect, Minister, South Africans don't care about your internal memos. They want power in their homes. Imagine a doctor celebrating that they checked patients' pulses a day. That is what this department is trying to do with performance targets. Now let's talk about Eskom, the dark cloud hanging over every single citizen. The APP speaks about defending and expanding Eskom's generation share. We are now defending this dysfunction that is Eskom. Eskom has swallowed more than 230 billion in bailouts. Yet we are still in stage 4 load shedding, as if it's normal, it's a normal part of life. Eskom doesn't need another bailout, it needs a reality check. The real question is, when will Eskom be accountable to the people who fund it? Or is it a plan just to keep fueling disaster with more taxpayer money while ministers host energy roundtables in 5-star venues? The APP claims it will transform the sector with 200,000 jobs through the just energy transition. It's great, but where are those jobs now? Right now, less than 35% of the department's workforce are women, and only a handful are youth. These are the same people speaking about empowerment, yet the only thing being empowered is bureaucracy. We need factories making solar panels in townships. We need training centers in rural areas. We need energy projects run by young Black engineers, not international consultants with expensive briefcases. Let me tell you what Umkhonto weSizwe will do differently. We will decentralize electricity generation so municipalities and co-ops can generate their own power and free themselves from this ESCOM grip. We will create community-owned renewable energy zones where profits benefit the people, not politicians. We will train new generation of artisans, engineers, and technicians to lead the country into a future where no child ever again studies by candlelight. We are not obsessed with appearing to be capable states. We are focused on becoming one. And to the people of South Africa, what we are facing is not merely a crisis of energy, but a crisis of execution. And while others are still drafting vision statements and assembling steering committees, we are already thinking in systems, designing for resilience, and aligning delivery with real life and real reality. A reliable, modern, and inclusive energy future is not a utopian dream. It is an engineering, economic, and ethical imperative. It's not just about megawatts, it's about the ability of the state to deliver with dignity. And when we get it right, which we will, it won't be by accident or by applause. It will be a result of intelligent, principled, and determined leadership. That's not political, that's just what good governance looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokoena. We now move on to the next honorable member to participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable MEC from Mpumalanga, Honorable Masilela. You have 10 minutes on the virtual platform.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, esteemed members of the NCOP, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani. Chairperson, thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to participate in this very important debate, which seeks to deliberate and consolidate plans on how to ensure continued reliability and security of electricity supply, potentially through investments in renewable energy projects and grid infrastructure. However, before I deal with the business of the day, allow me to take this opportunity to join millions of South Africans in paying tribute to the late former Deputy President of South Africa, Mr. David Tabete Mabuza. Honorable members, we are meeting here at a time when our province, Mpumalanga, and the country at large is engulfed by a dark cloud. Following the untimely death of the former Premier of Mpumalanga, Mr. Mabuza, affectionately known as the Cat. Mr. Mabuza is the former chairperson of the African National Congress in Mpumalanga, and he later became the Deputy President of the ANC. Mabuza will be remembered for his fearless and tireless commitment to the cause of liberation, dedicating the greater part of his life to the achievement of peace, democracy, and justice in South Africa. We dip our revolutionary banner in honor of this patriot. Coming back to the business of the day, it is common cause that a reliable energy supply is the cornerstone for any country to develop economically. In this regard, I am extremely excited to be part of this debate because it talks to the main ingredient for economic growth and job creation. Without a doubt, you will agree with me when I say electricity is essential to propel small enterprises to reach greater heights. Government has placed MSMEs at the center of its economic transformation agenda. This assertion is expressed sharply in the Mpumalanga Economic Growth and Development Path, our economic blueprint that is guiding the province on issues of economic growth and development, including job creation. During the days of the severe load shedding, many businesses, particularly small enterprises, were forced to close their businesses, which led to massive job losses. Load shedding undermined investor confidence and hampered economic growth. During those dark days, part among other things, load shedding presented the country with severe economic impact. In relation to productivity, regrettably, businesses decreased productivity due to power interruptions. Rolling blackouts and unplanned electricity outages impacted on various labor-intensive sectors such as retail, mining, and agriculture. Now the establishment of the Ministry of Electricity and Energy by the President amid serious opposition is starting to bear fruit. Honorable members will agree with me when I said that since the creation of the Ministry, energy security has improved exponentially. As a result, public confidence on the supply of electricity has skyrocketed. We should therefore, as a collective, applaud both the President of the Republic and the Minister of Electricity and Energy for the visionary leadership they displayed in dealing with this energy crisis in the country. The ministry, under the leadership of Minister Dr. Hosien Soramokgopa, has been able to decisively deal with the issue of load shedding in South Africa. Given where we come from as a country, it will be disingenuous of us to fail to acknowledge the good work by the ministry in its pursuit to uproot load shedding. Chairperson, Mpumalanga is at the forefront of South Africa's just transition historically, depend on coal. We now face the opportunity to transform economic challenges into sustainable development opportunities, creating space for small enterprises to innovate, grow, and support environmental sustainability. Accordingly, we have facilitated the establishment of the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency to drive our developmental agenda on the green economy space. In relation to opportunities for small enterprises and cooperatives in the green and renewable energy space, the province offers accessible opportunities to MSMEs in infrastructure development, notably through initiatives like the Nkomazi Special Economic Zones, the Mpumalanga Fresh Produce Market, and the technology parks in all the regions, as well as utility-scale projects by private developers. Our province has proactively explored green economy opportunities through cluster development model, engaging government, business, and academia to drive sustainable growth. Our province is deeply rooted in South Africa's energy legacy. Mpumalanga is home to approximately 80% of the country's coal reserves and hosts 11 of Eskom's 15 coal-fired power stations, making it the historical heartland of coal-based energy production. This endowment has powered the nation for decades, but it has also shaped our economy, labor patterns, and communities in profound ways. As we transition, we must not only address the socio-economic implications of this shift, but we must also embrace innovation as the engine of our renewal. It is through innovative thinking, technologies, and solutions that will repurpose our legacy infrastructure and unlock new green pathways for inclusive growth. In this regard, we have introduced a competition called the Mpumalanga Green Innovation Challenge in order to contribute towards the unlocking of new innovative green pathways in the province. For all stakeholders to contribute to reducing unemployment, poverty, and inequality, we'll apply pressure on our agencies, clusters, and partners to ensure these opportunities manifest in Mpumalanga. Government has positioned the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency to play a pivotal role in this journey, serving as the Secretariat for the Just Transition and Climate Change Committee in our province. Through initiatives such as Mpumalanga Green Innovation Challenge, we continue to solidify our influence in shaping South Africa's green economy, ensuring that this transition is truly just, leaving no one behind. Together, we can build a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable green economy in Mpumalanga. Let us leverage this innovation competition to shape prosperous future benefiting businesses, communities, and our environment. Economic transformation remains close to the heart of the ruling party in this province. We hold the view that MSME's development remains the appropriate vehicle to drive the economic transformation agenda. The participation of the previously disadvantaged people in the mainstream of the economy cannot be postponed anymore. Accordingly, in our quest to strengthen support to small enterprises and cooperatives, we rely on uninterrupted electricity supply. Therefore, we have a responsibility to ensure that we provide reliable electricity to our small enterprises and communities at large. As I conclude my debate, we extend our appreciation to the Minister of Electricity and Energy and his team for the milestone they continue to register of ensuring consecutive days without load shedding. We are confident that the days of load shedding are behind us and the lights will be kept on. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We'll now go back to the Honorable Peters, and I've been informed by the Chief Whip that the Honorable Peters is still having a problem with the gadget, and so she is allowed to continue with the debate with the camera off. So I now call upon the Honorable Peters for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister, Minister Ramokgopa, the Honorable members of the NCOP, MECs that are present, and senior officials, distinguished guests, Maninan Menenekas. Good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Eastern Cape Provincial Government acknowledges and welcomes the report on the strategic plan of the department and the annual performance plan of the Department of Electricity and Energy and its associated entities. A secure, sustainable, and low-carbon energy supply is a critical enabler of inclusive social and economic development. Furthermore, the advancement of the energy sector presents significant value chain opportunities with the potential to drive industrialization, stimulate investment, and create long-term employment. Thus, the province has identified the support of sustainable energy initiatives as a key performance indicator in this financial year. As the province, we are steadily positioning ourselves as a strategic energy hub, actively unblocking and facilitating the development of key energy projects. These efforts reaffirm the province's increasingly prominent role within South Africa's evolving national energy landscape. As the government of the Eastern Cape, we drive sustainable energy sector development through strategic initiative partnership, a policy framework, and the key initiatives like the strategic energy infrastructure support and coordination. As the Eastern Cape will boast a robust pipeline of utility-scale energy generation projects, many of which have already advanced through critical development milestones, including environmental impact assessments, permitting processes, technical design, and feasibility studies, positioning them as bankable and ready for construction. Regrettably, beyond the projects that have already achieved financial close, along with an additional 790 megawatts enabled through curtailment and a limited number of other exceptions, there is currently no remaining transmission grid capacity in the Eastern Cape to accommodate over 10,000 megawatts of energy projects, either developed or underdeveloped. It is noted that the Minister of Finance in his budget speech on the 21st of May stated that energy sector will invest 219.2 billion on strengthening the electricity supply network from generation to transmission and distribution. Also, Minister Ramokgopa in the SONA debate as well and in his budget speech highlighted the need to design instruments that ensure there's accelerated private sector investment. It is acknowledged that in order to modernize and grow the transmission by over 14,000 kilometers in the next 10 years, DEE needs an investment of about 450 billion. Eastern Cape Province would like to call on the Minister of Electricity and Energy through the NTCSA to prioritize and accelerate the development of the two 765 kV Gama to Grasridge power lines by 2030 through allocation of sufficient budget for the complete length of 710 kilometers of lines. Currently, the transmission development plan reflects that this will be completed by 2032. However, this would severely constrain the province's ability to enable several IPP connections, 3 gigawatt of gas at Kucha SEZ, the true green hydrogen projects in the Kucha Special Economic Zone and East London Industrial Development Zone, and possibly nuclear in future. Honorable Chairperson, the Eastern Cape Province remain firmly committed to advancing the expansion and reliable and equitable access to electricity. In this context, we note the 5 budget programs outlined to drive the intended outcomes of the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan, with particular emphasis on Program 3, energy programs and projects, which accounts for 71.3% of the budget of the electricity and energy, reflecting a strong alignment between strategic intent and resource prioritization. As a predominantly rural province, the target to continue with transfers to provinces and municipalities, as well as increased transfers to ESCOM for the indirect component by an average annual rate of 4.4% from 2.2 billion in 2024-25 to 2.5 billion in 27-28 through the Integrated National Electrification Program is well received. Honorable members, the Eastern Cape Province continues to provide strategic oversight and infrastructure support to utility-scale sustainable energy projects currently under construction, that is Wolf Wind Farm and Cold Scope Wind Energy projects. Upon completion, these developments will contribute an additional 224 megawatts of generation capacity to the provincial grid, augmenting the 1,578 megawatts already delivered by operational renewable independent power producers within the province. This positions the Eastern Cape as a critical contributor to South Africa's renewable energy agenda, accounting for approximately 28% of the total renewable energy procured nationally, a testament to the province's leadership in driving a sustainable, low-carbon energy future. Power producers, mini-grid and other sustainable energy initiatives support. In order to support the sustainable development of energy infrastructure, the province is currently undertaking work to seek a balanced approach to meeting the socio-economic development needs and environmental conservation objectives by upholding sustainable development principles. Coming to the green hydrogen support, as the province were actively advancing 2 catalytic green hydrogen initiatives, namely the Kucha Green Ammonia Project located within Kucha SEZ and the Green Hydrogen Production Project at the East London IDZ. Both projects have been officially designed as strategic integrated projects by the national government, underscoring their critical importance to South Africa's energy transition and industrial policy objectives. The provincial government is committed to creating an enabling environment that accelerates the successful implementation of strategic investments within our special economic zones. This involves strengthening institutional capacity, enhancing infrastructure readiness, and streamlining regulatory frameworks to facilitate a seamless transition of commercial projects from planning through to construction and ultimately to full-scale operations. This approach reflects our recognition that efficient execution and investor confidence are underpinned by responsive governance and coordinated support, ensuring that SEZ-led projects become powerful catalysts for economic growth, industrialization, and long-term competitiveness. The Eastern Cape has previously benefited from strategic support provided by the South African National Energy Development Institute. Notably, Nelson Mandela University received assistance to lead the development of the Eastern Cape Green Hydrogen Strategy, which has now entered the provincial consultation and stakeholder engagement phase. In this context, the proposal to increase funding for SANEDI is fully supported, as the Eastern Cape anticipates continued collaboration, particularly in the establishment of a regional green hydrogen coordination unit, which will serve as a central platform to drive policy alignment, project facilitation, and stakeholder integration in support of the province's green hydrogen ambitions. In closing, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and Honorable Members, the Eastern Cape's multifaceted approach in supporting renewable energy infrastructure development, green hydrogen development, capacity development, and policy alignment positions the province as a leader in South Africa's just energy transition. By leveraging its natural advantages and fostering partnerships, the department is working to ensure sustainable economic growth, job creation, and environmental resilience. Honorable Deputy Chair, as I echo the sentiments of John Baldacci, open quotes, energy consumption matters both to our environment and our economy, close quote. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peters. We now move on to the next honorable member to participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable Brandt from the Western Cape. Honorable Brandt, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy House Chair. Afternoon, Minister. Today's budget debate provides us with an opportunity to take stock of where this government currently stands in terms of energy and electricity provision and the role it plays in job creation, economic growth, and climate resilience. For many years, South Africa has been hamstrung by an unreliable, centralized energy system that's failed to meet demand and has undermined livelihoods and investment opportunities. Instead of increasing electricity production in line with the massive population growth and demand, Eskom now produces less electricity than it did at the dawn of our democracy 30 years ago. It's easy to forget that as recently as the beginning of last year, load shedding was still a daily reality for all of us, robbing businesses of income, making our communities more unsafe, and destroying the hopes and dreams of millions of South Africans. And we must not fool ourselves into believing that this cannot happen again. If we wish to avoid future load shedding, we'll need to drastically decentralize electricity generation and create an open, enabling environment for investment in renewables, in particular solar PV. The DA, through our governments in the Western Cape, is already actively working to build this future in partnership with both the public and the private sectors. The Western Cape government, under the leadership of our Premier Alan Winde, is obsessed with jobs, and our award-winning Growth for Jobs strategy is central to everything that we do. This is why the Western Cape is creating more job opportunities than any other province. But without reliable electricity, job creation becomes a lot more difficult. So if we want to keep creating jobs, we have to make sure that energy is affordable, clean, and dependable. If we get this right, we'll create the conditions for serious economic growth. Critically, we must roll out more and more renewable energy projects across the length and breadth of the country. Every step of the renewable energy value chain, from panel manufacturing to installation to maintenance and monitoring, creates direct and indirect employment opportunities. Sadly, despite some murmurings to the contrary, national government continues to choke progress with unnecessary bureaucracy, outdated regulations, and a monopoly mindset that treats Eskom as the only player in the room. This has to change. Across South Africa, thousands of businesses and municipalities want to produce their own energy. They want to build rooftop solar projects. They want to enter into power purchase agreements, and they want to wheel electricity across grids to where it's needed. But instead of enabling this revolution, national government is far too often burying these businesses and municipalities in red tape. This is evident in the complex and unclear wheeling frameworks, delays in approving grid access, cumbersome registration processes, uncoordinated regulations between Eskom and municipalities, and an overall lack of urgency from national departments. If this government wants to unlock the true potential of renewables in South Africa, they must commit to slashing this red tape, harmonizing regulations, and creating a single, clear, investor-friendly framework for energy generation and wheeling. Deputy House Chair, despite the dysfunction at a national level, there is one province that is forging ahead with a smart, future-focused energy policy. In the Western Cape, we're not waiting for Eskom or national government. We simply don't have time. So we already have begun building energy resilience from the ground up. We've identified and supported 15 high-performing municipalities in the province to begin the procurement of renewable energy, to implement wheeling frameworks, and to help them develop their own municipal energy trading platforms. Municipalities like Stellenbosch, Drakensberg, Mossel Bay, Overstrand, George, and Saldanha Bay are already implementing energy trading solutions and solar projects, creating clean energy and economic opportunities for their communities. Through the Western Cape's Energy Resilience Programme, we've assisted municipalities to map out renewable energy generation potential, unlock rooftop solar opportunities, support embedded generation projects, and prepare for municipal energy procurement from independent power producers. By choosing not to sit on our hands and to instead take action, the Western Cape is now the leading province in terms of municipal level solar PV capacity. The staggering statistic is that while the Western Cape accounts for just over 11% of South Africa's population, it is responsible for over 70% of all registered rooftop solar PV installations in the country. This proves what is possible with capable governance and political will. We're also pioneering municipal wheeling frameworks, which allow private power producers to sell energy through the grid to customers in other areas. Wheeling means that a farm in Clan William can power a factory in Cape Town, and in the process create jobs for both regions. A solar producer in a far-flung town like Beaufort West can empower their local workforce and supply energy across the province. Municipalities like Cape Town, Stellenbosch and George already have active wheeling pilot programs underway, which are attracting private sector investment and cutting dependence on Eskom. Under the leadership of DA Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis, the city of Cape Town is firmly on track to become South Africa's first load-shedding proof city. They will achieve this by investing in large-scale solar PV plants, including a 60-megawatt project at Atlantis, battery storage systems, residential and business solar incentives, and their own groundbreaking wheeling platform that opens the grid to private energy sellers. All of this means more stable power, more investor confidence, and crucially, more jobs for the people of Cape Town and the Western Cape. Our province has shown what is possible when there's capable, ethical, and delivery-focused government at the helm. But for South Africa to truly benefit, we have to scale this up nationally. And I'm glad to hear from the Minister in his speech that they're exploring blended finance options, as we are already spearheading that in the Western Cape, and that is a positive move forward. South Africa has some of the best solar potential on earth, along with powerful wind resources. Our people are innovative and hardworking, and the only thing holding us back is mediocre governance and outdated thinking. So it's now high time that we show the door to the corrupt cadres that have infiltrated our public sector and replace them with dynamic leaders and officials who have the best interests of the country at heart, not simply their own egos and bank balances. We know that corruption and maladministration have long been at the heart of Eskom's woes, but we're yet to see any real action being taken against those responsible. Between 2012 and 2019, Eskom lost an estimated 178 billion rand to state capture, mismanagement, and corruption, yet not a single senior political figure has been successfully prosecuted for their role in this collapse. The damage that's been done to our economy is a scandal of epic proportions, and it calls for drastic and ongoing consequence management. You can see the ANC thinks this is very funny. The Minister must provide this House with answers as to how he plans to take action. We must continue to push for a future where every community can generate power, every home has access to light, and every young South African has a shot at a job because the energy is there to build something new. The DA will continue to fight for that future where we are in government, and where we're not, we will hold those in power to account. So our message to the Minister and his team is clear. Show us that you're serious. Take action against those who are holding us back. Implement real and effective consequence management and stop insulating political insiders from accountability. Furthermore, show us that you truly support renewable energy. Drastically increase investment in solar and wind, and help us cut the unnecessary red tape so that we can continue to create more jobs and build a secure and resilient energy future, not only for the Western Cape, but for South Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Brandt. The next Honourable Member is the Honourable Farmer, who has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, it would be interesting if an audit is done from where the Western Cape buys all its power. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, South Africans watching, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour, the God without whom we won't succeed. I stand today on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to express our support for Budget Vote 10, electricity and energy. As the Patriotic Alliance, we are committed not just to participate in governance of our country, but to reshape it with courage, urgency, and unwavering accountability. Chairperson, electricity is not a privilege. It is a pillar of development, a human right, and the oxygen of any growing economy. Without it, businesses stall, clinics darken, and children go to bed hungry and cold. We've seen what happens when a nation is left in the dark. For far too long, South Africans have been held hostage by rolling blackouts, aging infrastructure, and policy indecision. The era must end, and this budget vote must mark that turning point. Let us be honest. Trust in our energy sector has been deeply damaged. But with bold leadership and a unified mandate, we now have an opportunity to rebuild, not just to restore the grid, but to reimagine it entirely. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance fully supports this budget because it signals a shift. A shift from excuses to execution, from state monopolies to balanced partnerships, from outdated coal stations to a diverse energy mix that includes gas, nuclear, solar, wind, and hydro. But we must ensure that this energy transition is just, inclusive, and localized. Will communities near renewable projects benefit directly? Will informal settlements finally receive safe, legal electricity? Will the youth in Hanover Park, Thembalethu, and Botshabelo be trained for the green economy? Or left behind once again? We must not just generate power, we must empower people. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance proposes the following focus area for urgent implementation: energy equity, local manufacturing, community ownership, grid security and modernization, and please, cut the red tape. Honourable members, our communities are not asking for miracles. They are asking for consistency, clarity, and competence. This budget must deliver energy that powers homes, powers industries, and powers hope. The Patriotic Alliance supports this vote because we believe in getting the basics right. And nothing is more basic or more urgent than fixing the energy crisis. But let me be clear, we will support this budget with our eyes wide open. We will be watching every rand. We will demand delivery timelines and not photo ops. And we will not tolerate looting disguised as localization. We are in the GNU to be a voice of accountability, progress, and integrity. The lights must stay on. The promises must be kept. And the people must come first. Always. Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Peter of the Eastern Cape.
Mandikhahlele kuwe sihlalo walendlu. Ndikhahlele kumphathiswa okhoyo namhlanje.
Have a chance, please. Can we lower our voices?
Mandikhahlele kuwe speaker sihlalo walendlu namhlanje nomphathiswa olapha namhlanje. Nakubantu abakhoyo bonke abahloniphekile balendlu. Nam ndithi ngegama likamfeli wethu Yesu Kristu, amen. Silapha namhlanje sizokwabelana ngohlahlo lwabiwo mali lwezamandla nokhanyiso. Esona siseko singundoqo ukuphila Mphathiswa omhle, sonke siyazi ukuba umbane wawenzelwe igcuntswana lwabemi beli mandulo phaya. Nhlandlolo umveli Nqangi wayothula ijokhwe emagxeni ethu wasinika amadoda nabasetyhini abanikezela ngobomi babo yaba lityididi lwegazi abantsundu bexhonywa oku kweenkomo zixhonywa esilarheni amagorha namagorhakazi esimka engayolelanga imifula kwanemilambo igcwele ligazi namhlanje iintloko zabanye bethu kwaneenkosi kwabalelize ukuba sizifumane mawethu masazi ukuba eli lizwe silithengile konke oku babesibulawela isidima nokuphila ngokufanayo waba kanti umveli Nqangi umhla we-27 kwinyanga kaTshazimpunzi uxwalile yaza loo mini saba yimiqodi ukuya kuzikhulula emakhamandeleni ingxaki esaqaleka kuyo zange saya kuloo mifula kuloo milambo siyobulela abasinqamela ubomi babo sivele sangqamela kwimicelimngeni engqamene nezwekazi jikelele zase sabakhohlwa abantakwethu abatyikityelwa thina abanye basezingqolerha nanamhlanje Mphathiswa yaba kanti kwasiphathela eli shwangusha sijamelene nalo namhlanje kuba konke okusesandleni sethu phantse kuphuncuka sikuphethe konke esikwambetheyo kuphuncuka sikwambethe Mphathiswa omhle kwathi kanti kwalapha kuthi kukho abazimele ngebala lobumnyama kanti baqabe umsizi phezu kwesikhumba sobumnyama ngaphakathi kugcwele ubumhlophe yiyo nto sisaduvuza kweli daka lobumnyama nanamhlanje badudula konke okwenziwe sisininzi nani nibakhusela Mphathiswa ningava nasepha sinixelela ukuba konakele Mphathiswa omhle i-UDM iwuqhubela izandla umsebenzi wakho ilubanelequva osebenza phantsi kwalo ngoku Mphathiswa ujikela ngabantakwenu ngoku ke Mphathiswa musani ukuntsantsathi thambo ngentsini nhlanhlantsana amathambo ngamazinyo i-UDM ke Mphathiswa iqhubela izandla isithi kuwe qina ume ngoba sekonakele Mphathiswa i-UDM inenkxalabo ngoba zonke iziseko zikarhulumente ziphuncuke nijongile nikhusela abantakwenu namhlanje uzoba lidini labo Mphathiswa sizoxova phezu kwentloko yakho ngabantakwenu bubakhusela izolo namhlanje konakele Mphathiswa lifele letyala Mphathiswa ngoba sesilapha manibongoze nditsho ndithi akulahlwa mbeleko ngakufelwa masikhuselaneni ngoba sekonakele iintloko zabantakwethu azisekho masambeni ke ngoko sibabuze uba sekutheni nasekunje yiyo loo nto sithi i-UDM ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo sihlalo iyayisapota le budget inkosi
Honorable Peter, thanks for speaking the mother tongue today. And you spoke to our people. It's highly appreciative. And then, honorable delegates, there's tea outside there. You know our protocol. We don't have a break. You just go out as an individual. You take your cup and drink and come back. And then it is out there and the refreshments because we have got a very, very long time inside this house today. Without further ado, the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Boshoff from Mpumalanga.
House Chair and all other protocol observed, we gather today to debate the budget of the very department that holds the power, quite literally, to turn South Africa around Electricity is not just a utility, it's an engine of our economy, the foundation of industrialization, and the lifeline of modern society. It should be noted that we have seen progress under you, Minister, particularly in comparison to your predecessor, Honourable Mantashe. Eskom's energy availability factor increased from 57% to 70.78 by May 2024, a level not seen since August 2021, indicating that there is progress, but unfortunately all is not rosy. As former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon once said, energy is the golden thread that connects economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability. Yet, despite holding this golden thread, the Department of Electricity and Energy continues to let it fray through mismanagement, ideological rigidity, and silence in the face of corruption. For the 25-26 financial year, Eskom has been allocated an estimated amount of 384.6 billion. Of this, over 249 billion is earmarked for generation, with a lion's share going into aging coal-fired power stations like Kendal. A further 95.6 billion goes to transmission and 39.3 billion to distribution. Let's speak frankly about Kendal, a facility that should be part of the solution, but has become a centerpiece of dysfunction with a capacity of 4,116 megawatts. Kendal, unfortunately, is plagued by operational failures, corruption, coal theft, environmental non-compliances, and sabotage. It is one of several stations exposed by former Eskom executives as being infiltrated by criminal syndicates, yet the APP and the strategic plan remain silent. There are no anti-corruption frameworks, no forensic audits, and no intervention. We are told this plan aligns with the NDP 2030 and the medium-term development plan, but both documents envision a capable ethical state. This government, Honourable Minister, must therefore work harder to achieve this. Yes, load shedding has paused, and that is welcome. But do not confuse this pause with progress. Many fundamentals remain broken. There's no measurable return on the billions being spent. No performance indicators, no procurement reform, just more of the same. Chairperson, the IRP 2023 is not credible. It is outdated, unbankable, and deeply ideological. It ignores global energy trends, locks us into costly technologies, and misses the opportunity to accelerate low-cost renewables and storage. The IRP should be an investment-grade blueprint, yet it reads like a political wish list. And investors know it. They are walking away because where there is no policy certainty, no cost modeling, and no timelines, there will definitely not be investment. Minister, I trust that you are busy with a complete rewrite of this. While there's an urgent need for the new IRP to be gazetted and regularly updated, it must be rooted in scientific and economic facts, not the misguided ideologies and propaganda of climate change, denialisms, and fossil fuel lobbyists. Chairperson, the same can be said of our approach to transmission. We talk about enabling a competitive electricity market, yet we fail to invest in the one thing that makes competition possible: grid access. No electricity reform will succeed without urgent investment in transmission infrastructure, and no market will thrive while the National Transmission Company continues to refer to itself as a subsidiary of Eskom Holdings. This language entrenches Eskom's dominance and undermines the National Transmission Company's independence before it has even begun. And while this department speaks confidently about green hydrogen, our future, the basics are still not in place. We do not have grid capacity nor transmission readiness, and we most certainly do not have the investor confidence required for a green industrial revolution. I see you writing. Good for you, Minister. Ambition without delivery is just noise. We propose a focus on an IRP based on real-time modeling and least cost scenarios, an energy department that cuts red tape, not multiplies it, a clear public-private framework for IRPs, and a budget that delivers outcomes, not slogans. We also need to address what this department continues to neglect: energy efficiency. There is no quicker win in this crisis than reducing demand through smart consumption. Where is the national retrofitting program for public buildings? Where are the incentives for efficient household appliances? Where's the support for industries to reduce their electricity intensity? Instead, we keep spending billions on failing coal plants while energy efficiency is treated as a footnote. That is fiscally irresponsible and policy incoherent. Chairperson, there is a better way. A path that accelerates the unbundling of Eskom, opens the grid to real competition, scales up energy efficiency, prioritizes demand-side management, and builds an energy mix based on cost, not ideology. It includes enforcing accountability, rebuilding investor confidence, and aligning this budget with tangible outcomes, not fancy targets. In 2019, President Ramaphosa announced that Eskom would be separated into 3 entities, namely generation, transmission, and distribution. This was intended to isolate costs to each entity and enable Eskom to raise funding more easily from the market. However, progress has been slow due to operational challenges and delays, which has hindered the country's potential benefits of accelerated improvements and competitive market conditions. Until this department stops protecting vested interests and starts putting South Africa's energy security ahead of politics, we will remain in this crisis. Let this be the year we say no more. They deserve power. South Africans deserve more. They deserve power that is reliable, affordable, and responsibly delivered. Let this department finally become what it is meant to be: the golden thread and the one that turns South Africa around. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. And the next speaker on the platform is going to be on the podium is going to be Honorable Stoda Ujobe. Over to you, Sisi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and good afternoon to Honorable Minister of Electricity and Energy, Re Ramokgopa, the honorable members on the platform, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In his address at the launch of the rural land-grid electrification by the joint venture between Shell, Solar and Eskom in Bipa in the OR Tambo District Municipality of the Eastern Cape province, the late President Nelson Mandela said, open quote, "Electricity is a basic need in our modern society. It brings light to the school child for studying, information to communities through radio and TV. Storekeepers can stop perishable food, and new opportunities are created for small businesses." Honorable Chair, as we celebrate Nelson Mandela's Month and honor his indelible contribution to our nation, we rise to affirm the commitment made by the ANC government to work tirelessly to ensure that all our people have access to electricity and energy. We say this because we are fully aware that electricity is the backbone of our economy. The electricity and the energy budget vote reaffirms this. It is a demonstration of the ANC commitment to ensure that all our people, irrespective of their geographic location and economic status, have access to reliable energy and electricity. It is a demonstration of our quest to move with utmost determination to remove all barriers that were used by the apartheid regime to keep the majority of our people in undeveloped, dehumanizing and atrocious living conditions of poverty and unemployment. This budget vote embodies our commitment to transforming our society and improving the lives of our people. It is a recognition that access to reliable electricity and energy is a critical part of the agenda to transform and change the lives of our people. Honorable Chair, South Africa has a significant electricity demand by African standard. The country's demand exceeds the combined demand of all its neighboring states. This has resulted in an economy that has become one of the most energy intensive on the continent of Africa. The country's peak electricity demand is 35,665 megawatts, with the government having an installed capacity of 48,521 megawatts and a supply capacity of 32,246 megawatts. Historically, South Africa generated approximately 90% of its electricity from coal-fired power plants. This has been reduced to approximately 80% recently, given the shift to green renewable energy, with around 6,000 megawatts being supplied to the grid. Honorable Chair, as the ANC, we have recognized that this significant electricity demand cannot be met through a single energy carrier, even though the bulk of the country's demand is met through coal. Due to the diversification of energy carrier and the global and local shift towards more green energy to reduce carbon emission, coal-fired plants now supply 80% of electricity to meet market demand. The country also generates a smaller volume of electricity from hydroelectric and nuclear, and more recently, through independent power producers generating power through renewable energy. Eskom, created under apartheid as a natural monopoly, supplies the base of load electricity demand in the country and will continue doing so for a long time to come. Honorable Chairperson, the tragic story of access to electricity in South Africa is that in 1994, over 64% of population had no access to grid electricity. It was for this reason that the ANC government undertook the ambitious task of expanding access to electricity and ensuring that every street in the country had access to grid electricity through the National Electrification Program, which aimed to accelerate and sustain access to electricity. We must give credit where it's due. Today, we say this with utmost humility that we have broken the barriers. The ANC government is working tirelessly with a profound determination to improve access to electricity, focusing on expanding the national grid, increasing renewable energy generation, and exploring innovative solutions such as mini-grids and wheeling. As the ANC, we have never said in 30 years all will be well, but we said the struggle continues. The Department of Electricity and Energy is at the forefront of driving our national efforts to modernize the country's transmission infrastructure and encourages private sector investment in renewable energy projects. As part of its outcome, the department seeks to achieve a coherent, aligned, and impactful national energy policy and planning framework. In this regard, the department is working tirelessly to ensure that finalization and implementation of the Integrated Energy Plan, the Integrated Resource Plan 2025, and the Gas Master Plan. These plans reflect the development of the gas industry in South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, this department is implementing decisive and bold changes across its electricity and energy sectors, seeking to strengthen infrastructure development and broader energy access. This department has also embarked on a new path to implement its newly enacted Electricity Regulation Act, which aims to create a more competitive power market in the country. The Electricity Regulation Act is designed to address the country's long-standing power supply challenges by restructuring the sector to enable independent power producers to play a large role in the country's electricity and energy industry. We welcome the implementation of the decisive policies such as a renewable energy master plan, which was approved in March 2025, with the primary aim to incentivizing investment across the renewable energy value chain, and the energy action plan aimed to mitigating power outage by securing energy supply. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Electricity and Energy is making a significant stride in scaling up its renewable energy sector. A key driver of this is the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Program, an initiative designed to increase generating capacity through a private sector investment in solar, onshore wind, and hydropower. The Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program has successfully channeled substantial private sector expertise and investment in the renewable industry, with 16 winners selected under the bid window 7 in December 2024. This window targeted 5 GW of the renewable energy capacity, with the winning projects featuring 1.76 gigawatts of solar capacity, representing a combined investment of 31.4 billion, as well as 615 megawatts of battery energy storage, which is combined investment of 12.8 billion. Honorable Chairperson, this department is on track to resolve the most critical constraint of economic growth by stabilizing our energy supply and giving all our people access to reliable energy. Indeed, we are removing all the obstacles of the past. We are truly unleashing the true potential of our country's economy. We are delivering on our commitment to bring substantial new power through private investment into the grid, which has put an end to the troubling and unbearable days of racial engineered access to electricity and energy that kept many of our communities in the dark. We are truly on the threshold of a new dawn, bringing changes, hope, and dignity to the neglected masses of our people. As the ANC, we support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stoddard. The next member on the podium is Honorable Kennedy from Limpopo.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, honorable members of this House, honorable members on the platform, good afternoon. This year of 2025 marks 12 years since the formation of Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF, the only weapon in the hands of our people, a thorn in the flesh of our colonizers, and the only voice of the oppressed and marginalized. It has been 12 years of unbroken struggle alongside our people who are losing homes, losing jobs, losing businesses because of the consequences of load shedding. As we celebrate the 12-year anniversary of the People's Movement, we invite people from across the four corners of South Africa to come and celebrate with us at Khalicha Rugby Stadium on the 26th of July, 2025. With that being said, Chairperson, the EFF strongly opposes the Electricity
and Energy Budget, Vote 10 for 2025-2026 financial year. We specifically reject the fiscal framework which it is based on. We reject the budget which is less concerned about its impact on the poor and working class, as well as its potential negative consequence for businesses. The budget lacks a robust plan to address the energy crisis within the proposed framework, and it does not sufficiently tackle the challenges of electricity provision and energy security. The impact of the budget on revenue generation, Honorable Chair, and expenditure is concerning, particularly regarding cuts in non-interest spending and the potential negative impact on service delivery. It is concerning of budget reduction in spending on vital sectors like education, health, and social development, as the cuts will exacerbate existing problems like unemployment, poverty, and infrastructure collapse. The budget reduction for electricity and energy will also hinder government's ability to ensure reliable and affordable electricity for all citizens, particularly the marginalized. This budget vote is a betrayal to the working class and is a reinforcement of the elite privilege and corruption. Its inefficiency perpetuates the current crisis, and its lack of consequence management led to ESCOM failures, unaffordable electricity prices leading to illegal connections, and a slow pace of addressing critical issues like township revitalization and review of energy policy. The budget does not speak for the marginalized communities, particularly those living in rural areas and townships who continue to suffer from unspoken load reduction tactics, while affluent suburbs remain shielded from these power cuts. The reality which we have to live with, Chairperson, is that this government has consistently failed to provide a steady and reliable supply of electricity, proving once again that they are incapable of solving South Africa's energy crisis. The economic freedom fighters has long warned that this government has no real intention of resolving the electricity crisis. Instead, it is clear that they are paving the way for the eventual privatization of the electricity sector, ensuring that South Africans will never have peace when it comes to energy security. They continue to fail in managing ESCOM efficiently, while allowing independent power producers and private companies to dictate the future of energy supply in the country. This is a well-orchestrated scam aimed at enriching a few at the expense of the majority. Despite their failure to supply electricity equitably, ESCOM and the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, NERSA, have no shame in consistently approving exploitative tariff hikes. We also reject the budget for its failure in not addressing the systematic inefficiencies and lack of accountability with ESCOM and other relevant government departments. The insufficient budget faces a number of challenges like inadequate funding for infrastructure maintenance and expansion, the need to address affordability for consumers, and the ongoing energy crisis, which is made worse by load shedding. The inadequate budget significantly hinders province and local municipality, making worse existing service delivery challenges and impacting on economic development. Insufficient funding for infrastructure maintenance and development, coupled with reliance on potentially unreliable tariff guides, creates a cycle of decline. The situation is further complicated by municipality debt and weak capacity building to effectively manage energy resources. The energy sector is in shambles. As the EFF, we have consistently warned that the crisis at Eskom is not an accident. It is the product of deliberate mismanagement, looting, and calculated agenda to privatize South Africa's energy sector for the benefit of capitalist vultures. We demand an end to load shedding and load reduction, and we are call for an equitable distribution of electricity across all communities, and we are in reject of any attempt to privatize Eskom. We therefore call for a larger budget allocation towards renewable energy resources, energy efficiency improvement, and infrastructure upgrades to address the energy crisis effectively. The EFF believes in the state taking over to maintain control of energy generation, transmission, and distribution to ensure affordable and reliable electricity for all South Africans. We advocate for more progressive revenue strategy that supports development expenditure and protects vulnerable households. The economic freedom fighters demand a significant increase in funding for energy solutions and a shift away from reliance on coal, urging a more robust, decisive approach to the energy transition. Municipalities need a greater support system to implement off-grid and microgrid solutions, insulating critical infrastructure and essential services from power outages. The allocated funds are insufficient to address the energy crisis and its impact on economy, especially given the ambitious goals outlined in the Department Electricity and Energy's 5-year strategy and the urgency of the situation highlighted by entities like the National Union of Mine Workers, NUM. The EFF is calling for more sustainable investment in public infrastructure and a rejection of privatization initiatives as it will make worse the crisis. In short, this 2025-26 budget represents a missed opportunity to decisively address the energy crisis as it fails short of the necessary investment and commitment towards public ownership of energy resources. As the EFF, we will continue to fight for an energy system that serves the people, not corporate interest, and we will hold those responsible of Eskom's collapse accountable. The struggle for affordable, reliable electricity is a struggle for economic freedom and we will not retreat. The EFF, that is why the EFF is rejecting this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. The next speaker is going to be on the visual platform, Honorable Matibe from Limpopo, the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism. Over to you.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Muimang, the Minister, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, fellow MECs present in the virtual platform, guests in the gallery, fellow South Africans, the Masiar. As we deliberate on the Electricity and Energy Budget Vote 10, which we support, of course, as Limpopo, it is fitting to reflect on the vision of our forebearers. 70 years ago, South Africans, led by the African National Congress, envisioned a just and equitable society where everyone has access to basic necessity and a share in the country's wealth. This vision is closely tied to the provision of electricity and energy services. In Limpopo, honorable members, energy and electricity are critical enablers of economic development. Their availability, reliability, and affordability directly impact the pace and sustainability of the economic growth. Our economy, anchored by resource-based industries such as agriculture and mining, requires a reliable electricity supply to maintain production levels, sustain business operations, and create much-needed jobs. Honorable members, as we transcend towards industrialization through a beneficiation economy, it's essential to develop and invest in network infrastructure, including energy supply, transport, and communication. Reliable electricity supply is vital to address challenges of service delivery, job creation, and poverty reduction. Honorable members, we are therefore take courage in the recent announcements and developments in the electricity sector, and the electricity minister's focus on improving the energy availability factor of Eskom's power plants is a step in the right direction. We have seen significant improvements at power stations like Duba, which have increased their EAF, other well-performing power stations, including Matla, Matimba, and Medupi. The return of Medupi Unit 4 to the grid, adding more megawatts to the generation capacity, is a welcome development. Eskom's plan to restore thousands of megawatts of generation capacity in the coming weeks will further strengthen the grid reliability. The announcements of the bid window 7 of Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program is also a positive step towards diversifying our energy mix and promoting sustainability. Honorable members, to respond to the challenges posed by energy access constraints, Limpopo province took a leaf out of this energy mix strategy, and we have developed as a province the renewable energy strategy with a view to ensuring a reliable energy supply that fosters sustainable economic growth and socio-economic development. This step will help us unlocking several economic portals such as enabling industrial growth and small businesses, as energy supplies are essential for industries like mining, agro-processing, and manufacturing, as well as SMMEs and commercial enterprise. The strategy also envisaged attracting investment. Our industrialization initiatives requires reliable and affordable energy to attract foreign direct investment as well as domestic direct investment. Reliable energy supports diversification into energy-intensive industries and promoting sustainability through investment in renewable energy. This strategy also supports infrastructure development, as infrastructure is critical in ensuring that energy supply happens. We also want, through this strategy that we have developed, to empower communities and human capital development, promote rural and agricultural development, enhancing government and public services, as power is needed in administrative services, in e-government and energy responses system to function efficiently. Honorable members, we have a mandate to continue prioritizing investments in energy infrastructure, particularly sustainable and inclusive energy access. This will unlock South Africa and, in our case, Limpopo's full economic potential, drive industrialization, promote socio-economic development. We remain confident in our government as led by Honorable President, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, and look ahead towards ensuring that our energy needs are met and our people benefit from reliable and affordable electricity supply. Kavo Minister Riringa Chivendai, Mushumo Kaushabe Zwanḓa, Rikolibuwa, Rineriko supporter, budget vote 10. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Matibe, for your articulate presentation of Limpopo issues. The next speaker is going to be on the visual platform, the representative of SALGA, Councillor Pukunsi from the Free State.
No, thanks, House Chair. Greetings to yourselves, greeting to the Honorable Minister, greeting to permanent delegates of the NCOP, greetings to special delegates, greetings to people of South Africa, Barona Badi Maspali. Honorable House Chair, at the outset, I want to acknowledge the establishment of this new department and the strategic importance placed on the energy in the national agenda. The vision of a sustainable, inclusive, and efficient energy system and the outlined strategic priorities are welcomed and timely. However, Honorable House Chair, I must also raise the voice of local government, the constitutionality mandated sphere responsible for electricity regulation, and emphasis of the critical need for greater alignment, inclusion, and clarity in these energy transition processes. House Chair, I just want to highlight 6 issues that we would want to just respond on as SALGA. The first one will be on the role of municipality in the new energy landscape. The second one, it will be electricity distribution industry reforms. The third one, it will be on budget prioritization and in-app transfers. And the fourth one will be for support for sustainable tariffs and cost of supply studies. The fifth one, it will be restructuring, coordination, and cooperative governance. The last one, Chair, it will be on local economic development, innovation, and industrialization. Chair, let me start by saying we welcome the budget as presented by the Honorable Minister, one of our own. let me get to what I am sent to do as organized local government. The department emphasis on a centralized energy authority is understandable for coordination. However, we are concerned that the role of municipalities, especially in electricity distribution and the new energy market, is increasingly unclear. Even within the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, the practical place of municipalities is key actors in the future market is not defined in a way that assures us of their continued constitutional mandate. The Act, as assented to by the President in August 2024, still concerns us in introducing a definition for electricity regulation that we deem as reducing our mandate to just lower levels of customer and voltage. We still see that as an unconstitutional definition, and that the minister must deal with it, or it should go on an industry-wide consultation and discussion, unlike when it was inserted in the bill without any proper consultation to the affected parties. We cannot have a just energy transition if it sidelines the very sphere closest to our communities. The strategic plan on MTF allocations make little reference to the urgent reform required in the electricity distribution industry. The sector is on the verge of collapse in many municipalities. We urge the department to align its plans with the real support for local government, not just technical, but institutional, financial, and legislative, to ensure municipal distribution are strengthened and capacitated. We further request urgent clarification on how this roadmap aligns with the following: the Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan, the National Treasury's Metro Trading Entity Reform, and the unresolved issue of municipal debt to ESCOM. We note that 71% of the 20.7 billion MTF allocation is directed to the programs and projects, largely through INEP transfers to ESCOM and municipalities. SALGA appreciates the inclusion of municipalities, but also calls for transparent and equitable allocation criteria. Greater flexibility in grant conditions to prevent funds being continuously sent back to National Treasury, and therefore disadvantage the communities who are supposed to receive these services. Assurance that municipal infrastructure backlogs are addressed through this grant, particularly in historically underserved communities. Introduce sustainable energy packages that do not solely rely on grid availability, such as off-grid or microgrid programs, to cover the areas that are far from the national grid, and also to remove the customers who have connected illegally, to give them energy services without straining the grid. The fragmented and conditional nature of funding outlines the restrict local delivery. Municipalities cannot be energy transition partners if they are financially staffed and structurally excluded. Honorable House Chair, many municipalities struggle to set cost-effective tariffs due to lack of skills data. Then the budget should fund cost supply studies and tools for municipalities, support municipalities to transition to the modern equitable retail tariff models, provide technical support for across subsidization frameworks to ensure affordability for indigent households. SALGA has gone through great lengths in supporting municipality to achieve cost of supply studies and continue to do so, but the department is bound by the Constitution to support municipalities to be able to uphold the requirements of the electricity pricing policy. With regards to the institutional reform and restructuring, we urge the Minister and the Department to ensure that intergovernmental coordination mechanisms, as required by the Chapter 3 of the Constitution, are fully functional and inclusive. SALGA must be an institutional partner in all reform platforms, from policy development to the implementation of electricity master plans. We recommend that a continued attempt for alignments between the Department of Electricity and Energy, COGTA, National Treasury, and SALGA to address overlapping mandates, duplication, and policy uncertainty. We support the department
Councillor Pukunsi, you can turn off your video. Perhaps the signal will be better on your side. Councillor Pukunsi? She's still having 3 minutes, 42 seconds on the clock. What I'll do, I'll call the next speaker. If he's available, I'll give her a chance again to finish her speech. So, due to the challenges of Councillor Pukunsi, I'll call Honorable Brett from the Eastern Cape to come and present on the podium.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans. I want to start with the Honourable Kennedy and the EFF. I've only one question. Where is that one school that you've promised 10 years ago to build? You had more words in your speech today than all the good deeds of your party over the past 10 years. Yes, Honourable Modise, you expect me to say something about you. I'm going to give you the hardest clap today and I'm not going to say anything about you. Honourable Mokoena, she left. I would also have left if I was she. The MK forgets that Eskom's problem started under their leaders 9 wasted, looted years. He enabled state looting. And under the MK, there will be more looting. I said it before and I'm going to say it again to the MK. You are hypocrites and you are without credibility. Honourable Farmer, I see he also left. Honourable Farmer from the Unpatriotic Alliance. And why I say Unpatriotic Alliance? Because he's very unpatriotic towards his own province. He has nothing good to say about his province. If it was so bad, why didn't he move? I think maybe the standard of living is too high in the Western Cape. The Honourable Peters, glossy depictions of the Eastern Cape alone was not enough to prevent Dunlop from closing down or from Mercedes-Benz considering to withdraw from South Africa and the Eastern Cape. More is required. And that, Honourable Minister, is why we are not only debating the energy budget in this House today, we are debating freedom. No South African can be free in the dark. No clinic or hospital can operate without electricity. No factory can produce a single job without power, and no child can study in darkness. The department can't protect past practices. It must be prepared for the future. The era of centralized, state-controlled electricity must end. The Democratic Alliance believes in an open energy market, one that trusts the people, frees up competition, and unlocks private investment. You can't keep the lights on, only with ever-increasing and unaffordable rates. NERSA is operating more like Eskom's legal department, rather than an impartial regulator. If the only path to power remains through a state monopoly, then freedom is dead. And without freedom, we have no economy, no jobs, no dignity, and no hope. That is why the DA supports the unbundling of Eskom, not only in name, but also in function and ownership. The independent transmission company, if handled with transparency and urgency, can be an historic opportunity, but we must learn from the IPP delays and make sure that this is not another slow-motion disaster. Honourable Minister, you talked about grid problems. Give the private sector the chance to invest in new transmission lines. Let municipalities procure power from whomever they choose. Let competition shape our grid, because the current system is not just inefficient, it is unjust. It is unjust when Johannesburg
who owes billions to Eskom, continues to receive electricity, but small towns in the Northern Cape are disconnected for less. It is unjust, Minister, when South African households must pay very expensive electricity prices. Chair, this debate is not only the department's budget or political ideology. It is about economic survival. We can support this budget if it ensures real reform, energy choice, decentralized power, zero tolerance for mismanagement, and for good governed municipalities, such as the Kouga municipality in the Eastern Cape, to procure electricity directly. Minister, you've mentioned initiatives in the Tsitsikamma. I welcome that. That's my constituency. Thank you. But further initiatives must be expedited. Rooftop solar and battery storage are not buzzwords. They are real tools to power a new economy, and these must be fully explored. The energy budget must not only remain a promise, it must be a contract with the people, a contract that will result in real transformation and a catalyst for economic growth and unlocking employment opportunities. Let us power up our future. Let us power up our citizens, and let us power up our economy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Press. Honorable delegates, I've just got from the table staff that Councillor Pukunzi is back on the platform. She had more than 3 minutes remaining in her speech, so I'll give her a chance to finish her speech. Over to you, Councillor Pukunzi.
No, thanks, House Chair. Apologies, it's issues of connectivity. We were about to finish our input, Chair. We were saying that energy localization must begin in communities. Municipalities must be positioned to enable local economic development, small-scale embedded generation, and energy entrepreneurship, especially for women and youth. Honorable House Chair, as we conclude, we are saying SALGA welcomes the strategic intent and ambition presented by the department through the minister, but we must move from ambition to inclusion, from statement to structural support, and from the fragmented to functional cooperative governance. Let us be clear, local government is not a stakeholder, it is a core governing partner. We are ready to play our part, but we call on the department to walk this path with us, transparently, constitutionally, and collaboratively. Let us build an energy future with municipality, not around the municipality. I thank you. We wish the minister good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pukunzi, for your input. SALGA is indeed lucky that it's having a representative like you. The next speaker on the platform is Honorable Mabilo. No?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Members on the platform, the ministers present, Deputy Minister present. Electricity is crucial for the country's economic and social development. Okay. And stability, impacting on various sectors from healthcare and education to economic growth and national security. Its reliability is very important in the provision of fundamental life for the nation. It contributes positively towards the industries, enabling production, manufacturing, and technological advancement, which are essential for economic growth. It supports businesses, including small and medium-sized enterprises, which are vital for creation and economic diversification. Access to affordable electricity improves productivity and efficiency across various sectors, leading to increased output and competitiveness in the economy. Electricity sold at the cheapest possible price is a key factor in attracting foreign direct investment and fostering innovation. However, electricity is not only a key driver for inclusive economic growth and development, but is also a key driver for social development and upliftment, including infrastructure and all associated services. Electricity provides access to essential services like healthcare, education, and clean water. It allows for longer hours, improved learning environments, and better access to information. Access to electricity enhances living standards by enabling the use of its applications and appliances for cooking, for heating, and cooling, enabling modern day living. Therefore, our point of departure as the ANC is for us to support this policy budget vote. It needs to ensure that we attain the vision of the National Democratic Development Plan on the electrification of the country. The NDP envisage a future where the country has a secure, affordable, and sustainable electricity to support economic growth and improve living standards by the year 2030. These are the goals to which our country needs to strive for and achieve through restoring of Eskom and ensuring the efficiency functioning of its power plants, as well as through the restructuring of the entity. More importantly, the ANC government in the 6th Parliament began a process of restructuring Eskom into 3 divisions: 1, generation; 2, transmission, and 3, distribution under a holding company. The ANC government at the time responded with what we call the Energy Action Plan, which had a number of critical objectives, among others, to maximize the output from Eskom's power station through the fixing of Eskom and its power stations. In essence, Honorable Chair, the strategy was premised to end load shedding, fixing Eskom to ensure the development of green energy through independent power producers, and to make legislative changes to ensure the creation of a more competitive electricity market. Legislative changes have occurred to create competitive electricity industry through the Energy Regulation Amendment Act passed in the year 2024. The implementation of the Energy Action Plan is starting to bear fruits. Eskom was able to restore corporate governance and financial controls. Procurement improved, and there are still many cases of corruption being investigated at the level of Eskom. Eskom has financed maintenance from its own revenue to the value of 20 billion rands per annum. Government has assisted Eskom with a debt liability to ensure that the entity can be a going concern, and this also enabled the restructuring of Eskom into the 3 divisions that I've already mentioned. Honorable Chair, Mutupi and Kusile are well refurbished, as well as Kubek. They have started to bear the necessary fruits which we need as a country with regard to the energy availability. The energy availability has increased from a percentage of 48% to 68%. This means that generation capacity has increased, and this augurs well for us, Honorable Chair. This budget of the department is critical as we need to learn from the lessons of the past. We need to take the sector forward to ensure the end of load shedding and increase generation capacity. Our plan to transmission to a low carbon electricity sector must not reduce generation capacity, but should rather increase generation capacity. The transition must occur at a pace which does not dilapidate inclusive economic development and job creation. We must finalize the integrated energy plan, integrated resource plan, and gas master plan. These plans will certainly on the path to increasing generation, transmission, and distribution capacity, ensure that security of supply that encourages investment in the country and enable job creation. Honorable Chair, the bulk of the budget for Program 3 is directed at the Integrated National Electrification Plan. This plan has been successfully rolled out since the year 1994 to ensure that the historically disadvantaged have access to electricity to improve the quality of life of our communities in all the 9 provinces, including the Western Cape. The department is restructuring the INEP program for greater efficiency. We will be expecting greater progress and accountability of funds which have been allocated to this project. This budget policy vote debate for the Department of Electricity and Energy must, during this term, achieve the vision for the sector as articulated in the National Development Plan. Electricity must be supplied to the end user at the cheapest possible price to ensure competitiveness in the country. The supply of reliable and cheap electricity is critical for the enhancing the functioning of any technologically driven economy. As part of planning and policy development, the price of electricity needs to be reviewed for bulk commercial customers. Honorable Chair, currently only an amount of 2 billion of the 10 billion budget is utilized to support the poor and indigent with free electricity. This must be corrected as indigent families must be assisted and energy poverty must be defeated as it has no place in our transformation trajectory. High electricity prices, like high water on logistic costs, contribute to structural inflation, making the country's common economy uncompetitive for investment in comparison to the global investment options. This means, Honorable Chair, that an efficient regulatory framework needs to be developed for a more competitive electricity market, given the relatively small size of the market by global standards, as well as the fact that different energy carriers will be priced differently as they have different cost structures. Regulation must create security of supply throughout the country and a price of efficiency, which encourages investment, inclusive growth, development, job creation in all our 9 provinces. With regard to the municipal debt, Honorable Chair, municipal debt is a major problem for Eskom as it creates a major revenue shortfall for the entity. The debt is not shrinking, but rather increasing. The total outstanding debt owed by South African municipalities to Eskom is a total amount of 94.1 billion as of January 31, 2025. This overdraft budget is a significant financial burden on both the municipalities and Eskom. There must be in this financial year solutions needed to be rolled out to deal with this venue. Honorable Chair, there are many challenges which needs to be dealt with during this term, and the program and outcomes of the department point in the right direction under the able leadership of Dr. Ramokgopa to deal with these important challenges to create the energy supply. The ANC support this budget, the policy debate. Chair, jealousy is a bad policy. Honorable Boshoff and Pinar, we serve in the same select committee of agriculture. 2 weeks ago, we had a nocturnal meeting that commenced at 21 hours, which is unprecedented. And the minister and the team, they presented a comprehensive, detailed, coherent program of action, responding to all the concerns and challenges facing the country. Now, for the 2 of you to come here and present something different, it's not just disingenuous, but it leaves a poor state. Honorable Brandt, we expected you to focus on the debate and not take a snipe on the ANC. And I am totally disappointed that you are believing in your own propaganda. Yesterday, we have just illustrated and exposed the DA as a province that is uneven. that up to now, you've got more than 146 informal settlements, and the state thereof are quite pathetic. It's a shame on your own part. I think generally the opposition in the country, they have not mastered for the past 30 years the art of opposition. They are emboldened in perpetual negativity. What we call,
please let us not drown the speaker on the podium.
Chronic negativity. Them, in their vocabulary, there's nothing like national interest. You see, in modern democracies, we follow the international debates and the coalitions, the government. When it comes to matters of national policy or national interest, they make a distinction. They are able to rise from a petty party political posture, but to the national interest. Electricity is an issue of national interest. So therefore, you cannot politic around it. When this government under Dr. Ramokgopa is providing the necessary solutions to the challenges, we've got to pull together in the same direction. Now, just because you have no other excuse, there's been no load shedding for more than 900 days, almost a year. You are disappointed because this shows success to the energy action plan. So we are on the ball. We are providing the necessary leadership. With regard to the EFF and MK, it's cold, ne? And we need electricity. Now, let me make this analogy. Let me make this analogy. Myself and Honorable Mokoena and Honorable Kennedy, we stay.
On what rule are you rising, Honorable Onyana?
Rule 68, they are drowning the speaker, Chair. EFF and MK, can they be in order?
All right. Thank you, Honorable Mkonyana. Your point of order is sustained. You are really, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Siwisa, I think now you are running a parallel. You are running a parallel debate, not the one which is here. Please restrain yourself. Over to Honorable Mabini.
This analogy, I cannot miss it. It's winter, it's cold, we need electricity. Myself and Honorable Mokoena and Honorable Kennedy from the EFF, we stay at the same village, Pelican Park. We are serving in both two committees. We travel together by flight. So now, if we meet at the airport, as it is cold, if I offer them a love, they don't have love, I say, Honorable Kennedy, Honorable Mokoena, can I give you a love? The responses are going to say, Honorable Mokoena, oh Baba uti akubandi. And then Honorable Kennedy is going to say, to that request of mine, the point I'm trying to say is what my chairperson has once made, that some of our colleagues have outsourced their thinking capacity. They are just being programmed to push a particular direction. Lastly, DA, your deception and deflection has caught up with you. Your deception and deflection has caught up with you. The troubling pattern is going to haunt you for years. You are failing the poor. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Honorable delegates, the debate is about to be concluded. We have to give a minister, Honorable Mudise, we are about to give the minister to respond to a report. and to respond to the articulations which were made in this House. Over to Honorable Minister Ramokgopa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Chair, and just to thank members for those contributions. Maybe just to start with Honorable Mukwena, just a word of advice is that familiarity with the truth is a minimum condition for a robust and candid debate. And unfortunately, your articulations are at variance with this minimum requirement. And then you go further to pose it before the House, what you refer to as in an event, unlikely event of the MK coming into power, that there are three major interventions that you are going to put in place to resolve the energy security in the country, all of which are encapsulated in the report that were presented before the House, issues of industrializations, skills development, and ensuring that we benefit from innovative technological solutions. Of course, we give it your own color. If this was an academic setting, we'll refer to your articulation as a plagiarism. And I think that we can do much, much better. I really also want to say as a word of counsel that objecting is not an achievement. You bear the disproportionate responsibility to surface the fact, to repudiate what is before us, and you fail completely in that obligation. And maybe just to go back to what Honorable Boshoff has raised, I saw that you reprimanded me whilst I was taking notes. I take notes because I respect the contribution of members. I want to achieve two things. The first one is that there could be genuine, if you like, critique that can enhance the work that we are doing. And the second one is to prepare myself to respond to some of the articulations. Let me respond to your ill-constructed critique. The first one is around Kendall. I can tell from your articulation that you are not familiar with the technical requirements of fixing your power stations. So what you are attending to in Kendall really is the balance of plant interventions. This has to do with the milling plant and ash handling. And I want to say to the House that we're making tremendous progress. And that's why you are seeing that the lights are on. You go further to critique the IRP. I want to say that we're using the most robust and celebrated modeling software that is referred to as Plexus. We resolved three issues in the IRP. The first one is the security of supply. The second one is in the modeling is the impact on the economy. And the third one is the issues of environmental sustainability. So you address all these three matrices in a very dynamic environment, and Plexus is able to give us what that outcome is. So I can tell that you are not familiar with that computation. And then the third aspect is a false argument that investors are not coming into the country. I want to say to the rest of the country that we have attracted upwards of 300 billion rands in the bid window process. So we're making tremendous progress. And then going back to what was raised by Honorable Bryant, so he makes the point that the municipality in Cape Town accounts for 70% of the installed rooftop solar solutions, and they want to migrate to a situation where they are load shedding proof. I just want to share with the country that issues around the technological competencies of the non-dispatchable intermittent solutions such as wind and solar PV. Here in Cape Town, for the past 7 days, you have not had the advantage of the sun. So anyone who has installed rooftop solar has not benefited from that energy source. So what do? You draw from Eskom power. So everyone is grid tied. So I'm just saying it's false to say to the country that you are going to get to that situation just on the basis of rooftop solar and PV. There is no country and economy that is run on rooftop solar solution, but it's part of the mix. So I think it's important that we have an appreciation of what is put before us. And I want to say that we are migrating to small modular reactors. The nature of them is that they are high temperature reactors. We are moving from, of course, in addition to pressurized water reactors, they are agile, they can be deployed quicker, and that's why we argue that nuclear is part of the future. So I'm excited to say that the future looks bright. It's not an oncoming train. We have kept the lights on. We are going to achieve conditions of energy security.
Thank you.
We are moving in the right direction. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Telekes, Honorable Nkonyana, really I would like to thank the Minister of Electricity and Energy for his participation in this debate. You know, it's one portfolio which is abnormal. There's no deputy here. There's no deputy which is here today. He's on his own. So thanks a lot for participation. And also thank the entire team, Electricity and Energy, which participated in the debate today. We might have different aspects on the same problem, but I think that it is the interest of the country that we resolve the issues which are in front of us. So thanks a lot, Honorable Minister. You are allowed to be free now. And then, Honorable Telekes, we shall now proceed to the second order policy debate on budget vote 33, Human Settlements Appropriation Bill. I now call upon Honorable Tis Melane, Minister of Human Settlements, to open the debate. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the House, Deputy Chair, Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance, Public Administration, Traditional Affairs, Water and Human Settlement, Honorable T.M. Kaunda, the Honorable Chairperson of our portfolio, Honorable Albert Siabi, Deputy Minister Tandima Hambeshala, Honorable members, my colleague, Honorable Ramokgopa, members of the Provincial Executive, Director General, Dr. Miemi DDGs, MECs and chairpersons of board, of councillors, of entities of human settlement, CEOs of the entities themselves, fellow South Africans, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is both an honor and a solemn opportunity given to us as a department to table 2025-26 budget vote for the Department of Human Settlement before this esteemed House. I do so with a deep sense of duty, knowing that behind every line item is the aspiration of a family, the dignity of a household, and the hope for a community. House Chair, we tabled the budget vote under the theme Leveraging Technologies for Resilient, Sustainable Human Settlement. This theme is not aspirational, it is rather operational. We're taking advantage of the latest technologies to improve our systems. For the past 5 years, that is medium term 2019 to 2024, our strategic framework has challenged us. We drew some lessons amid rapid urbanization in cities, particularly metros, climate change due to inclement weather patterns, disasters that we have never experienced before, persistent inequalities and constrained resources, the need for responsive people-centered housing delivery, and an effective use of technology has never been even greater. We understand that the challenges ahead, especially under the difficult fiscal constraints, demand more level of innovation, intergovernmental alignment, and a public-private partnerships. Honorable members, for the financial year current 25-26, the Department of Human Settlement has allocated just over 34 billion. About 30.8 billion of this allocation is grants to provinces and metros, constituting close to 90% of our total current budget allocation. And this allocation is distributed as follows. Over 14 billion for the Human Settlement Development Grant to provinces, about 9 billion for Urban Settlement Development Grant to the country's metros, and over 7 billion in informal settlement upgrading, a partnership grant for both provinces and municipalities. 1.6 billion will be transferred to all our entities in human settlement. I think let me pause a little bit here, Chair, and inform the House that this is not nearly only figures, but it is a commitment to every citizen waiting for a home, to every community seeking stability, and to every province and the municipality striving to improve its service delivery outcomes. As we begin to lay the foundation for our MTDP for 2024 to 2029, we have committed to deliver the following under 2025-2026 financial year. 41,944 housing units, what we literally call RDP houses, in our PNG program, which is breaking new ground. 32,250 fully serviced sites with water, sewer, electricity, and roads. In our SDG grant, we have also taken a review to assist both municipalities, in particular, to be able to purchase, in order to create human settlements, they can purchase waste-related equipment, like skipper bins, trucks for waste collections, because a human settlement can never be a human settlement if there is still difficulties with waste collection. We're allowing a percentage for sewer for municipalities and provinces to be able to deal with both water treatment plants and waste treatment plants, because sewer that runs through our streets decreases the value of the human settlements that we are providing. We are doing this beyond our policy call, because we understand that for us to achieve what the Freedom Charter said, houses, security, and comfort, comfort is important because it goes hand in hand with dignity. 4,282 units through the First Home Finance Program, which we are now expanding into rural areas as well, and I will articulate to it a bit later on. 3,000 social housing units, and we will want to eradicate over 8,047 mud houses, a program that the Deputy Minister is spearheading. These outputs stem directly from our 5-year MTDP of 2024 to 2029, which includes the delivery of over 700 housing opportunities through various housing programs. And we will see that a government that builds over 700,000 and create homes for every South African will be a government that delivers or that does not care. Our commitment to encourage the delivery of affordable housing program, which is First Home Finance and social housing, has been seen increasing through our National Housing Finance Corporation and our Social Regulatory Authority, SHRA in short, as we usually call it, allocated just over 800 million of the 1.6 billion that is transferred to other entities. And let me pause to define a little bit why we think it is critical for SHRA and NFHC to get almost the lion's share of the 1.6 billion that will be transferred to entities by the department. It is because, one, we want to see an increase and acceleration with regard to first home ownership, particularly targeting the gap market. What is our regulation and what is our review? We try to cover and support in financially a family that is between a package of 3,500 to 22,000. What do commercial banks say to them? You don't qualify. What does our PNG program and RTP house says? You earn more than what the basket of social services needs. So they always find themselves as a missing middle. We want to accelerate that. And we appreciate the donation of land, which will be assisting us to rather minus a purchase of land, but directly dealing with the increase into this. So we're targeting what we were able to do combined in the past 2-3 years of 4,282 first home financing and about 3,000 social housing within just the financial year that we are in. Yesterday we had a meeting as a department with the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Minister McPherson, to discuss about the land and properties which are under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and are underutilized in cities and towns, lying fallow, either some illegally occupied. And why are we taking this giant step of this 1.6 billion that I've spoken about? Our categories that SHRA, yes, can still purchase can still develop, but it is relatively easy to renovate a government building and allocate people into the city center. We're trying to curb a culture of taking people who are in need and they spend their money in transport, because our policy is shying away from a 30-kilometer outside town redistribution of what we call it's a package for a social housing. We need to bring our people closer to where they work so that they can enjoy the benefit of convenience. So this will also look beyond that benefit, but also in trying to ensure that we no longer hire for our temporary emergency accommodation, especially during disasters. But if we have readily available facilities in city centers, in towns, in urban areas, and in rural areas where our people get to experience disasters, we'll rather put them there. And the land parcel can only be a catalyst for the first home finance, enabling the missing middle to build their first home. The upgrading of informal settlement is a national imperative. And we know who stays in informal settlement. Their color looked like mine. The recent disasters, which continue to drain our resources, are a testament to what should we do as something impactful in this informal settlement. We have undertaken various initiatives to upgrade informal settlements as part of a broader goal to improve living conditions and promote inclusive urban development. Key amongst this effort is the upgrading of our informal settlement program, UISP, which aims to provide secure tenure, access to basic services such as water, sanitation, electricity, and eventually formal housing. Therefore, upgrading of the 4,075 informal settlement over the MTDP period remains a central pillar of our strategy to address urban poverty and housing inequality. Accordingly, we have allocated over 7 billion between April 2025 to March 2026 for this program. I must hasten to indicate, Honorable House Chair, that we have already, through HDA, tried to map almost all of our 4,700 informal settlements with a target of where you can't build a house, you need to compromise with service stands so that our people are allocated and they've got secure tenure, so that even if they do get an opportunity to find an income in one way or another, they are not in an informal settlement, but they're in a space where they can be able to even develop ourselves. We are aware that we can't succeed in isolation. In collaboration with all the spheres of government, we are leveraging intergovernmental relations as well, our NGOs, our communities, to implement in situ upgrades that minimizes displacement and maintain community cohesion is essential. We call upon provinces and metros to utilize the over 7 billion program for the informal settlement upgrade to make sure that we create strictly stability, but also we improve the living conditions of informal settlement. We have a challenge with this grant, mainly its underspending from all provinces. We express our sincere appreciation to traditional leaders, including Inkosi Ungobo of Emaqadini and Inkosi Ushozi of Makangeni in KwaZulu-Natal, namanye amakhosi in other provinces who continue to play a vital role in accelerating housing development and delivery in our country. We all know that amakhosi are custodian to communal land, but their involvement helps us to ensure that land is made available legally and appropriately. Amakhosi have responded to our call to avail land parcels, as I initially said, particularly targeting the first home finance, which will be responding both for our missing middle, but also as part of our disaster. Housing initiatives like Inanda, eThekwini, and other areas are happening in communal land that has been donated. We're also working closely with municipal and provincial authorities, traditional leaders, also to help coordinate community engagement, address concerns, and ensure that development succeeds. Their presence and leadership can discourage wrongdoing, identify irregularities, and ensure that housing benefits reach the intended recipients. We must take this opportunity also to commend our traditional leaders who have partnered with NFHC to enable rural households in the gap market to build their own homes, first home through the ownership of government, the assistance of ownership by government. The budget allocated to us in this current financial year must be used to restore people's dignity. To our provincial counterparts, the engine rooms for implementation must underscore that poor-performing provinces will face greater scrutiny, but high-performing ones will receive additional support through the stopping and reallocation of resources. We do this jointly with the province of National Treasury. And I encourage any province which thinks we don't apply our mind before we stop and reallocate to put the remedial application, and let's put our assessment to test, and we'll see what the outcome. One of the most painful legacies we still carry is the lack of ownership among beneficiaries of fully subsidized government housing. Our title deed is not just a paper, but it is an instrument of dignity, economic empowerment, and security. The major challenge of this project is delayed and stalled by processes of township establishment and proclamation. In this regard, we have resolved to seek concession in respect of certain provisions of Spatial Learning and Land Use Management Act, briefly known as SPLUMA, and the National Environmental Management Act. We've got delays both in SPLUMA and NEMA, responses by the ministries responsible. We would have rolled out. Some of these settlements are as old as 15 years, but were never formalized at the time of their inception. And it is rather no longer making sense to still stick to the same rule of SPLUMA when a settlement already exists. We are alert and alive to the fact that some of people build in areas where they shouldn't, but we are saying we could apply the rule of relocation in such instances where people are in land areas which are not marked as habitable. But the fact of the matter is the horse has bolted. They are already in those residences. As government, we need to find answers and responsibly resolved. We are targeting, House Chair, over 80,000 title deeds in this financial year only for us to be able to unlock that. Coupled with the discussion that we are having beyond NEMA is to ensure that all what we used to call four-roomed old houses, whether Mdantsane, Ebisho, Mlazi, Kwamashu, which has been occupied 99 years lease of those who ruled us before, are also sent back to originally the owners, even if the owners will currently never be alive, because 99 years old. Years have long passed, but that is dignity for those families. We are going to give ownership to those townships to people who build them themselves. Challenges, yes, do arise, but we are determined that if we are able to unlock that, we should hand over 300,000 of such houses in a process before we conclude financially. If we are unable to do that, Chair, we'll come back to this House, particularly to our Select Committee, and explain the challenges and the assistance that we will be needing. We're dealing with one challenge, which is also incomplete housing projects. Why are we having block projects? We've got 8 that Shira is trying to deal with in the social housing, and we're accelerating the improvement of SHIs to enhance the private project viability. 95% of our SHAR projects are on point, collect, except just for a minor, in fact, 8 of them to be exact, that we are returning them around. So we're looking for a panel of skilled transform service providers to ensure that we establish a sound system which is backed up by our housing subsidy system, which will be well developed in ensuring that it is compatible to technologies, it registers the critical component of citizens' engagement, but it also takes care of our beneficiaries. Jointly with CETA, we have started developing our National Digital Human Settlement Management System, and we will be training municipalities to ensure that they manage the system themselves, but we make it easier for every member to be able to apply for a house, to track the movement of the list, and also be able to know when is the project that is supposed to allocate them. Our policy is very clear, is that we take care, priority given to the people with disabilities, the elderly, and child-headed household. We need to ensure that in the management of this, we ensure timely completion of projects and accurate allocation of resources. But most importantly, this development human settlement system will enable citizens to apply online for a housing product and be informed on time and online, of course, about the outcome of their application. The HDA, the entity, has also developed a beneficiary experience tracking application process, which we call BETA. It is a digital platform to monitor the beneficiary experience. Honorable members always raise this on their oversight that we allocate houses, but at the end of it all, we also don't engage with the user on how happy are they after a year. We're putting this system under HDA so that we could also be able to even track our suppliers, our construction companies as to whether did they meet the requirements, so that we could understand the impact of state subsidies through spatial planning, but also ensuring that the framework analyzes and also is able to correct. In closing, Chair, we have examined the multifaceted challenges and opportunities within our housing landscape, and today we are here to say to you, every title deed we issue to every house we hand over must be able, as we start new programs, we hand over at the same time a title deed to eradicate the deadlock and not increase, and deal with the backlog backward. We did that to Koko Dlamini, Kwamashu. Every service site that we will give to someone within the gap market, we restore hope, but we'll give them a title deed to own their space and for their children. We therefore commit ourselves, my team and the human settlement family in its entirety, that we'll do everything in our power to continue to restore the dignity of our people through integrated human settlements. This we will do as we take ownership of our clause in the 1955 Freedom Charter of ensuring that houses, security, and comfort shall be attained. Thank you very much. We present to you a people-centered budget of Department of Human Settlement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Similani, for your report. And now we get into the debate of your report, and I have the pleasure to call upon the Honorable T.M. Kaunda, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance. Honorable Kaunda, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the House Chairs and the Chief Whip, Honorable Minister, Honorable Simelane, Honorable Deputy Minister Mahambe Hlala, the DG of the department, Dr. Moemi. We also recognize all members, Councillor Sotashe from the SALGA representative, and fellow South Africans. Good afternoon. Honorable Chair, at the helm of this department is capable two women who are the products of the revolution, who are leading this department, and they are 100% women. So we really appreciate the appointment by the President of the Republic to ascertain that women, wherever women are leading, there is progress. Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee had an interface with the department on the 2nd of July to receive a presentation and briefing on their strategic plan 2025-2030, as well as their APP 2025-2026, and their budget. The Select Committee has made the following observation. Firstly, the Select Committee has noted that the Department of Human Settlement has aligned its 2025-2030 strategic plan and the APP with the priorities contained in the 2025-2029 Medium-Term Development Plan, MTDP. The priorities of the MTDP are as follows: driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. 3, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. In terms of the executive commitments and undertakings, the Select Committee has noted the Department of Human Settlement under the leadership of Minister Simelane and the Deputy has committed its 2025 strategic plan to ascertain that they become more responsive to the aspirations of South Africans. The achievements that they are putting in place for them to be attained is to achieve spatial transformation and livable neighborhood, to improve sector coordination and integration across all levels of government, to reduce impact of disasters and improved livelihoods and improve efficiency, governance and accountability. In terms of the support, the Select Committee has also noted that the Department of Human Settlement is to support provinces and metros to address challenges related to backlogs of title deeds, blocked and incomplete housing projects, hijacked public buildings, and transfer fees related to registration of title deeds, support 9 provinces and 8 metros in the upgrading of informal settlements, completion of housing units, completion of services, service sites, and disbursement of subsidies. In terms of the legislation and policy reforms, the Select Committee has noted that the department has committed to drafting the programs of Human Settlement Code, review of white paper on housing, prevention of illegal eviction from an unlawful occupation of land act, which is PI Act, emergency housing guidelines for dealing with inner city challenges, to gazette during the 2026-27 financial year Human Settlement Grants Framework. In terms of budget allocation and analysis, the Select Committee has noted that the department has received an allocation of 34.0 billion rands for the 2025-26 financial year, up from the 33.7 billion from the adjusted appropriation of the previous year. This constitutes a nominal increase of 4.4%, but when considering the effect of inflation, it results in a 0.3% real decline. Honorable Chairperson, whilst welcoming priorities, performance indicators and targets contained in the 2025-2030 strategic plan and 2025-2026 annual performance plan of the department, the Select Committee, however, raised concern about lack of disaster management plan and disaster center in Free State Province, centralization of allocation of emergency housing disaster funds, blocked and incomplete projects, emergency of construction mafia, blacklisting of non-performing contractors, impact of construction mafia, and extortion on housing projects, non-tabling of consolidated report on post-disaster and floods intervention support in provinces, building of houses on river banks, lack of spatial planning in Mthatha and Khayelitsha, red tape in the implementation of SPLUMA as highlighted. On the engagement, Honorable Chairperson, the following recommendations were made. I've omitted to greet Honorable MECs and my MEC from KZN, MEC Duma, who's here. Having considered and deliberation on the 2025-2030 strategic plan, 2025-2026 annual performance plan, and budget vote 33 of the Department of Human Settlements, the Select Committee recommends to the National Council of Provinces as follows. Firstly, that the Department of Human Settlements should, after 14 days of debriefing session dated the 2nd of July, provide the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration with consolidated report on floods, list of blacklisted companies and national and provincial levels, list of blocked, unblocked, and incomplete housing projects per province. That the Department of Human Settlements should provide timeframes on all planned research and contained in the departmental programs and performance indicators. That the Department of Human Settlements should fast-track the accreditation process so as to enable metro municipalities to effectively and efficiently implement to urban settlement development programs and utilization of the grants that they are giving. That the Department of Human Settlements should provide the Select Committee with a progress report on implementation of the framework related to the eradication of asbestos roofs. As part of ensuring executive accountability, the Department of Human Settlement should provide quarterly reports to the National Council of Provinces on the progress and challenges relating to the achievement of the performance indicators contained in the 2025-2026 Annual Performance Plan and MTEF budget allocation. The Department of Human Settlement should consider instituting forensic investigations on catalytic housing projects, incomplete projects, allegations on corruption and maladministration and emergence of construction of mafias and extortions, and table the completed forensic investigation report to the National Council of Provinces during 2025-2026 medium-term expenditure framework. The Select Committee on Cooperative Governance in Public Administration, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlement should, as part of ensuring the executive accountability and performing oversight, align its 2025-2026 Annual Performance Plan with the outputs and performance indicators of the 2025-2026 Annual Performance Plan of the Department of Human Settlement. Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee also noted should, during the 2025-2026 financial period, conduct proactive oversight visits to selected provinces and municipalities to monitor the implementation and completion of the housing projects, the title deeds, eradication of mud houses and asbestos roofing, service sites which are critical to enable those who can build their top structures on their own, and utilization of housing grants, illegal occupation of houses, reclaiming of municipal buildings, implementation of SPLUMA in the local and metropolitan municipalities. The Select Committee fully supported the posture that the Minister is taking and the Department to ascertain that those provinces, including municipalities, that are unable to spend their grants, then there are consequences for that. And they highlighted in that aspect that, especially on the USDG grant and informal upgrading grant, that's where the challenge is. So therefore, the support that the Minister would be giving to municipalities, but also being decisive to deal with those who are not spending, because under expenditure, Honorable Deputy Chairperson in the House is the enemy of service delivery. It actually implies that people who are there, who are our clients, who are our priority, the members of the public, there is a service that they are not going to receive at the end of the day. So therefore, we encourage metros, we encourage provinces to ascertain that they spend fully the conditional grants, and there will be no mercy. That's what the Honorable Minister have said to those who are underspending, especially those who may misuse the grants for other purposes. Moving forward, these grants are conditional in nature, so therefore they should be utilized to provide services to our communities. Honorable Chairperson, having considered the report and the presentation by the department, the committee, the majority of members in the committee vehemently agreed to support this budget and allocation to the Department of Human Settlements. 2 members of the Democratic Alliance reserved their rights, and 2 other members, both the EFF and the MK party, tabled their objections to this budget. But we always caution members that when we come here and we say the department must sort these challenges that are before us, it is not really possible for the department to respond to the challenges that are facing our communities without a budget. So you need budgets for the department to be able to be responsive to the aspirations of South Africans. Therefore, we'll keep on persuading honorable members to support this budget, because this budget is actually a tool to liberate our people and to retain their dignity. So therefore, it necessitates that all of us, we support this budget. With those few words, this is the presentation of our committee report, and the committee adopted and supported the budget. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda, for the report. I now have the pleasure to call upon the next participant in this debate, and that is the Honorable Bardenos from the DA. Honorable Bardenos, you have 8 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. When Parliament approves the allocation of money, it does so with the expectation that those entrusted with that money act with integrity, accountability, and constitutional fidelity. But how can we in good conscience support this budget vote when the person at the helm of the Department of Human Settlements is under active police investigation for corruption? Today, we are being asked to endorse a 34 billion rand budget to a minister who's not just unfit for office, but whose record reads like a charge sheet. A minister who remains in power in flagrant violation of the ANC's own step-aside rule. A minister who, by remaining at the helm of human settlements, undermines every promise this department makes about building an ethical developmental state. How can we, as members of this House, endorse a housing budget led by someone who allegedly helped loot Eskom?
Can you take your seat, please? Honorable Nokonyana, what rule are you standing on?
Order, Chair. I'm standing on Rule 6.1. Yeah, 6.1. Chair. The honorable member is attacking the honorable minister.
Please
Can
continue.
I be protected, Chair?
Please continue. Continue.
Is attacking the honorable minister and is using, therefore, an offensive and unbecoming language in so doing. And I stand to indicate, therefore, that the honorable member is out of order and he must retract what he has just said and apologize.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nokonyana. I did not hear any offensive language or unbecoming language in terms of the rules that you are quoting. Honorable Bardenos, continue, please.
Thank you for protecting me, Chair. Difficult to retract what is in public domain. Who appears to have signed off invoices for ghost workers and who've earned 700,000 rand from a shady Kusile power station deal that never delivered what it claimed to. Honourable members, this is not political theatre. This is about integrity in public finance. This is about preventing the fox guarding the henhouse. Even by the ANC's watered-down standards, Minister Simelane should have long since stepped aside. This very rule, proclaimed by much fanfare by the ANC, stipulates that party members formally
Honourable Bardenos, can you take your seat, please? Honourable Sibande, on what rule are you standing?
Chairperson, I rise on Rule 57 that if the member was charged, she must be given an opportunity to respond. And then secondly, I don't know whether they are referring to her because she requested that the bones of her sister must come back.
Let's not engage in a debate. Honorable Sibande, when I read Rule 57, it says debating of charges against delegate. If a charge for contravention of these rules is made against a delegate, that delegate must be given the opportunity to be heard. So it says if a charge for contravention of these rules. So I haven't had any contravention of these rules.
Chair.
Are you also standing on a point of order? On which rule?
6-1.
Yes.
6-1. Chair, the honorable member says the honorable minister should have stepped aside on the basis that he has been charged. And but we all know that the honorable minister has never been charged. So it's misleading the House, it's misleading the nation in that regard, and therefore out of order.
I will uphold that one if I heard him correctly in saying that the minister was charged, and that needs to be withdrawn. Honorable Badenhorst.
Honourable Chair, I'm just going through my speech here, and I said that that should be charged. The very rule proclaimed with much fanfare by the ANC stipulates that members formally charged, the ANC rule stipulates that, members formally charged with serious crimes must relinquish their duties. It's the step-aside rule.
Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable Badenhorst, you are saying that she should be formally charged and therefore should step aside. But she hasn't been formally charged.
Honourable Chair,
so there's no reason for her to step aside.
Honourable Chair, she has been formally charged. There's a case opened at the police station, and she's been investigated by the South African Police Services. That is a fact.
All right, we will look into that. Please continue. The table staff will assist me with that.
Here we are. This minister sits at the apex of a department managing 34 billion rands worth of taxpayers' money. Why is she still here? Honourable members, accountability should not just be political party slogans. It should be a standard. Mention of Minister Simelani's transgressions are not just allegations to score political points. They are substantiated in affidavits, in investigative media reports, and in hard evidence before the South African Police Services. From Eskom ghost workers to dodgy VBS loans for coffee shops. Yet, instead of this minister doing the honourable thing by stepping aside, she accepts a move from Minister of Justice to Minister of Human Settlements.
Honourable Badenhorst, take your seat, please. Honourable Nokanyana, on which rule?
I'm rising, Chair, on rule 6-9, read with 12. You have already ruled, Chair, that on the matter, you are going to look into it and then come to the House. And the rule says the presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned by anyone in the House. Honourable member is continuing challenging your ruling, and in my respectful submission is out of order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nokanyana. I didn't hear him challenging the point of order. He's continuing with his debate. So let's allow him to continue with his debate. Okay? I'll ask him to continue with his debate. Honourable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, Chair, human settlements is not just another department. It is the last hope for a family in a backyard dwelling. It is the only path to dignity for millions of South Africans who've been failed by government for 3 decades. And yet, it is being led by someone who allegedly inflated invoices, signed off payments for non-existent work, and profited while the people of Dalmas received no work because of Vitruvian ghost workers. The irony is breathtaking. Minister Simelane was allegedly part of a scheme that billed Eskom for services never rendered. And now she's been put in charge of the department whose biggest problem is the underspending of billions allocated to build homes, lay infrastructure, and issue title deeds. Honourable Chairperson, this 34 billion rand budget comes at a time of great fiscal strain. When adjusted for inflation, this budget represents a real decline of 3.5%, and every single program, from administration to informal settlements, suffer a real cut. This means tighter budgets for upgrading informal settlements, slower progress in delivering affordable housing, and worsening backlogs in issuing title deeds. But the real question is, how do we monitor this budget with credibility when the person overseeing it is compromised? How can we allow billions in grants to flow under the stewardship of a minister who has allegedly misrepresented invoices and benefited from state contracts in her previous roles? You wouldn't ask a bank robber to guard the vault. Why then do we allow this minister to guard the funds meant to house our poorest citizens? The department has made big promises in its annual performance plan, honourable members. Targets include delivering 85,994 fully subsidised houses, servicing 99,467 stands, providing 10,614 rental units and 1,717 community residential units, supporting municipalities with bulk infrastructure in 184 informal settlements. On paper, it sounds great, but under this minister's stewardship, these targets risk being little more than fantasy. Because, honourable members, targets don't build houses. Trust builds houses. And you cannot build trust on a foundation of fraud. But when it comes to this minister, the silence of the Integrity Committee is deafening. And make no mistake, the voters out there are no longer just noticing. They are awakening. They are seeing through the silence. They feel the betrayal. And they are again preparing to speak the only language the ANC has come to fear, the language of the ballot box. While families queue for houses they were promised 10 years ago, a minister who allegedly helped steal from the very people she now claims to serve is being shielded. It's a disgrace. It is anti-poor and it's anti-accountability. Let me be clear. The Democratic Alliance supports investment in housing. We support upgrading informal settlements. We support dignity through home ownership. But we will not support this budget while it's tainted by the presence of this Minister Similani. So we call on the President to fire, not reshuffle, not redeploy, not reassign, fire her.
Point of order, Chair. You take your seat, please, Honourable Barnos. Honourable Farmer, on what rule are you standing?
61(1)(b, Chair.
Go ahead.
Chairperson, the honourable member is stating a lie that he knows is a lie. The DA government does not care for those without housing.
No. Now you are debating. Honourable Farmer. Please take your seat. Continue, Honourable Barnos.
It's like entering into a battle of wits with an unarmed person. It's just not worth it. Fire her and refer her to law enforcement. Until then, no amount of performance plans or PowerPoint slides will restore credibility to this vote. Chairperson, you cannot build homes on quicksand, and corruption is the quickest sand of all. The Department of Human Settlements cannot be expected to deliver shelter, security, and dignity when its own leadership is under a cloud of criminal suspicion. South Africans deserve better. They deserve homes built by honest hands and governed by clean minds. Until Minister Similani is removed, this budget cannot be supported in good conscience. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Barnos. Honourable Pinar, I think I saw you with your cell phone taking pictures. Please, if that is what you are doing, please, it's against the rules. Thank you. All right, let us move on to the next honourable member, and that is on the virtual platform, the MEC from the Eastern Cape, Honourable Lusidi. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session, to the Chairperson of the NCOP, the esteemed members of the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Minister of Human Settlements, Minister Simelane, our Honourable Deputy Minister, esteemed colleagues, all the MECs that are connected, all the provincial delegates. Allow me to extend my greetings to all who are connected to us for the session. Chairperson, it is for us a singular honor to participate in this debate on the Human Settlements Budget vote, representing the resilient and the hopeful people of the Eastern Cape. We do so not with arrogance or pretense, but with the humility of public servants who understand the lived realities of our people and the urgency of responding to their needs with action, not rhetoric. On the 2nd of July, the Honorable Minister presented a policy speech that resonated across the various spheres of government and the work done and planned for the entire country. Her emphasis on consolidating gains, addressing special injustices, and unlocking delivery mechanisms is not only welcomed, but it synchronizes with our provincial policy outlook in the Eastern Cape. Chairperson, we must urge all public representatives to realize that ours is far beyond party representation, but it's about building a prosperous South Africa capable of delivering the better life for all. I so long, Honorable Chair, for a day that the debate on the budget vote will be about service to the people, and not all of us as political mounting hills on our political and ideological positions. And hence, Sibulela, Honorable Nongonyane, for your timely intervention from the previous speaker, protecting us, because all of us, including the ones from the imaginary responsibility, have a huge task of considering the concrete realities of our people. We are here to enrich and support the national agenda, not as commentators, not as backbencher critics, but as co-architects of our country's developmental trajectory. We are at the coal face where policy meets poverty, where plans must translate into projects, and where the face of government is either felt or forgotten. Chairperson, I'm here speaking on behalf of the province, a province that is in mourning after having been struck by a devastating disaster that has taken more than 100 lives and left scores of our people homeless. We thank the minister and her department for continued presence, and the people of the province were confronting with this difficult time. We are coordinating a strategic government efforts towards the relief and rebuilding what has been damaged, comforting the affected families and people. In the Eastern Cape, we have embraced the building of sustainable integrated human settlements, one that restores dignity and advances socio-economic development. Our 25-26 policy speech sets out a framework aligned with the national imperatives while boldly responsive to our provincial context. Providing dignified shelter for the most vulnerable remains a key priority of this government. As one travels through the province, from Breibach along the N2 to Mdantsane, the progress in human settlements is evident in the beautifully constructed homes that now stand as symbols of dignity and transformation. However, despite these strides, the demand for housing remains more urgent than ever as we work to reshape the spatial landscape of our province and country. Addressing this challenge requires a comprehensive approach that extends beyond the breaking new ground housing. We are committed to implementing interventions that cater to all segments of the human settlement sector, ensuring that our approach is inclusive and transformative. In the 2025-26 financial year, the Department of Human Settlements will deliver 4,970 BNG housing units to provide shelter to low-income families, also providing 260 first home finance subsidies. These will assist first-time home buyers in accessing the property market. 98 individual subsidies will be provided that will support those who do not qualify for your traditional housing assistance. 4,345 service sites across all regions through the Human Settlements Development Grant that will enable further housing development. Also, plan on completing the 143 approved military veterans housing, ensuring that those who have served in the nation receive a dignified housing opportunity that they deserve. Chairperson, the national speech rightly places emphasis on restoring credibility in the delivery systems of our human settlements program. And at the start of the 22-23 financial year, the department was confronted with 87 stalled or blocked projects that affected 23,975 housing units across all 8 of our regions. And each project faced its own unique obstacles, many of which stemmed from inadequate pre-planning and implementation by municipalities. To overcome these challenges, the department implemented strategic interventions that included the appointment of panel of contractors, A key reform was the introduction of the project and home enrollment with the National Home Builder Registration Council, which ensured that all projects are fully prepared before implementation. This proactive approach has significantly reduced the risk of future project blockages. Today, I'm proud to report that all previously stalled projects have been successfully unblocked, marking a major milestone in our commitment to delivering quality housing for our people. In light of the growing impact of global warming, innovative and sustainable building technologies offers the viable alternative to traditional brick and mortar construction. These technologies enhance service delivery while fostering green, resilient, and inclusive human settlements that uphold human dignity. To better understand the challenges that are posed by climate change, the department conducted a study in the 24-25 financial year that was titled Investigating the Effects of Water Scarcity on the Implementation of Human Settlements Construction Projects in the Province. This study examined the root causes of water scarcity and its direct impact on housing construction projects. And as part of our commitment to sustainable development, we will implement 4 ISBT projects in the 25-26 financial year through our Human Settlements Development Grant, ensuring a more climate responsive and resource efficient solution. We continue to affirm our work is not about delivering 4 walls and a roof. It is about healing spatial apartheid. It is about fostering cohesive, caring, and safe communities. And it is about confronting social fragmentation at its roots. As we mark 30 years of freedom, we recommit to the vision of Freedom Charter that stated there shall be houses, security, and comfort. Not just as a slogan, but as a lived experience of every South African. Chairperson, we wish to reiterate that we rise in this debate not as those with perfect solutions, but as committed implementers of a constitutional and moral mandate. Our responsibility is to build, not to heckle from the sidelines. Our role is to implement, not to explain away failures. We remain steadfast in our support for the Minister's direction and vision. The Eastern Cape is aligned, it is ready and determined to scale up service delivery to the people and restore the dignity. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We now move on to the next member to participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable Briet, who is also on the virtual platform. Honorable Briet, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, can you hear me clearly? My signal seems to be dipping.
Oh, you are not very audible. Honorable
Is it
Briet?
possible? May I switch off my video? Chair, can you hear me?
Okay. All right, switch off your video.
Chair, may I switch off my video? Is this more clear? I hope so.
It's clearer now. Yeah, go ahead.
Fabulous. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, this department is constitutionally bound to provide adequate and dignified homes to vulnerable communities. It is every South African's constitutional right to have a safe and dignified home. Being able to provide them with title deeds should be a top priority, seeing as title deeds are catalysts for economic empowerment that provide the public with access to financing and allow families to use property as generational assets. Despite the department's constitutionally enshrined duty to provide vulnerable South African communities with access to dignified housing, the vast majority of our citizens continue to be failed by a system that delivers substandard, unsafe, and often inaccessible homes. This year, the Department of Human Settlements has been allocated 34 billion rand, of which 30.8 billion rand is meant for grants to provinces and metros. As this is the majority of funds spent, or shall we rather say unspent, misappropriated, or stolen, using my home province as an example, once again, the Free State fails to spend housing grants. Year after year, it is the same story. Between 2019 and 2023, nearly R1 billion was forfeited. In 2023 alone, 600 million rand was sent back. And last year, 50 million rand was stopped because, as you yourself said, Minister, in last week's committee meeting, you had no faith in the Free State Department and that they would actually be able to deliver on promises made. And this is but one example. There are 8 other provinces, some as bad as the Free State. These transfers and subsidies are where the department needs to step up. Minister, during our last committee meeting, you made mention of 2 monitoring units. Only one that monitors provinces, though. It is absolutely impossible for one unit to cover 9 provinces and 257 municipalities' projects. This is where the greatest problems are. Not that the rest are any less worrisome, but these speak to the concrete dilapidation of human settlement in general. Chair, it is not just the money, it is the mess. The unfinished housing projects litter provinces, ghost sites, promises made, promises abandoned, contractors walk away with no consequences. And the human cost? Beneficiaries who have waited years, families still waiting. The backlog of unfinished homes is staggering. In the Free State alone, over 20,000 housing units remain incomplete, many nothing more than bare foundation or roofless shells. Desperate beneficiaries, some of whom have waited more than 14 years for shelter, were eventually forced to abandon these ghost structures, still waiting for the roofs that never came. In Limpopo, residents have reported that RDP houses given to them by the state start to fall apart after a mere 3 years due to inadequate building supplies and poor planning. In the Eastern Cape, residents of Mthatha have been waiting for 24 years for the completion of nearly 1,000 RDP homes. The state of existing RDP homes is a great cause of concern and cannot possibly be deemed as dignified homes, much less safe environments for vulnerable communities who so desperately need shelter. Though many promises of renewal have been made over the years, general mismanagement and lack of coordination at municipal and provincial level runs rampant. The latest AGSA report is proof thereof. This has become a pattern and it speaks to fundamental failure in planning, in execution, and in financial control. We cannot have provinces' departments only being able to achieve 33% of its targets, as in the case of the Free State, and call it a win or that we are delivering adequate housing to the masses. The price of mediocrity is paid by the generations that follow. Each and every learner without a proper roof over their head where they can focus on their studies to ensure a better future for themselves and uplift themselves out of the abject poverty they live in is a mark on this department. You should keep this in mind, Minister, when another province forfeits money or another contractor disappears. How will you explain your failure to the child that had a promising future? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Briat. The next contributor to this debate is your Honourable Nzimande. Honourable Nzimande, you have 9 minutes.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Citizens, men and women of this country, honorable members, I greet you. Chair, my mouth is shut. You can pass this to Honorable Prince. I'm not going to talk about his leader, that the applications are open for post-matric. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it either for Dean, Honorable Dean, that the same really should be conveyed. Neither will I talk about the chaos in the back room of the GNU. I just rose to talk and engage with the content of the plans that are expected to deal with the social conditions of our people.
And our interaction will be aimed to persuade the department to relook in what they have done. Upfront, we declare as Mkhonto weSizwe that we do not support this budget vote, for it will not address the poverty alleviation, will not contribute to meaningful inclusive growth and job creation, and nor shall it make impactful inroads in restructuring spatial planning. This is located within the contextual perspective of what the cabinet has done, approving the reduction by 3.1 billion in 2024-2025, 4 billion in 2025-2026, and 6.7 billion in 26-27 financial year, which will definitely affect the financial performance, the performance of the department. This is against the growing number of population, which obviously State SA predicts that surely by 2029, it will have increased by 4.9. The plan's chair and the funding therein shall not be able to address the broader question of spatial settlement patterns with the desirable outcome of bridging racial dividers and vision for non-racial and integrated society through development of sustainable human settlement and quality housing. It is within this context we say it has to be rejected. The sole undertaking that will upgrade informal settlement and provide service side will remain a pipe dream from millions of our people, but for few. Sector targets, in as much as sector targets are couched much more better than if compared to other departments. However, some outputs are couched wrongfully and shall not be able to make any impactful to the lives of our citizenry. Classical examples include the output stating reports on monitoring the performance of HSDG, and the output termed report on monitoring the performance of USDG. Reports are not the end of them to themselves, and measuring the report, not the impact, evinces incorrectly couched plans. The output is not an action or activity, but immediate result of an action or activity. Setting a target as 4 reports on monitoring the performance of USDG, instead of setting a target as a remedial action of a causal factor. The department suggests that if you have written 4 accounting reports, then you will have performed. We believe that is wrong, and financing such would be wrong. On social housing, the plan shall not realize an objective of economic, social, and expectation of the citizens of an economically empowered, non-racial, and integrated society living in a sustainable human settlement. The government's inability to grow the economy, austerity measures, coupled with high unemployment rate, impact negatively on the intent of the social housing to contribute to urban regeneration and urban efficiency. Furthermore, the unemployment compromises the financial contribution to the local authorities by way of non-payment for rates and services by individuals in rental houses, thus further defeating the intent of urban regeneration and urban efficiency objectives. The omission from the plans to elevate government intervention role of providing reviewed funding model to deal with this challenge compromises the realization and protection of the envisioned spatial restructuring, including social integration, social stabilization, crime reduction, urban regeneration, and to urban efficiency. This omission shall push back those who may lose houses back to the long waiting queues of houses. I point as example, residents there who lost their jobs, expected to pay 3,000 per month, are now staying in a dilapidated building. Infrastructure is deteriorating. Lifts are not functioning. Elderly and disabled people are forced to go down the stairs if they need any help. This occurs against the backdrop of approximately 14 million for renovation use for renovation part was squandered. And whereas scores of tenants at the Harina rental village in Ladana in Polokwane not so long ago experienced inhuman evictions for defaulting on rental like many others around the country. This called for a different funding model for social housing, and no intervention is provided in these plans. Your MINMEC of March 2024 had a view or a resolution that on an informal settlement, ISUPG business plans will prioritize informal settlements that were established before 2005, and that has never happened. You have seen it 2024, 25. Even in these plans, that's the situation. That's why you see the situation of Makaus and Chimistin is not prioritized. And Gauteng alone, 20.4% of housing live in informal housing. In the Northwest is 18.5%. In the Western Cape is 15.1%. The plans and funding then are not impactful to the citizens. The constitutional right, everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, remain a pie in the sky for millions of our people. If, for example, only 675 informal settlements were upgraded to phase 3 by the end of the 6th administration, then obviously setting the target of upgrading 1,500 informal settlements to phase 3 is unrealistic and not achievable, considering the reduction in budget, which is not better than the 6th administration. Again, setting the target of upgrading settlement on phase 1 is not commensurate with percentage of more than 47% of informal settlement on phase 1 for upgrading and located on the unsuitable land with no basic services. Reduction of budget over the MTF period evinces proofs that it will not catch up with the pace of population increases and mushrooming of more informal settlement. Benefits envisaged through the Freedom Charter, including all people shall have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security will remain a pie in the sky. Abandoned projects. Funding to deal with the abandoned project is not sufficiently taking cognizance of the vandalized projects. Auditor General indicated this, and not once. Eradication of mud houses. Unrealistic funding attached to the plans shall not result on the eradication of mud houses. And the dignity of people will continue to be stripped by GNA government. Eradication of asbestos roofs. Plans do not provide a complete eradication of asbestos roofs. Government's non-committal stance on the plans to effectively apply provision of government notice R1196, asbestos abatement regulation, exposes citizens on numerous illnesses, including asbestosis, mesothelioma, and lung cancer. The plans have gaps, for they are not providing a comprehensive strategy to eliminate health risk against community members. On military veterans, Montrose is one of the most critical and thorny areas in Ranford.
Time has expired.
And in military veterans are not taken serious by this government.
The time has expired.
And in conclusion,
will you please?
In conclusion,
will you please close him up?
What do you say?
Expired.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegates. I think that we must learn to respect our rules. Rules 60 and 59 are very clear that the speakers will be called according to a list, and in that list, the specified time. Please respect that. It will be shameful that you have to say a person must be dragged out of the house because of not respecting such a simple rule. No, let's do better than that in moving forward. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the next speaker on the Provincial Whip of KZN. There's only one chairperson now in the House, please. All right. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Simas, MEC for Human Settlements, Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs in the Western. Yeah, it's Honorable Mashilo. No, it's wrong. It's Honorable Mashilo from the visual platform from Mpumalanga. Honorable Mashilo, it's your chance.
Thank you, Chairperson. A very good afternoon to honorable members, our Minister of Human Settlement, Mem Thembisi Milan, our Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Umamatandi Mahambe-Hlala, my honorable MEC colleagues in the platform. Chairperson, thanks for this opportunity. Honorable Chairperson and members, we are gathered here today on the dawn of the passing of our former Deputy President, Mr. Titi Mabuza, who also led as a Premier of our province of Mpumalanga. We are indeed saddened by his untimely death, as we expected more of his leadership and guidance. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Today's debate coincides with the Mandela Month celebration under the theme, "It is still in our hands to combat poverty and inequality." As department responsible for providing shelter to the people of Mpumalanga, we did not look the other way. We did not hesitate to act. We continue to act with courage and vision. We are pleased to have this opportunity to share a perspective as a Mpumalanga Provincial, informed by the Freedom Charter. There shall be houses for all. Therefore, this debate is vital aspect of our nation development in terms of providing houses and related infrastructure, as well as amenities for our citizens. As a country, we are experiencing a surge in urbanization driven by economic factors leading to migration in search for employment and a better job creation opportunities. It is imperative that we address this trend by ensuring that human settlements are established and managed accordingly. Let us therefore acknowledge this debate by extending our great appreciation to the Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Thembisi Milan, whose budget and policy speech resulted the allocation of Mpumalanga being 1.27 billion. As a result of this allocation, we have identified a total of 5,815 housing opportunities for the financial year 25-26. This budget vote reaffirms our collective resolve and commitments to constitutional imperative of ensuring access to adequate housing. Our commitment is born from a profound understanding that adequate housing is not a privilege, but it's a fundamental right afforded to all of us. It is therefore a foundation for human dignity and safety. The budget tabled by Minister is not a wish list, it's a roadmap to transform our human settlement into resilient, inclusive spaces, opportunities. It's outlined how government seeks to accelerate the delivery of integrated, sustainable settlement and improve the lives of ordinary South Africans. In keep with this year's theme, leveraging technologies for resilient, sustainable human settlement, we embrace the call to modernize, digitize, and innovate. If we are to respond meaningfully to the challenges of a rapid urbanization, climate risk, and housing demand, we must equip ourselves with smart systems and forward-thinking approaches. It is imperative that we outline the population dynamics of our province derived from the census 2022, which categorized households into formal dwellings that are estimated at 92.2%, traditional dwellings that is estimated at 1.8%, and informal dwellings at 5.8%. This scenario tabulates the shortages of housing units, especially in urban and peri-urban areas. Hence, more resources are needed to address these challenges. We have nonetheless benefited largely as Mpumalanga from the budget allocation. It's going to make significant impact on most parts of our provinces that are rural and semi-rural and urban municipalities, whose inhabitants are mostly unemployed, people with disability, pensioners, and indeed related families. In addition, we have made special provision for military veterans and ensure that they enjoy dignified housing. At present, 8 houses are indeed completed and they shall be handed over soon. Minister of Human Settlement, Thembis Milan, emphasized the importance of good governance in housing delivery through unveiling a 5-year strategic plan. The plan is aimed at modernizing the country's housing system and accelerating delivery under deserved communities. The master plan is premised on breaking new grounds by targeting number of housing units, servicing of stands, upgrading informal settlement, and strengthening social housing units. Our perspective as Mpumalanga is that good governance is essential for ensuring effective management, accountability, and transparency within department. The foster trust and enhances service delivery, including promoting sustainable development. We remain committed in terms of our DDM model and its objective. As we plan for future settlement and improve the current ones, focus will be on comprehensive planning through coordinations amongst levels of government, which ensure robust oversight and accountability. Our intense plans must include the necessary services of amenities that are essential to the day-to-day life of our people. During the 2019 SONA, His Excellency President Ramaphosa presented a vision of a new democratic urban centers based on a notion of ideal smart cities. The Honorable Premier of the province, Mandla Ndlovu, in his SOPA, echoed the same sentiment, where he committed to develop smart cities which will encompass smart youth digital centers in pursuit of economic stimulation. In response to this commitment, the department has managed to establish an Akon City and Hospital View Smart Cities project in Bushbuck Ridge, which is indeed our local intensive municipalities. This smart cities concept is one of the strategic interventions in the province that will contribute towards spatial transformation, inclusive economic growth, and development of human settlement closer to the work and economic opportunities. In the South African context, smart cities represent an effective integration of physical, digital, and human system in the built environment to deliver a sustainable, prosperous, and inclusive future. It is worth mentioning that Akon City is a private sector-led initiative in collaboration with the Department of Coxstar, while Hospital View is public sector-led initiative. The implementation of these initiatives will address the prevailing housing backlog of 25,821 and create job opportunities for the people of the province. In the quest to address housing challenges, we emphasize strengthening high-impact projects, which implemented effectively, it will address a number of problems that the province will face. Its key features included a full implementation of the Integrated Residential Development Program, which is aimed at promoting holistic development approach. It is underpinned by the planning and land acquisition, township establishment, and the provision of service site stands. Furthermore, this approach allowed the municipality to sell stands and at market value, while other stands are allocated to the native beneficiaries. In Mpumalanga, we are proud of the strides made between 2019 and 2024. We upgraded 11 informal settlements, which each in settlement had almost 5,000 to 6,000 people, and serviced over 29,000 sites, thus transforming space of despair into a functional, connected communities. In the same year, more than 17,500 break new ground houses were completed, A total of 47,648 housing opportunities were delivered, a clear demonstration of power of coordinated service delivery. Integrated human settlement project at Kwamhlusha Extension 2 and 24, where about 4,000 sites have now been completed in the rural area of Nkomazi local municipalities. We believe servicing the rural municipalities so that we don't have too much migration into the cities. Looking ahead, we remain committed to expand this work, bringing more services sites that will be released to beneficiaries. Houses will be built for targeted groups such as child-headed household, people living with disability, and elderly people.
Honorable Premier, MEC. Thanks for your participation. You got a promotion this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We support the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Sharp. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Simas, the MEC from the Human Settlement, Western Cape. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for the nearly additional work you've provided me earlier on. Honorable Chairperson, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, my fellow MECs who are online, also the representative of SALGA, Councillor Sutashi, but also members of the NCOP. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to address this House today. As the Western Cape, we welcome the national commitment to spatial transformation, innovation, and partnerships in human settlements. But let the Western Cape be very clear here today. Housing delivery is not separate from infrastructure. It is actually infrastructure. In our Western Cape Infrastructure Framework 2050, which includes our strategy and also our implementation plan, out of a total of our 4 outcomes, human settlements is our first outcome statement, which says that households have increased access to basic services and improved shelter, close quote. Because we believe that where and how people live define their access to jobs, education, and opportunity. In the Western Cape, we therefore treat human settlements as economic infrastructure. Our strategy is data-driven. We realize we need to address the spatial injustice and also reversing the legacy of apartheid in enabling long-term growth as we do it across our province. Chairperson, housing therefore is no longer just a social good. It's a catalyst for jobs, investment, and integration, creating generational wealth. But provinces must be empowered to deliver this. Our ability to do so as a province was undermined by the National Department of Human Settlements' unilateral 300 million rand cut to our human settlements budget. This was not due to underspending. That narrative is false. I want to put it on record. That narrative is false. But repeating this false narrative suits the declining official opposition in our province. While our adjustment business plan was submitted timelessly in September, it was only approved in December 2024, but yet in March 2025, without consultation or even proper due process, our funds were just cut. In fact, the department had received invoices for works done to the equivalent to this cut. This has thus left the department with a budget deficit for human settlements. Chairperson, this decision struck a blow to thousands of qualifying and law-abiding beneficiaries. It violated the principles of cooperative governance, and therefore an intergovernmental dispute is currently underway, and the Minister of Treasury and the Minister of Human Settlements is well aware of this. I want to affirm that the National Department of Human Settlements, Honourable House Chairperson and members, is not a mother department to provincial human settlement departments. Human settlements is a concurrent competence between national and provincial government. And on this basis, budget processes need to honour the concurrent competence. And therefore, this is a call to National Treasury to actually review the way that human settlements is funded to provinces. But yet, despite all of this and all these challenges, in this province, we press on with delivery. In the heart of Cape Town, we are advancing key initiative projects.
There's a hand up there. On what I rise it, Honourable?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I'm rising on roll 61B, Chair. the member here is consistently making a statement that there are monies that are being taken from Western Cape, knowing exactly that it is not true. If you are not submitting a business plan to a national department, there is no way that you can be approved to be given to qualify in a particular financial year. So he can't continue to speak as if that the Western Cape is treated different than other provinces.
Thank you, Honorable Feni. I think on that Pura score, it is a matter of point of debate. I think the minister will be able to respond to that issue. Can continue.
Thank you, Chair. In the heart of Cape Town, we are advancing key inner-city projects that bring affordable housing closer to work, but also transport nodes. In Regent Villas Extension 2, as I speak, 110 units will commence with tenanting in September. This is social housing. Prestwich Precinct will go to market later on this year. It will deliver mixed-use opportunities of 310. Conradi Park Phase 2, as I stand here, 659 new social housing opportunities are being constructed. Leeuloop, which the Premier and I launched earlier this year, the groundbreaking will be later on, which will deliver 830 housing opportunities. Somerset West, 1,034 affordable housing opportunities. Tenanting will commence in May. Founders Garden, 2,000 affordable mixed opportunities near economic hubs. Will go to market soon.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, Horizon Rule 68. Can the Honourable Minister please let our Minister finish his debate speech? She's drowning out our speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Barinhouse. I've already...
She's not in a coffee shop now, she's in Parliament.
Oh. I've already called them to order even before that.
Thank you, Chair. But Chair, and we have a lot more projects closer that are implementation ready, which will deliver almost 10,000 opportunities. These are Oudtshoorn, which will deliver just under 1,500. Again, it's going to market within the next few months. Stuckland will deliver nearly 7,000 opportunities. It will deliver and go to market within the new financial year. So the Western Cape does not speak. To us, these are not just numbers. They represent dignity, real access, but ultimately real transformation. But beyond our metro area, we're also evaluating our own provincial land parcels, 23 of them to be exact, 85 hectares in size, because we are envisioning developing them, but also ensuring that social services are integrated into these land parcels as part of our development process. But Honourable House Chair, to accelerate delivery, we need funding. And given our recent experience, we are now pioneering the alternative and blended financing framework with our provincial treasury. This funding model allows us to crowd in private capital to reduce this province's dependency on national grants and match projects with appropriate financial tools. Already, we have a 200 billion rand pipeline under review as I stand here, including housing, transport, and catalytic precincts. This is aligned to our province's growth for job strategy and our Western Cape infrastructure framework. But we also committed to driving real innovation, not just by word, but by deed. As I stand here, title deeds are given on the day to beneficiaries that occupy their homes. Successful projects has been piloted over the last year. Informal settlement upgrading, we use credible data-backed business plans to deliver. We do not use informal settlements as the opposition in this province seeks to do, and other opposition parties to actually point out that they're actually focusing on political opportunism. We are focusing on new affordable rental housing models that speak to the reality of our citizens in this province. We have streamlined planning systems for acceleration into the future. In 2021, the Honourable Minister speaks of a national app. In 2021, this province actually launched the Western Cape Housing Demand Database app. This was the first digital platform in the country which allowed citizens and residents to register as possible qualifying beneficiaries, but also track their housing application via this mobile app. This has improved transparency, planning, and eliminated queues. Furthermore, together with our sister department, the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, we have successfully completed our province's second round of housing market studies across 7 municipalities. This initiative is part of our provincial government's ongoing efforts to actually deepen our understanding of the local housing market dynamics across our province. Our aim is very simple. How do we advance the usage of well-located land for affordable housing opportunities while we support our local municipalities to develop municipal inclusionary housing policies? The municipalities which were part of this round were Swartland, Saldanha Bay, Overstrand, Breda Valley, Pito, Neisner, and Oudtshoorn. And these studies have provided us with critical information, provided us with critical data insights into how local housing markets are actually functioning across our province. It highlights the trends in the supply and demand. They have showcased a further affordability challenges within our province, and also what opportunities there are for the private sector and the public sector to invest to address these challenges. Chairperson, this is actually what modern citizen-centered delivery should really look like, not just in our province, but in every province. But to scale this, we need a reliable national partner, not one that withholds funds without providing credible reasons. Which is why we asked this House, and I asked the Minister, let performance and accurate data, not possible politics, drive the way funding is allocated to provinces. Let fairness and delivery actually guide our partnership, because I do still see the National Department as a partner. But in the Western Cape, human settlements is more than brick and mortar. It's about real dignity, ensuring real sustainable futures for our people, and economic inclusion for all law-abiding citizens who do not want to jump the queue for a housing opportunity. And despite these obstacles, yes, some created by our very own national department, we will still continue to lead as a province in innovation, but above all, to deliver through that innovation, because we believe the people of the Western Cape, just like the people in each of the other 8 provinces, they deserve no less a government that does not only care, but delivers in real, tangible outputs fairly to all law-abiding citizens. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simas. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Mabegu from the Northwest.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greeting to the Minister, Honorable Thembisi Milane, and Honorable Deputy Minister, Thandi Mahamba-Tlale. Honorable members, the wise man once said, and I quote, that was Montesquieu. He said, "I'll rather be ruled by a lion with a good pedigree rather than be ruled by 100 rats." So, Motsoga pele o rile bangwe, ke di la kgaka mme di nwa moro. Yaanong, it is tremendous pleasure to stand in this August House to make a contribution to the policy vote debate on human settlement. As the African National Congress, we support the policy statement and budget vote as tabled by Minister Simelane. Over the past 30 years of our democracy, the ANC-led government has made significant strides in addressing homelessness and providing our people with an important asset, a decent house. However, there are many, including in this August House, who have misguided notions to claim that the ANC-led government has not improved the lives of our people. The fact remains that the ANC-led government in the last 30 years have provided close to 5 million houses to poor and vulnerable people in our country, thereby ensuring housing security and comfort. In the past 30 years, the ANC-led government has advanced progressive and transformative human settlement legislation and policies to enable the democratic states to deliver integrated and sustainable human settlements across the country. As the ANC, we admit that some housing projects have not honored the commitment to address colonialism and apartheid spatial planning. Instead, they reinforced it. Honorable members, as we continue to reflect on the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the Freedom Charter. We must applaud the democratic government for the important strides it has made with regard to the implementation of the Charter clauses on housing, security, and comfort. As citizens, we may take for granted that the right to access adequate housing exists in our country, a privilege not shared by many others in other parts of the world. Therefore, we must commend our forebears who decided to include a clause in Freedom Charter on housing, which was later incorporated into the post-apartheid democratic constitution. As the ANC, we are committed to ensuring that we realize the ideals enshrined in the Freedom Charter and the democratic constitution, not only in respect of ensuring housing, security, and comfort, but also in ensuring that all government-initiated housing projects have transport, roads, lighting, playing fields, crèches, and social centers. Honourable members, as this House, we must be able to take stock in terms of the evolution of the housing legislation and policies, from housing to human settlement. Initially, the ANC-led government adopted the 1994 White Paper on housing, while primarily focused on providing starter houses. This approach meant that government prioritized in delivering houses to as many households as possible, resulting in small sizes, commonly referred to as matchboxes, that lacked indoor toilets and running water. However, the policy shift took place with the introduction of Breaking New Ground policy, which shifted the housing policy away from a focus on quantity of houses to quality. The policy mandated the fitting of indoor toilets and piped water in all government-subsidized houses, prioritizing improved quality over houses delivered. The initial housing policy did not include provision for people with disability to easily access their homes, but the Breaking New Ground policy, those provisions were made. The shift in housing policies has ensured that our ANC-led government recognizes the importance of upgrading informal settlement, especially where they are built, and only removes them in instances where they are built in flood-prone areas to limit the destruction of homes and livelihoods. In addition, our ANC-led government has included the provision of serviced residential sites as part of government programs to expand access to adequate housing, security, and comfort. There are those households who can afford to build their own homes but lack access to well-located land, and this program of serviced residential sites is meant to those households. The African National Congress values the department's efforts in publishing the White Paper on Human Settlements, taking into account feedback from different groups, allowing more time for input, and finally getting the cabinet approval for the document as the official government policy, which will guide the creation of sustainable human settlement in the country. Honourable members, the White Paper on Human Settlement promises to significantly transform not only the human settlement sector, but also result in a review of the Housing Act and associated policy. It has the added potential to accelerate and expand access to adequate housing for all South Africans. As the ANC, we urge the department to ensure that the White Paper focus on initiatives that will dismantle apartheid's special legacy an own initiative that will empower and support self-building of houses through various subsidy schemes. Additionally, we request that the department ensures greenfields housing projects are located close to economic centers and social, educational, and recreational facilities. Honorable members, the past couple of weeks, as you might know, the country has experienced extreme cold and wet weather conditions which affected the poor and homeless the most. We have seen houses being flooded with water and our people being forced to flee their homes and seek shelter in community halls, and the impact has been extreme here in the city of Cape Town. We applaud the department for recognizing the importance of mainstreaming and integrating climate resilience and sustainable development approaches into a white paper, which will guarantee the incorporation into the planning, designing, and construction of human settlements so as to limit the severe impact of natural disasters associated with climate change. The ANC in this select committee commits to ensuring that the department will make budgetary provision for funding in the near future. The implementation of climate resilient infrastructure, as well as the drafting of norms and standards to guide the implementation of housing infrastructure projects. Honourable members, former Human Settlements Minister Ms. Kubai revealed late last year that she is concerned about the rate at which home loans were rejected for historically disadvantaged individuals and allegation of racial profiling by commercial banks. She further indicated that the data submitted by the banks is incomplete and not very transparent on the lending practice with regard to home loans. And she believed that these lending practices were perpetuating the exclusion of the black majority. Already, access to mortgage financing by low and middle households is extremely limited, and rising interest rates hit this household the hardest. We cannot therefore allow a situation in which banks deliberately make lending decisions to seek to perpetuate racial discrimination 30 years into our democracy. As the ANC in this August House, we wish to declare our support for the review and possible amendment of the Home Loan and Mortgage Disclosure Act number 63 of 2000, which enacted to promote fair lending practice, which require disclosures by financial institutions of information regarding the provision of home loans. Amending these pieces of legislation, we enable the democratic state to effectively intervene in the housing or property market in favor of the historically disadvantaged household. This is what a capable, ethical, and developmental state should be doing to advance the transformation agenda of our country. Honourable Chairperson, as much as we recognize the importance of intervening into the property market, it is equally to have state-owned housing finance institutions that will compete with the sector and in favor of historically disadvantaged households. Honourable members, we bear significant responsibility to expeditiously establish this bank. We cannot allow an approved operational business model which has potential to leverage both public and private sector for financing to deliver over 500,000 housing units and significantly reduce the housing backlog to go unused. We must hold the department accountable. Our people were in dire need of housing as of yesterday. It then became proper that this housing support the policy statement as tabled by the minister, which as the African National Congress, we support 100%.
Thank you, Honorable Mabebo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Farmer, Western Cape.
Hy lê die fondasie. Hy maak die deure oop. Sy naam is Jesus, daar is niemand soos hy. Agbare voorsitter, agbare minister, agbare lede en mede-Suid-Afrikaners, ek groet u in die naam van Jesus, onze Heer en Meester. Hierdie een moet in Afrikaans wees, want hierdie een moet my mense hoor. Namens die Patriotic Alliance neem ek deel aan hierdie broodnodige debat oor die begrotingsitem 33 menslike nedersettings. Agbare minister, kom ons wees eerlik, die behuisingskrisis in die Wes-Kaap kan eenvoudig net nie meer toegelaat word nie. Dis 'n onaanvaarbare onderdrukking van die armers wat binnekort die Wes-Kaap onregeerbaar gaan maak. Agbare minister, sedert 2020 tot 2024 het die Wes-Kaapse DA-regering net onder 1 biljoen rand van hulle behuisingsbegroting aan National Treasury teruggestuur, omdat hulle dit nie spandeer het nie. Laagkoste behuisings is iets wat die Wes-Kaapse DA-regering net nie wil lewer aan ons mense nie. Agbare minister, hierdie situasie verg dringende ingryping en doen ons as die Patriotic Alliance 'n beroep op u, agbare minister, om artikel 100 van die grondwet te aktiveer. Op hierdie departement van die Wes-Kaapse regering. In the 2007 National Conference of the ANC in Polokwane, the then Secretary General President Kgalema Motlanthe in his State of the Organization address said, and I quote, "Our people are turned into voting fodder." Close quote. Honorable Minister, the Devil's Alliance in the Western Cape turned my people into voting fodder. They became masters in peddling propaganda to mislead and fake their way to another victory at the polls.
Honorable Farmer, can you take your seat?
Yeah, arise on a principle. Arise on a principle of a point of order. This honourable member just referred to my political party, the Devil's Alliance, and that's unparliamentary speak. He must retract that.
All right, now thank you. Your water raising is not sustained. You can continue, Honorable Farmer.
Let me repeat, Honorable Minister, the Devil's Alliance in the Western Cape turned my people into voting fodder.
Point of order, Chair.
They became masters in peddling.
Yes, there's a point of order. Over to you.
Point of order, Chair. He cannot
Over to
refer.
you, Honorable.
It's unparliamentary language. He cannot refer to the Devil's Alliance in Parliament. It's unparliamentary.
All right.
Take a ruling from the table in front of you if you can't rule on this, Chair.
Right.
If you're unable to rule, Chair, take a ruling in front.
No.
You cannot say Devil's Alliance in this house. It's unparliamentary.
All right, thank you. I'll rule later around that. You can continue.
He wants me to repeat again, Chair. They became masters in peddling propaganda to mislead and fake their way to another victory at the polls. As much as we welcome the allocated budget to our province every financial year, we became also used to wave it goodbye at the end of that financial year, as it is sent back again to National Treasury. Chairperson, as a result, this budget vote can thus not be treated as yet another box-ticking exercise. It must be a commitment to restore dignity, to turn tin shacks into homes, to ensure the right to shelter is not just a line in our constitution, but a lived reality. For millions of South Africans, especially those living in backyards, overcrowded RDPs and informal settlements here in the Western Cape, the promise of a home remains a cruel illusion, made worse by years of underspending, corruption, and incompetence by this provincial department. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance says enough is enough.
Mama, there's a point of order. On which rule are you rising?
Chair, thank you very much.
Give honorable.
I'm rising on Rule 61B. 61B. Honourable member made a statement in this House, and it's gone out to the public, where he says the Western Cape government has returned R1 billion between 2020 and 2024 to the Department of Human Settlements. I would like him to substantiate that with proof, please, because that's a lie. Thank you, Chief.
No, thank you, Honorable Barinhorst, but I think it's a point of debate, that one. A member of PA can come and rebut that statement. Over to Honorable.
I've been saying somebody's corrupt when they are.
If it's not $1 billion, how much did you return?
Give you the proof. It's not a lie.
Let's allow the speaker on the podium to continue the debate.
We support this budget only if it marks a break with the past, not in words but in action. Not in PR stand, but in concrete port and doors installed. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance also insists that housing delivery must be free from corruption. We call for the blacklisting of corrupt developers, the prosecution of officials who enables housing fraud, and the active involvement of communities in oversight. We believe in building houses, yes, but more than that, we believe in building communities that work, that thrive, and that honor the dreams of our people. We believe that every shack replaced by a brick house is a revolution against hopelessness. So let this budget vote not be a ceremony of empty speeches. Let it be a turning point, a commitment, a covenant with the people. Let it be the day Parliament said we will not allow another winter where our people freeze in zinc structures. We will build, we will restore dignity, we will deliver. The Patriotic Alliance supports this budget vote, but we will also hold every official and every contractor to account, because we are not here to make friends. We are here to serve the people. Want ons byzani. Salute.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. I want to bring to the attention of the House the rules of the House. Usually, when a person is referring to a political party, it cannot be ruled as out of order, whatever it is. Again, number two, there's an issue that when a person refers to something non-existent in the House, I cannot rule on that. I can make an example. There's no devil alliance in this House. So I cannot rule on that. And then number two, I think that let us respect that. But what we must allow is that there must be a flow of debate. That's why I didn't want to speak during that time, because I'll have cut the flow of Honorable Farmer. So when moving forward, let us just observe our own rules. Thank you. All right, the next speaker on the platform is Honorable Peter from the Eastern Cape. Honorable Duma is not coming. Over to you. Honorable Duma is no longer participating. Please.
Sihlalo walendlu manikhahlele kuwe sihlalo. Ndikhahlele nako minister abakhoyo namhlanje kulendlu. Ndikhahlele nakumalungu alendlu ahloniphekile. Nakwingqanga zonke sithe nqwadalala zibukele le debate. Manditsho ndithi ingalala inkomo isengwa masazoba kunyemelekile. Kubemi boMzantsi Afrika mandibongoze ndicela indlebe nditsho ndithi igalekile UDM kweliqonga lokhuphiswano. Sikho apho namhlanje sizokwabelana ngoluhlahlo lwabiwo mali lwezenhlalakahle. Nangona eyona ntlungu yenyaniso yile yokubukela izigidigidi zabemi belilizwe zihlala kumatyotyombe bambi behlala ngasemilanjeni bengathandi. Mphathiswa omhle, mandinyole kanye apho kufele khona ithole. Singurhulumente mandizibandakanye nam kuba ndiyi-GNU. Singurhulumente wobumbano akumelezekanga na xa kunje sibe sidibanisa intloko sizikhangele ukuba uphi na undonakele. Makhe sizikhangele ukuba akho zindlanga zizimeleyo apha kuthi na ukuze sikhawulezise ukuya e-DP. Inkqubo oye weza nayo ye-informal settlement upgrading partnership grant yinkqubo mphathiswa efana nesixhobo sokubuyisela isidima kubemi beli lizwe. Kodwa loo nkqubo igutyungelwe lurhwaphilizo nawe ongenakukwazi ukulilwa kuba iziseko zikarhulumente zorhwaphilizo azikwazeki kuphandeka konke kuvulelekile ingulowo wenza unothanda ngexesha afuna ngalo. Mphathiswa omhle, ndithi mandivakalise intlungu yokuthotywa kwesidima sabemi beli lizwe. Xa usondela kwiindawo abahlala kuzo abemi beli lizwe abakude kumadinga esikuwo thina, awubuzi ukuxelelwa livumba lwe-drainage system lokubhloka kwe-drains. Ezi zindlu uzakhayo ziwa mhla nezolo mphathiswa, zineentanda mphathiswa. Ingaba unayo na i-proper monitoring committee? Ngoba ukuba une-political monitoring committee iza kufaka edakeni, Minister, ngoba iza kucenga ubuso bakho nesikhundla funeka uyinike zona. Umzekelo ngoku, Minister, phaa eSeaview kukho i-500 yezindlu bekumele zeke zakhiwa kudala mphathiswa, azikakhiwa nanamhlanje. Abantu basahlala ematyotyombeni phaa eBhayi. Kwakude kube nini kunjena mphathiswa omhle? E-Green Bushes i-drainage system sebephila ngumphutha. Basakwazi nokukhala kwamasipala sebancama izitrato sihamba ngeenqwelo zethu kwelo daka. I-UDM inombuzo ukuba ingaba yintoni ingxaki yokusilela kwe-title deeds, Minister omhle. Ingaba sikhona na isidima somntu xa umakhela indlu kube kungekho nomhlaba wokufaka imoto? Masizilungise ezo ngxaki, Minister. Okanye umi weli lizwe uhlala kwezi zibonelelo zezi zindlu yena kuba engavumelekanga ukuhlala kuzo. Mphathiswa omhle, i-UDM iyabongoza isithi i-GNU ayinawuze ikwazi ukuba yi-GNU ukuba andinakuma kwigxalaba lakho. Ndibone apho kumele seke ndikucebise khona, kodwa xa sizawuma kule ndawo kweli qonga sigcwalane sibonise ilizwe ukuba sivani, asoze silakhe lilizwe. Ezo ntakumba zijingayo zifuna idip. Zikhupheni, Minister, nifake intakumba ezintsha. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. The next speaker, Honorable Ndlovu, will you please take your seat? All right, the next speaker on the podium is going to be an MPL, Honorable MPL from Gauteng. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't want to. Sirota, just correct me if I pronounce it wrong. Correct. All right, Honorable Sirota.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, honourable members. This budget speaks to human settlements, a complex competency shared with provinces in terms of Schedule 4 of the Constitution. I would wish to deliver a Gauteng perspective. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, mandated by 26 of the Constitution, expresses its vision and mission in its ability to provide its citizens with access to quality housing through an integrated and sustainable process in collaboration with stakeholders through public-private partnerships and other initiatives. Using its annual performance plan in conjunction with its turnaround strategy, the department has set at its task to accelerate housing delivery through inter alia delivery of subsidized housing, upgrading of informal settlements, delivery of title deeds, mega housing developments, and township renewal programs. The provision of and maintenance for bulk infrastructure remains a compelling challenge. The department has repetitively failed to coordinate and sustain an effective implementation strategy when dealing with target setting and the monitoring and spending of the Human Settlements Development Grant, the Human Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant, and the Extended Public Works Program. Chair, because of the failure to spend allocated grant funding as a consequence of incompetence, maladministration, and alleged fraud, an amount of over 2.5 billion has been returned to the National Treasury by the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements over the last few years. During the current financial year, an amount of 450 million has been retained by the National Treasury. All of this is aggravated by the abuse of state resources, irregular and unauthorized expenditure, theft, procurement irregularities, ghost employees, fraud and corruption, all of which has been exposed and highlighted in the reports just released by the Premier of Gauteng relating to and regarding the long outstanding report on alleged malfeasance in the Gauteng administration. An increasing disturbing and alarming phenomenon within the department, which is having a serious impact on service delivery, are the allegations and corruption and irregular expenditure within procurement and supply chain functions, both indicating warning signs of endemic and deep-rooted corruption within the department. These beliefs are amplified by the failure to exercise effective oversight that has allowed the practice of improper spending to continue despite strict timelines being imposed by the National Treasury for the investigation of this practice. After intense and protracted pressure by the DA in Gauteng from 2023 to the present, the Gauteng Premier last week finally released a report of the outcome of 47 forensic investigations, 2 of which relate to alleged malfeasance within the Department of Human Settlements as long ago as 2018. Based on these reports, 88 people within the Gauteng administration have faced disciplinary action, while 55 cases have been opened. Full details have, however, not been made available, with a clear implication that party-affiliated individuals are being protected. The report by the SAU that 37% of officials in the Gauteng administration have not passed lifestyle audits clearly indicates the problems faced by the Gauteng administration in the management of funds and transparent governance. The Premier has claimed that the delays are a result of the department's reviewing the contents of the reports and implementing the recommendations. The delivery of housing in Gauteng has to a large degree been dependent on the successful rollout of the mega project initiative. These mega projects in Gauteng are in various stages of development. The main stumbling block holding up these projects is the failure of the 3 metros in Gauteng to provide bulk electricity and water supply, notwithstanding having received the necessary grant funding. A practice has now been exposed whereby the municipalities have been utilizing the grant funding for other internal challenges. This challenge is particularly relevant in respect of the Montrose mega project development in Randfontein on the West Rand, a 10 billion rand development where, according to a forensic report, the contractor was placed in liquidation due to the local municipality being unable to provide bulk services. This project is now on hold due to court processes, an area which has been plagued with allegations of administration, and it's an issue which you're all aware, fraud and corruption in the Alexandra project in Johannesburg. This multi-billion rand initiative, commenced by former President Mbeki in 2001 to upgrade and enhance living conditions for his residents, remains mired in controversy due to missing funds and very little progress in its completion. A court order of 2005, 20 years ago,
preventing development in Alexandra still remains in place. Further allegations of maladministration and financial mismanagement relate to irregularities in procurement processes and the awarding of tenders that have been handed over to the SIU for investigation. This relates to the construction of ablution and sanitation facilities at Sekelo Informal Settlement in Everton. A call has further been made for the SIU to probe financial irregularities and fraud in the 200 million tender awarding process to repair Lillian Goy Street in downtown Johannesburg following an underground explosion 2 years ago. A new contractor has now been appointed to complete the work. The likelihood of recovery of wasted funds remains remote. What is clear from the examination of the above challenges is a department where operational and political accountability does not exist. The failure by the Premier and consecutive MECs of human settlements to deal with deep systemic underperformance and continual fraudulent practices within the department places the livelihood of many of our citizens under threat. The much vaunted turnaround strategy needs to be implemented to turn Gauteng in the right direction. Underperforming and dishonest officials need to be replaced and prosecuted when necessary. What is required is a determined, focused, and dedicated response by both the Premier and the MEC as to how these issues are dealt with. The current lack of attention and competency given to dealing with maladministration, poor governance, dishonest practices, and corruption when dealing with irregular and wasteful expenditure and fraud will not enable either the Premier or the MEC to achieve the massive corrections that are required. Honourable Chair, as I conclude, unfortunately one has to draw the parallels what is happening in Gauteng and nationally. Chief amongst them is corruption and corrupt officials. And as long as our national minister is shrouded in controversy with corruption charges, how do we expect corruption to be challenged in other spheres of government when the highest seat in human settlements remains compromised? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sirota. And then the next speaker on the podium is the Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Tima Hambesala.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thembisi Melane, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Honorable Knox Siabi, Chair of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, Honorable T.M. Kaunda, Honorable members, DGs of the Department of Human Settlements, allow me to stand on the established protocols. Fellow South Africans, Mandini Bulise Ngalenji Kalanga. House Chairperson, it will be remiss of me if I don't address the honorable member from the Democratic Alliance, who has taken theatrics, political gimmicks instead of the facts. It is deeply unfortunate, but not surprising, that the Democratic Alliance chooses to shout from the rooftops about sanitation failures when its own backyard in the Cape Town, Yokhayelicha Gugulethu Philippi Masphumelele Nomzamo Lwandle Nyanga, is overflowing with raw sewage, polluting oceans, rivers, and communities. This is not a political soundbite, Honorable Chairperson. It is the lived reality for thousands of residents in informal settlements and coastal areas who are forced to coexist with contamination while the city continues to spin half-truths and hide behind the flawed data. Worse, still in Karatanga, Knysna, dozens of families displaced by fire, as far back as 2017 remain crammed into Tsiba College, which was meant to skill the young people of that particular city under appalling conditions. The Western Cape government has failed to restore their dignity for nearly a decade, and yet members of Democratic Alliance, they come here preaching about human settlements. The Department of Human Settlements is not in denial about our national challenges. We are leading a coordinated response, working with all spheres of government, regardless of political party, to ensure every South African lives in dignity. What is alarming is that the DA continued to disregard for the plight of the people of the Western Cape and their blatant disrespect of the rule of law, including ignoring constitutional court judgments and other legal directives that compel them to act in the interest of the most vulnerable. So, before honorable member cast stones, they might want to clean up the mess in their own metro first. You can't grandstand as a champion of service delivery while standing knee-deep in your own failure. Just ask the families that are stuck there in Tsiba College, in Knysna. The issue was never about underspending. The issue was never about the business plan. It was about the under expenditure. The sector utilized second quarter performance to determine the stop and reallocation mechanism. The results of the second quarter were telling. The Western Cape did not make the performance cut at the date of determination. The National Treasury did its own independent assessment and agreed with us at the level of the department fully. Ironically, the Western Cape benefited from this mechanism they are questioning today for some number of years. Today, when they have slipped up, they have behaved like Samson, who wishes to stand in the middle of the temple and collapse it on all of us because they can't get their way. This behavior is that of a spoiled brat. Honorable Chairperson, access to adequate housing is not a privilege. It is a right and a foundation for restoring human dignity. These powerful words by Joe Slovo, South Africa's first Minister of Housing, continue to shape our mandate 3 decades into democracy. Honorable Chairperson, 31 years in October 1994, Joe Slovo laid a foundational milestone in our democratic journey by signing the Botshabelo Housing Accord. The accord was a crucial agreement in the post-apartheid South Africa aimed at addressing the severe housing crisis and committing to build a significant number of new houses, upgrade existing informal settlements, and ensure access to basic services. This marked the beginning of a coordinated national effort to tackle the country's housing backlog and uplift the living conditions of millions. Honorable Chairperson, on the 26th of June, we commemorated 71 years of the Freedom Charter, a historic document adopted in Kliptown, which has since shaped our democratic dispensation. The Freedom Charter boldly declared there shall be houses, security and comfort, enshrined in Chapter 2, Section 26 of South Africa's Constitution, subsection 1, is the right to access adequate housing for everyone. Subsection 2 places an obligation on the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. The Freedom Charter and the Constitution lay the moral foundation for our hard-earned democracy. Our work in human settlements is not just about infrastructure. It is about bringing dignity to the people through housing. It is about correcting spatial injustices, advancing equity, and building a South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it. Honorable members, we gather today with our minds still recovering from what supervened the Eastern Cape province in June 2025. Lives were lost, families displaced. Once again, this revealed the scale of work ahead of us to provide adequate shelter to those in need. We acknowledge the intergovernmental efforts deployed in Amtata and Butterworth, and further thank the various first responders and stakeholders who lent a helping hand to the affected families. We wish to extend a special appreciation to the gift of the givers who provided relief for the victims and have consistently showed up for our people. A few days ago, the gift of the givers also showed up in Khayelitsha to provide relief for the flood victims. Honorable Chairperson, we are reminded that with limited resources at our disposal, we can fully deliver on our constitutional mandate through meaningful collaborations, partnership with business, public-private partnerships, communities, and non-governmental organizations. Over the last few months, we traveled across our country, handing over houses and title deeds, affirming our call of housing the nation, a clarion call the progressive government has made over the last 31 years. The Department of Human Settlements has registered great strides in providing decent shelter to senior citizens, persons with disability, women, child-headed homes, and military veterans. We commend provinces that have prioritized these vulnerable groups. The stories on the ground are loud and clear. Honorable Chairperson, the people of South Africa have been awaiting to be decently housed for many years. The joy that we are met with when we are handing over these title deeds and houses is unmatched. We are met with tears of joy, fulfilled dreams, and renewed hope in a caring government that serves the people. Military veterans remain a priority in our housing program, and many have already received houses. We recognize them for their service to our country. However, challenges such as outdated, inaccurate beneficiary lists, untraceable applicants, and non-qualifying individuals continue to hinder progress. The Department of Human Settlements and the Department of Military Veterans are working together to verify and update the database to ensure that all qualifying veterans are provided with dignified houses. We therefore hoping that the House will concur to our budget vote. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Good evening, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. The next to take their turn at the podium will be the Honourable Xeza, Economic Freedom Fighters.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The first thing that I want to quote, Chair, and debunk is what Professor Hajung Chang said in terms of the myths that the wealthy nations did in terms of development through free markets and minimal state interventions. He demonstrates that today's core countries, that is the colonial countries, which most of honorable members in the House so dearly idealize, particularly in the right wing, used protectionists in the epoch of development. In the epochs of development, they use protectionism, state subsidies, regulations, and infant industry protection to industrialize. So it's not something that is new that we are proposing. It was there in the epochs of development. And when colonizers came here, honorable members, we're developing just fine. until they came. And therefore, South Africa's RDP housing model is therefore a product of what Professor Hajung Chang calls kicking down the ladder. So when they developed, they kicked down the ladder and on the global south. And therefore, that's where we are coming from in terms of our ideological perspective. It is not something new. It's something that was there, that was kicked on us as Africans. And therefore, we must not mislead each other here. And always, when we come and take the platform and plead that neoliberal and privatization and free market logic is the way to go. In fact, that logic is long outmoded by China, actually. Because these countries that are using that particular free market logic, they are far behind, like in 200 years, for things that we will never do in our lifetime. China is doing, and it's a socialist country. So it's not something new that we're proposing. Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, we reject this budget as it is the plan for failure, exclusion, and austerity, masked by technical jargon and empty targets. This department enters 2025-2026 financial year with a backlog of over 2.3 million units, while over 13 million South Africans still live in informal settlements. And at the rate in which we are going, this number will grow every year, while the capacity of the state to provide the housing as an inherent function of the state to deliver houses, not reliance on a profit-based commodification of the service of the people. The EFF therefore rejects the illusion the EFF rejects the illusion of progress which is being sold to the people through the so-called upgrading of 1,500 informal settlements. This department wants us to applaud what is in essence a deliberate abandonment of the constitutional promise of dignified houses. The so-called upgrading is often nothing more than the superficial window dressing, while our people continue to rot in poverty. Chairperson, the minister and their executive have no believable plans in place as to how we can address the housing crisis in this country. The reality is that Mpumalanga housing backlog now stands at 275,103, a sharp rise from the 225 and 23 in 2020-2021. Yet the plans of the department do not demonstrate how this will be resolved. In Marikana, both Marikana informal settlements in Shalamnandi, Ward 10, Ward 3 in Hendrina, the situation is deplorable, and generally the environment is of a dejected masses. We therefore reject the 33 billion allocated to a department which is implicated in corruption and ongoing fraudulent houses allocation of houses in areas such as Emakhazen local municipality, where houses in Ward 8 in Madala are given to politically connected individuals, while the rightful beneficiaries are left to bear the costs of the houses they do not occupy. Beneficiaries such as Happy Mahlangu from D75 in Dalmanuta, Emakhazen, whose house was issued out by the Provincial Department in Madala Township, and Ms. Mapule Nkele of Siyathutuka Township, stand numbered 432 who was given a house belonging to another resident due to a court ruling and inherited service bill for an amount to the tune of 20,911.37 cents since 2023. The EFF therefore uses this platform to demand accountability on how housing beneficiaries lists are routinely manipulated, and to demand that criminal charges be laid against municipal officials who are complicit in this patronage network of using state resources for their nefarious political ends. We have also noted with deep concern the downward spiral in the MTF allocation by program, especially as it relates to Program 3 that deals with informal settlements upgrading and Program 5 in rental houses. These programs should be a frontline response to rapid urbanization and inequality, yet they are being cut to satisfy the Treasury's neoliberal fiscal framework. This austerity has collapsed the department's capacity to reduce poverty and improve livelihood and are key targets of the National Development Plan and Medium-Term Strategic Framework. And we also condemn the allegations of mismanagement and wasteful expenditure swelling around the National Housing Finance, where SCO is under investigation. The EFF strongly believes in a government that is free of corruption without the victimization of state agencies. At the National Housing Finance Corporation, board members have been taking home 23,321 per meeting, with the chair netting 47,413 against the Treasury's capping of 5,716 since 2022. The National Housing Finance should play a critical role in affording underprivileged South Africans access to finance to buy a home. Instead, the institution is alleged to have become a playground for ballooning spending under the board, while latest annual reports show the NHFC is meeting just 39% of its targets. The EFF therefore demands a moratorium on new housing contracts in Steve Tshwete, Emakhazeni Msukalikwa, Victor Kanye, Dr. J.S. Muroka, Bushbuck Ridge local municipalities until a forensic audit is completed. Provide us with a public register of unfinished housing project in Mpumalanga and action plans with deadlines and budgets, and special housing allocation for backyard dwellers under Program 3 and 5. The establishment of an independent ombuds for housing allocation with legal powers to investigate and nullify fraudulent beneficiary list. The reversal in budget cuts and a return to a pro-poor funding model that responds to unemployment and vulnerability in provinces like Mpumalanga. To this end, the department cannot hide behind numbers. For behind numbers, there's lived experiences. For behind numbers and statistics, there are real people. And therefore, the department must be sensitive whenever it deals with the question of statistics. The EFF rejects the APP because it does not inspire transformation of municipal areas that still cannot shake off the apartheid spatial planning. It does not combat fraud, and it betrays the working class and the unemployed masses of the people. We want houses now, we demand dignity now, and more than ever, we want the land now. The state must expropriate the land to make space for housing development and guarantee free quality housing for all for all, prioritizing women, persons with disabilities, youth, and the poor. The state must take the land. The state must take buildings, not occupy and used for any productive purposes, and get people into those spaces. There must be a state-led construction company eliminating the reliance of private developers and consultants, as it is the state and only the state that can reform the social housing market in urban areas. The EFF will never celebrate the management of poverty. We will fight hand in hand for a future where no child grows up in a shack, where no grandmother uses a bucket system, where every citizen enjoy freedom, dignity, and security promised in the Constitution. The upgrading of informal settlements can therefore not be enough. We must eradicate them. We demand a state-driven construction brick-to-mortar homes using state-owned construction companies in sourcing and local labor from community, not outsourced to profit-hungry contractors to create jobs and ensure quality of public value. We demand the expropriation of land without compensation of well-located urban land to build new cities and dismantle informal settlements. You cannot upgrade poverty, but eradicate it. This budget does not address any of the problems we have highlighted. It provides no departure from the stagnant approach to the housing problems adopted previously by the ANC government. And therefore, the minister must provide quality homes in integrated settlements, provide minimum 3-bedroom homes, which will restore through dignity, and create provincial social housing companies, establish a social housing company in each province. Amend the SHRA policy to include students' accommodation under social houses. Extend social housing restructuring zones into formerly white-only areas to foster integration. Create a digital national housing beneficiary registry to eliminate fraud and corruption. Ensure all private housing projects include units for poor and middle-income households. Create a fund for enabling income-generating backrooms in townships. These are our submissions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Keza. Honourable members, we now go to the online platform, and it's the turn of the Limpopo MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. That is the Honourable Makamo. Honourable Makamo, you have 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Honourable Chair. To our Minister Simelani, to the Deputy Minister Tima Mbahlale, to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Siavi, to the Chair of the Select Committee, Honourable K. Kaunda, to colleagues MECs on the virtual platform, permanent and special delegates to this debate, Honourable NCOP members. It is a profound honor and privilege to take part in the Budget Vote 33 debate of human settlement. This debate is indeed a platform where our key priority is to unpack the work of the government and give account on the spending plans and priorities for the year. The tabling of the Budget Vote 33 of the Department of Human Settlement in the National Council of Provinces takes place under the theme, Leveraging Technologies for Resilient, Sustainable Human Settlement, and the capable leadership of Honourable Minister T. Simelane. Housing, Honourable Chair, remains a cornerstone for human dignity and a key indicator of society's progress. In my province, Limpopo, our commitment to breaking new ground
in integrated human settlement has led to significant strides in providing housing for all, particularly the vulnerable groups. During the previous medium-term strategic framework, the department achieved significant milestones. A total of 34,904 housing units were completed against the target of 30,732, demonstrating our unwavering commitment to meeting the housing needs. And I must indicate that these numbers are not just numbers. They have got homes behind and people living in these houses. Furthermore, we surpassed our medium-term strategic framework target of 8,435 service sites, delivering an impressive 17,577 service sites across all our 5 districts. Honorable members, last year we had made commitment that the department will deliver 4,555 housing units in both rural and urban areas. I am pleased to report that we have exceeded this target, completing 5,053 with the additional allocation of money that we got from Western Cape, which I can hear from this platform that people are claiming to be political gymnastic, whereas in our own MINMEC, we were able to agree to assess those who were performing and those that not performing. Other years, where Western Cape was receiving funds, it was very clear that it was due to performance. But when other provinces are performing beyond the Western Cape, everybody is crying and crying like a baby on the matters that we are raising in the principle. Honorable Chair, the department is continuing to conduct the structural integrity on assessment of incomplete houses, which were previously abandoned by poor performing contractors. The NHBRC has already assessed the 3,630 units, which were prioritized to be completed under the blocked housing units through a phased approach. And this, we also have made sure that all contractors who have failed to perform are blacklisted in our department not to get. On mud houses, the eradication of mud houses remain one of the key priorities, ensuring that no family is left in undignified living conditions. Similarly, our commitment to providing housing for military veterans remains steadfast. Last year, we committed to be constructing 132 housing units for our veterans across our district. To date, 71 units have been completed and handed over to our military veterans. With further work continuing, the program, however, is encountering obstacles, including untraceable beneficiaries and the unavailability of fully serviced sites, which within various townships. Our military veterans normally will always wish to be in towns and not in the rural communities, and we find it difficult. One of the programs on asbestos, we know the dangers of asbestos were well documented, which is why many nations, including South Africa, have banned its use of asbestos. In response, the department, in collaboration with the housing agency, HDA, has prioritized the removal of and replacement of asbestos roofs. Last year, we committed to Phase 2 implementation of this Shiko asbestos removal and replacement program, targeting the removal of 755 asbestos roofs and conducting an audit of 10,500 roofs across the province. I am pleased to report that 800 asbestos roofs have already been removed, while the audit has exceeded our expectation of 10,800 to 11,823 roofs assessed. In terms of the first home finance, in our efforts to support the first-time home owners or the missing gaps, the department committed to dispensing 70 subsidies under the RCMA First Home Finance Program. To this date, 74 subsidies have been dispensed to our communities. on the program of the CRUs. As more South Africans migrate to economically viable areas in search of opportunities, we are ensuring that housing infrastructure keeps pace to this. To this end, we are constructing community residential units in Marapong in the Lephalale Waterberg district, Chikota in Makado in the Wembe district, and Talani in Greater Tzaneen in Mopani district. In Marapong, we committed to delivering 514 CRUs. Despite initial project challenges, 514 units are now roofed and expected to be completed by the end of August 2025. Recognizing the need to accommodate previous hostel dwellers who cannot afford formal rental housing, the department appointed 2 contractors to build 200 housing units at Alto State with the site handover which has been done in February this year. I have visited this project last week and I'm confident that not in no time we will be handing over the keys. I hope I should inform that the NCOP visit to the province also came to this project, and they will be, it will be exciting to have them when we hand over within some few weeks this project, as we promised the NCOP members who were deployed in the province to come and visit the project. In the Chikota CRU, will yield 118 units with related services. Installation of engineering services is in progress, after which the construction will start. On the issue of title deeds, a title deed is more than just a document. It is an instrument of economic empowerment, granting our people legal ownership of their homes last year. Last year, I informed this House that our target was to register 1,460 properties in the name of the rightful beneficiaries. Today, over 1,000 title deeds have been registered in the name of rightful beneficiaries, and we are intensifying efforts to meet and exceed our target. We continue to drive spatial transformation, ensuring that human settlement development aligns with our broader planning objectives. I am pleased to report that the 2 new townships have been successfully proclaimed. That is Polokwane Extension 9 and Nicefield in Musina. The proclamation of these townships will facilitate the registration of title deeds to the rightful beneficiaries. Let me assure all South Africans who have pinned their hopes to this government that we remain steadfast on our goal of providing a decent shelter to our people. What was said in 1955 in Kliptown by the Freedom Charter, that states that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. We continue to be doing that in 2025, 70 years after it was said. We are delivering on the very same commitment. We commit through this budget, which we have been allocated 1.2 billion as a province, to redouble our efforts in ensuring that this noble objective of the founding document of our democracy is realized. As a province, we therefore support the budget that it should be able to be assisting us to realize our business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC, for your participation. Honourable members, the next participant in the debate will be the representative from the South African Local Government Association, and today representing them in this debate is Councillor Sotashe. Councillor?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, as the country mourns the passing of our former Deputy President, Didi Mabuza, on behalf of South African Local Government Association, we wish to convey our sincere condolences to his family and to the organization he belonged to, that is the African National Congress. Honourable Minister Simelane, Honourable Deputy Minister in her absentia, Honourable Mahambe Hlala, local government leadership present, heads of departments present, MECs joining us online and those that are present, MMCs, honorable portfolio members of the NCOP. Honorable Minister, we bring you greetings from the South African Local Government Association, your original home. We wish to take this opportunity to welcome the budget and commit to work with you to ensure to deliver on commitments that accompany it. We note that targets in the medium-term development plan, as well as annual targets, and note the 34 billion rands allocation for Human Settlement Department. We accept the MTDP as a systematic tool towards achieving the overarching vision of the National Development Plan, built upon our constitutional and Freedom Charter commitments. We note in particular the desire to eradicate backlogs in a manner that enables a spatial transformation. SALGA is in full support of these aspirations. The bulk of our housing targets will be delivered in metros and secondary cities. Stats SA indicates that 50% of the country's population resides in municipal areas, which almost all the members that are sitting here, they are also residing in municipalities, meaning 8 metros and 9 secondary cities. SALGA appreciates the collaboration in supporting the metropolitan municipalities. We need to double efforts to streamline planning, budgeting, and expenditure in these metros as we did previously. We must, however, strengthen joint planning with others, certainly the 9 secondary cities, but also others where housing needs have been identified. A housing DDM would be essential in this regard. We therefore need to collaborate in a local government human settlement support program, which should be driven through MINMEC in the spirit of cooperative governance and sound intergovernmental relations. We also need to fast-track the commitment to accredit secondary cities to deliver housing, including financial and technical support, to ensure that they succeed. This will be another example of support by the department envisaged in Section 154 of the Constitution of the Republic. While the budget is limited due to fiscal constraints that we are all aware of, we need to work together to ensure that all of it is spent and is spent in right places in the right way. We need to be consistent in working together to ensure that business plans are compiled, submitted, approved timeously, and to unlock whatever blockages that the metros encounter that may compromise speedy delivery. We have noted some of the challenges include development applications. We extend a hand to work with municipalities to speed up these. In particular, utilizing science, technology, and innovation is essential for enhancing sustainable human settlement. The current work in modernizing and digitizing the process in some of municipalities is already resulting in timeframes being shortened significantly. The move towards alternative and innovative building technologies and accreditation of some of those that have come on stream is essential. It is important to recognize the numerous innovators in our support in delivering good quality housing products at a scale, at a speed, cost effectively. The specification, procurement, and procurement management need to evolve in order to enhance the uptake of the technology and innovation. The reality that since the dawn of democracy, spatial fragmentation has continued. Housing has unfortunately been one of the instruments to marginalize our people in the past. Reversing this has proven extremely difficult due to multiple challenges that include urban land economies and availability, amongst others. We therefore appreciate the department's stance of using same instrument to locate people closer to places of opportunity, while at the same time others complement by spending opportunities where people are. SALGA has developed a spatial transformation barometer which seeks to monitor transformation in our various municipalities and neighborhoods. This will assist in monitoring and evaluation of spatial targeting, as the Minister has highlighted. The unlawful occupation of land means that we'll forever chasing a moving target. Since COVID-19, this target has been moving faster. Unfortunately, the progressive piece of legislation in the form of PI Act that was intended to protect the poor at the turn of democracy has created unintended challenges in its application. We acknowledge the work that your technical team is doing towards the review and look forward to a speedy conclusion of this review. Minister, we note the recent disasters that we have been confronted with. Climate change is leading to disasters occurring more frequently and becoming more severe. The devastation that is causing to communities in our various municipalities has been quite severe. We join the call that the Minister that says we need to strengthen collaboration between stakeholders, both within and outside of government. Considering our placement at call phase, we pledge our support in responses. We've been working with COCTA in reviewing the disaster management system based on research and benchmarking with other countries that seems to be doing well in resilience and responses. We appreciate the participation of your department, represented by the Deputy Minister. We convened a consultation session with our members. We look forward to continued collaboration as the disaster management emergency housing. I am confident that we will come out of this process stronger together. Lastly, and while on the subject of policy reviews, we believe that the current review on white paper on local government will assist in building a more resilient local government system that will also be an even better position to deliver sustainable, integrated human settlement. We invite the department and human settlement sector as a whole to work with us in this process of refining our local governance system. Honorable Chair, I am willing and able to share this budget speech that I delivered during our budget debate in the city of Cape Town with my former councillor and now Honorable Bryant. I can share that speech with him. Maybe he can learn from some of the things that I've raised with the city of Cape Town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable members, we continue with the debate and revert back to the online platform. Again, an MEC of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, but this time from the Northwest Province, and that is the Honourable Molapisi, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good evening to honourable members, the Deputy Chairperson, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Moimang, all members on the platform, the ministers and deputy ministers, my colleagues, MECs, the Deputy President of SALGA, distinguished guests. Honourable Chair, a few months ago, ahead of the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, this House engaged in a critical debate on persistent inadequacy of housing and the alarming prevalence of informal settlement across our nation. While perspectives differed on the causes and solutions, there was unanimous agreement in principle that the right to decent housing remains a fundamental pillar of human dignity, enshrined not only in Section 26 of the Constitution, but in the very spirit of the Freedom Charter's declaration, which says there shall be houses, security and comfort for all. I rise, Honourable Chair, to appreciate the opportunity to participate in this important debate in support of the transformative and practical budget speech delivered by the Honourable Minister for Human Settlement, Minister Simelane, the 2025 budget vote table under the theme leveraging technologies for resilient, sustainable human settlement demonstrate leadership commitment to restoring the dignity of all South Africans. In his closing remarks at the United Nations Habitat II African Housing Ministers Conference, which took place at the height of the then Government of National Unity in 1995, the late former President Nelson Mandela said this, and I quote, "In tackling the task of housing the nation, we are presented with a historic opportunity to fundamentally challenge economic and social relations. For housing is not neutral. Our own country has in the past known only too well how the provision and non-provision of housing can be used as a form of social and political control. Here and elsewhere, it has often been the means of dealing with the urban and rural poor, to hide them, evict them, harass them, and trample on their self-esteem. Today, Honorable Chair, we had an opportunity of handing over 2 houses to 2 families. The family of Mickey Montabato, who is a 70-year-old with beneficiaries or dependents of 12, and the family of Komotso Sechoko, with the beneficiary or dependents of 8. This Honorable Chair demonstrates that the quality homes that we have built, that it brought to this community or these families a relief, dignity, and hope to these families. This is a project that stands as a model of what the PPP or public-private partnership can bring about when we partner together in a very true, meaningful, life-changing impact when guided by empathy, purpose, and shared responsibility. Honorable Chair, in tackling the task of housing the nation, we are presented with a historic opportunity to fundamentally challenge economic and social relations. For housing is not neutral. Our own country in the past know this, and I think I've said this. Thus, Honorable Chair, that I firmly believe that those in government of national unity and those who are not necessarily part of the GNU today, who firmly oppose this budget, despite its transformative purpose, are not acting in the interest of progress. They are hell-bent on maintaining the status quo, a system that perpetuates homelessness, inequality, and the continued humiliation of the poor and vulnerable. Was it not because of the practice of apartheid, the community that I just referred to that has benefited, they would have had a decent housing? As once professed by Karl Marx, that history repeats itself, first as a tragedy, then as a farce. Today we see it play out before our very own eyes. Those who resist progress, those who fear the rise of the marginalized, those who refuse to seek a black person move forward, stand opposed to this budget without merit. Ga ba batle go bona motho o montsho a gatela pele, a ba funa ukubona umuntu omnyama eya phambili. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to report that the previous financial year alone, we registered 6,000 title deeds and handed them over to the municipalities for distribution. To those of us who have suffered eviction and land dispossession for over 3 centuries by the apartheid regime, a title deed is more than just a piece of paper. It symbolizes much more. It confirmed a house as a valuable asset to hand over to future generations, restoring dignity and pride. To this end, the department has extended the contracts of 25 conveyancers to ensure continuous delivery of title deeds. This follows the 2024-2025 financial year figures, which indicated that the provincial department delivered more title deeds than anticipated. Honorable members, tomorrow, the 10th of July, members of the Mayoral Committee for Planning and Human Settlement, Councillor Portia Mchaula, and Councillor of Ward 1, Pakisom Kritela, in the Matlosana local municipality, will hand over approximately 100 title deeds to household in Tihan Extension 4 and 5 during the door-to-door title deeds distribution campaign. We welcome this progressive approach by the municipality to hand over title deeds at the doorstep of the beneficiaries, ensure that our people receive their long-awaited title deeds at the convenience of their homes. I urge all municipalities in the province to consider and adopt this people-centered approach to reduce backlog and over outstanding title deeds. Moreover, the department will continue playing its part towards achieving the set target of 80,000 title deeds to be handed over in the next 5 years. The 2024-2029, we will continue to handing over the title deeds during the Accelerated Service Delivery Program through the Tunzalerole program led by the Premier. We want to stand here in support of the Minister's budget as presented and says, Minister, we are behind you. The budget is an evidence that the roadshow to province as undertaken by Minister and the Deputy Minister to understand challenges in the sector will lead to improved performance nationwide. Among the common problems engulfing in the sector, as correctly responded to this August House, is the growing informal settlement, block projects, and budget constraints. In the province, we embrace the vision set out in the budget wholeheartedly. We welcome the decision to reprioritize the budget and allocate provinces over 50% out of the total budget in the 25-26 financial year. The portion that will be heading our way will go a long way in addressing the block project. We are in total agreement with the Minister that for us to decisively address the housing backlog as a result of unfinished and stalled housing project, we need to adopt a workable strategy. In its assessment of block and incomplete project, our department has quantified the extent of the issues, which we currently involved 5,551 houses. To confront these challenges head on, the department has taken a bold and focused on the step. 80% of the 25-26 human settlement grant has been earmarked specifically to unblock and complete stalled housing project. We will share more details during our provincial budget vote. Lastly, as I conclude, Honorable Chair, climate change continues to affect our communities, causing floods that have led to the loss of property and lives. In response, the department has expanded its consumer education program, such as increasing awareness about the risk of building on salt plants and footprints. A study has also been commissioned in Lekwate.
Thank you. Thank you, MEC. That is your time up.
To collaborate this. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your participation, MEC Molapisi. Honourable members, the next debater at the podium will be the Honourable Mokai, who has 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, honourable members, and fellow South Africans, good day. The department is strategically placed to address the housing needs of South Africans, and particularly those from poor and low-income households. It is rather unfortunate that many are still waiting on the housing list dating back to 1996. There are families who have lost their loved ones dying without the pleasure of owning a formal housing structure or dwelling, a dream many South Africans cherish. While the minister has articulated that the number of houses provided over the 31 years of a democratic government, many are still to benefit from the department. Yes, while this housing delivery is statistically impressive, it has failed to lay a solid foundation for a more inclusive society and has tended to trap the poor in a new urban ghettos, far from work opportunities and in limited possession of decaying properties for which there is only the most limited market. The National Housing Needs List must be addressed with the urgency and attention it deserves. The Democratic Alliance is deeply concerned that the outstanding matter of the digitization of the housing allocation list is not yet finalized and come to fruition. We must appreciate that we are moving in the fourth industrial revolution with artificial intelligence on our shores. It cannot be that this crucial function is not moving with the necessary speed to fast-track housing delivery so that many South Africans who desperately need these houses can benefit from this program. There is a renewed and concerted effort to digitize many government services in the 7th administration, with departments such as Home Affairs, Communications, and Public Works already streamlining this as part of their service delivery offering, while this department lags behind. Digitizing the social housing allocation list process is important as it will address the elephant in the room, which is fraud and corruption, and will provide a seamless and efficient system where beneficiaries will be able to track their application and ultimately owning property. Minister, you need to move with speed on this front. This has been coming for years, albeit with no action. The then Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Phaahla, spoke about the same thing in 2022 after a cabinet meeting, speaking that they will fast track, and yet it's 2025, we are still in the same position that we are going to introduce the digitization of the SHARA. The Emergency Housing Response Fund is administered and directly implemented by the Emergency Housing Unit in the department. According to the emergency housing guidelines, this fund can be utilized during disasters. However, the fund has been prone to abuse by officials in the department with little to no scrutiny in the main. Thus, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, must change. It cannot be that when disasters happen and victims are in desperate need of government assistance, some see it as an opportunity to fulfill their pockets. Given the challenges arising from the unpredictable weather patterns, this fund should be used and used only for its intended purpose, which is to provide temporary relief and accommodation to flood victims and other disaster-related incidents. Accessing and administering this fund should not be a hassle bundled in cumbersome, bureaucratic, and tedious red tape. We need agility and efficiency in accessing the fund to provide much-needed assistance rapidly and timelessly during moments of distress. Honorable Chair, let me focus on my province, the Northern Cape, which I proudly represent. Minister, we urge you to partner with the Provincial Department of Coxtown. And I must say this, chief amongst us, the human settlements portfolio in the province has a significant backlog in housing delivery, resulting in increased demand for housing, with projects such as the 1 billion human settlements project aimed at building over 4,000 houses. However, currently several projects remain unfinished, such as those in DR, Victoria West, Wollaston, Rangeville, and Kimberley, now with a 6-month extension requested from the DBSA. The pace of housing delivery and development is slow, exacerbating the housing backlog. Please, your intervention in this regard will go far for the people of my province. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, ethical leadership is important, especially in public office. South Africans demand we lead with integrity and honestly. When we are entrusted with a public office, we are always and we are supposed to hold ourselves to the highest ethical standards and accountability. We have been entrusted with public resources, not for our own benefit and that of our associates, but of those of South Africans and to deliver to them. And Honorable Chairperson, my colleague, Honorable Badenhorst, dealt extensively on the issue of the minister at the helm and with all the criminal charges that are on her head. And we cannot support the budget based on those because the minister is entrusted with the serious responsibility to render services to South Africans. And it is telling by the present lack of action against ANC ministers who are involved in criminal matters. This is proof that the African national criminals harbors and protects crime and corruption. The less said about the PA, the better. And Honorable Minister, the MEC from the Eastern Cape, we won't be silent in the presence of sheer unethical leadership. South Africans deserve better, way better. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokai. Honourable members, as we get to the tail end of the debate, the next debater will be the Honourable Molokome.
Thank you, House Chair. And let me take this opportunity and greet the Honorable Minister, Simelani, the Deputy Minister in absentia, the members of this August House, South Africans, good evening. House Chair, let me just start with the last Honorable Member. Mokai, I'm very much disappointed in you because I'm very much disappointed in you when you talk about allegations, and you and Honorable Badenhorst and your MEC who has left. I think you are not even serving the poor of the poorest. The Deputy Minister has already alluded on the issues that affects the Western Cape. And I think she did my work very easy. And the Honorable Badenhorst, you can't come here and tell us about the ANC policy as if you are the ANC member. You spoke about the ANC policies and you are alleging that our Honorable Minister is doing, but I'm not surprised, Honorable Minister, you are doing a very good job. And you can't allocate budget to the provinces that are not performing. I know what even happened in the committee when the honorable member asked you about the withdrawal of the funds. He was angry. I'm not surprised when I see him behaving the very same way that he's behaving now. But Honorable Badenhorst, you don't get to put ministers. You are not the president. The president is the one who's putting ministers and removing ministers. So you can't come here and tell us that the minister must be removed. You must know your space. So I want to applaud you, Minister, on what you are doing and the department that you are heading. And in the committee, I've indicated that even the MEC, Makam, has indicated that the people of Waterberg District Municipality in Lephalale are now enjoying or happy about the progress that is made in the CRU. And the 500 unit that the MEC has indicated or spoken about here is a living proof that really this department is addressing the issues that honorable members are raising, even in the committee. And you have also indicated in the committee that you have already visited several provinces where the issues that were raised by several provinces you are addressing as the department, and we are happy that you are taking initiatives on doing that. The title deed that were long behind, Honorable Minister, you have given us statistics when coming to that, and we are pleased that but we are never the title deed but di belong to them. I see the document di. I'm pleased about the two honorable members today, Honorable Nzimande and Honorable Tess. And I know that the reason why today you are not that fighting is because in the committee the issues that you are raising have been addressed. They are addressed in that committee, even though you are not supporting the budget, but really. Whatever that you are raising here, you always raise it in the committee, and the department is addressing such matters. As the African National Congress, we want to make it clear that we are in favor of the policy statement and budget votes that the ministers, Ministers Melanie delivered here today in this House. We are going to demonstrate the reasons that we support this budget vote and policy statement. not merely as a significant financial pledge, but also a commitment to progressively realizing access to adequate shelter. Thanks to Professor Z.K. Matthews, who originated the idea of the Congress of the People, which aimed to draft a charter containing the democratic aspirations of the oppressed majority. The Freedom Charter, which would later influence the shape and content of the Constitution of democratic country for generations. Under the democratic government, all people shall have the right to live where they choose and to be decently housed and to bring up their families in comfort and security. This was promised by the Freedom Charter, which acknowledged the apartheid policies like the Ground Area Act and others forbid the black majority from sitting in urban areas. This largely influenced Section 28, which guaranteed the right to access adequate housing for all, and the democratic government should take responsible steps to progressively realize this right. The sixth administration allocated 25,873 first home finance subsidies, ranging from 38,878 to 169,264 based on household income. The lower the income, the higher the subsidy. Upgraded more than 620 informal settlements nationwide and delivered at least 239,874 breaking new grant houses and 231,000 serviced resident sites for those who cannot afford to build their own homes. Additionally, 13,286 residential house units were made available to provide affordable rental options for the working class. We want to thank the Minister for addressing the long-standing CRU project in Marapong and Alto State in Onverwacht and Lephalale. We recognize the notable progress that the ANC-led government has achieved in expanding access to housing for the poor and vulnerable groups in society. We are also the first to acknowledge that in the past couple of years, delivery has been significantly slowed down amongst the growing demand for housing. This recognition of recent challenges has prompted the department to consider its housing delivery programs. And Minister has already indicated that in the committee. Honorable members, our people are assured that poor and vulnerable will remain at the forefront of housing policy and programs under the ANC administration. Action speaks louder than words. Therefore, mintiro ya vulavula. Our action speaks for themselves. We don't just talk. I've been listening to the MECs of various provinces, honorable members, and the numbers that they were giving here, it really gives us hope that we as the ANC government, we are here to give services to the poor of the poorest. President Ramaphosa declared during his State of National Address that the government will act swiftly to put human settlement policies and programs in place to destroy apartheid, spatial planning, and do away with the practices of continue to construct housing development outside the urban centers, which has contributed to inadequate and caused cities to grow. President Ramaphosa further announced that his government is going to build more housing in our city centers and close to work and business opportunities, and that the Department of Human Settlement is working on redesigning our housing subsidies and directing more funding towards programs that enables people to buy and rent a home in an area of their choice. The priority development areas are the vehicles to build more housing in city centers. As billions of rands have been invested in this project as a mechanism to support the creation of inclusive communities as per the National Development Plan vision. In addition, the department has for this financial year set aside a target of 40,000 serviced residential sites to the provided to households and those income are less than 3,500 to enable people to build their own homes. Honorable House Chair, our commitment and promises are not the same thing. The ANC electoral manifesto pledged that the ANC leading government would make housing financially accessible to our nationals forgotten, for our nation's forgotten middle class. The Department of Women Settlement and the National Housing Finance Corporation are responsible for implementing housing financial initiatives. This department and the National Housing Finance Corporation have taken steps to make housing finance available for the missing class in the country through the First Home Finance Housing Subsidy Scheme. Households whose gross income falls between 3,500 and 22,000 per month are the target audience for the First Home Finance. For this current financial year, the province and the National Housing Finance Corporation are expected to assist at least 4,742 households during the financial year and to implement this program. As the African National Congress, we see no reason to reject this budget and policy statement, which directly responds to the plea of our people. Those hopes and dreams we are elected to realize. Honorable members, our president committed on the State of National Address that this government will realize more unutilized state properties for affordable house development and further reclaim buildings that have been hijacked in city centers and repurpose them for public use in the form of social housing program as building blocks towards realizing inclusive cities. And this is happening in Gauteng. We have seen that. Yeah, he's reminded. In addition, the Social House Regulation Authority is planning to deliver 13,000 social rental and renewal of inner cities for this middle term development plan, which is the 2024 and to 2029. There are members in this August House who claim to represent the poorest of the poor in our country, but dare to reject this budget and policy statement, which is by nature pro-poor. For instance, the ANC-led government has extended the provision of breaking new ground to rural villages through eradication of the mud houses programs. And Honorable MEC has touched on that. I'm not going to dwell much on this item. As the ANC, as the National Congress, we are very much concerned about the inability or slow pace of local government to rezone the 4,748 stand. And we are saying these municipalities should rezone this development so that the department can be able to build more houses for our own people. And Chairperson, the budget and the annual program are instrument of implementing the transformation agenda to realize a better life for all. But some of our colleagues in this August House will reject this budget and policy statement, not because of the people's need, but to oppose the ANC. Yes, the ANC, we support this budget without doubt.
Honorable Molokome. Honourable members, in order to bring this debate to a close, we invite the Minister to return to the podium and use her 5 minutes to close the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Let me start by responding to Honorable Badenhorst. After your performance here, it's very unfortunate. It actually exposes the inability you have to comprehend issues when it comes to the concept of democracy. And thank God, we are no longer ruled by your apartheid right-wingers anymore. Trial without charges. I'm not amazed. You come from that history, you perpetrated it, you developed it, you did forced deterrence, you did murder, and you hit some. So you are now running the investigation on your own. You have reported the case on your own. You are trying me without charges. You don't even comprehend what step aside means. You just blown air. Honorable Makai, I'm so disappointed. You look relatively young. I thought you are roaring like a lion, right? A comprehension of playing the ball even escapes you at that age. No, man, come on and better be established principles of democracy, ensure that there's accountability, checks and balances. At your age, I thought you should know that. You test the allegation. You test the allegation through a court of law. I'm wondering, you reported a case. There's not even a single policeman who has visited me, by the way. You can't even wait. That's the point that I'm educating you on. You can't go to court without being charged. Say, it was done by your fathers. They succeeded, not after 30 years. Badenhorst, not even age could help you. Where I was raised, I'm told, with experience, you gain to be more. With experience, it only goes to age and a white beard, nothing else. There are no charges. Honorable Briet, we don't know the water support. We support Free State. That's why I said the grant is rationalized to deal with sewer, to deal with waste, to deal with water.
Point of order, Chair.
Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Badenhorst, what's your point?
Rise on Rule 62, Chair.
Sorry, 60?
62.
Yes. Continue.
Chair, the Minister shall refer to me as Honourable Badenhorst, not Badenhorst, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst. Minister, that is our process in the House. If you can just use the correct name as you indicate to someone, please say Honourable or Mr. or Mrs. as the case may be.
Well, I didn't hear that. I pledge respect, but I'm sorry. I think I said Honourable. Sorry said means I withdraw in case you don't understand the meaning. Honourable Nzimande, we dealt with the issues you raised, Baba. And I do believe that once the submission has been done, AG even deals with the assessment of all the APPs, including the delivery of performance. They are aligned. I'm not amazed Honourable Simas left. He couldn't afford to see me standing in this podium and respond to him. But the 300 million was taken. Even now, if you look into their 6 months performance, well, they are going to face stop and reallocation. There's no target. They were the 4th province that did that. I wonder why he didn't tell you that in the money that was reallocated to them in the previous years, they did not even take some of it, most of it, to African areas where people are staying. Ayange Kayamand, Ayange Kukuletu, Ayange Kayelicha, Ayange, now it went into white settlement. When the system favors them, they shush. When the system doesn't favor, the same principle, the same laws, Dora is very clear. He requested an assessment with National Treasury. He didn't pull through because we don't do it. In September 2024, they were written and were told, you are underperforming. The same letter that I'll be writing now to say, watch your informal settlement grant, you're underperforming. He's gone. He is gone because he couldn't stand for this answer. He's quick to claim social housing project. They are not his. They are under Shra. Your contract and everything. He can rather say, well, in IGR facilitation minister, we did it together. Project a social housing and claim them in the Western Cape. We have them all over the country. They are under the Social Regulatory Authority, which is SHRA, and you all know it. It deals with social housing. The thing we need them to do for SHRA is to give them land that is within the CBD and stop locking them outside the main CBD because they don't want Africans to come and stay in town. Honorable Makai, I would like your party to know that the defects of HSS, you can laugh, but it's the Africans that looks like you in Kayelisha and Danon that do not have the reallocation of the fund of informal settlement. I don't know who are you laughing at. They go to Constantia to sleep tonight. That's what it is. What do you stand for? Interestingly, he did not even mention the financial year where they benefited. You can scream. It's a fact. It's recorded. Western Cape does not service the poor. Yabo.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Members, can we have order, please? And honourable members, let's not have a repeat of last night. If I can ask that the House does remain in order until the black rod has exited the chamber. But before we do that, honourable members, we note that the Minister's closure brings this debate to a close. We thank her for her attendance. We thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, all permanent delegates, the MECs that participated in person and online, all special delegates, and the representatives from SALGA. Honourable members, that concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.